Chapter 179. Why don't you move to Ma Terrace? Danny asked Jenny, whose eyes were shining as she looked at the gorgeous silk as she moved the white sugar, spices, silk, mirror lace, and other valuables down from the dragon's back. Since she knew that she was going to deal with the demons of long summer, Danny, of course, brought a large number of practical gifts. The environment here is indeed worse, but it is also closer to the old capital in the south. Closer to Belarus? It seemed that the power of the god of faith was limited by distance. Danny called the two dragons to fly into the sky, and she followed the high priestess to the spiral staircase of the Tower of Babel. The dark gray walls were decorated with old murals, banners, oiled swords, and pale beast skulls. The carpet on the floor was very thick, like stepping on a cotton ball. Although it was not embroidered with exquisite patterns, it was very clean. The wooden furniture in the hall was also very new, with a layer of oily luster. However, the bronze bars that fixed the oak door had a thick layer of green rust, which could not hide the traces of time. Along the way, Danny did not see a single guard except for a few gray-clothed maids with crooked eyes and crooked mouths, who put down their work and knelt down to greet her. Walking down the Tower of Babel, Jenny looked back at the tall mottled tower behind her and said sadly to Danny, "Once this was almost the center of the world, the glory of civilization. As long as it is a praise that can be created by humans, it can be found here. I heard a few times prophecies and breaking the cage. It seems to be about removing the curse and returning to the glory of ancient Valeglia?" Danny asked. Jenny was shocked and said piously, as if she was preaching, "His Majesty Valerian once saw the future and left us a prophecy. An ancient and glorious noble descendant will awaken the blood of the first Dragon King. He will help His Majesty break the shackles and return to the human world from the abyss." Danny frowned. "I see. I thought it was about breaking the curse of the land of long summer." "Ha! When His Majesty returns, the curse will be nothing." The priestess chuckled. Although the road connecting the Tower of Babel and the Holy Church was old, it was not littered with garbage. On the street, there was a group of children fighting for a rattan ball. Their innocent and romantic laughter injected a fresh color into the bleak black and white city. Orlas's deformed individual's relocation plan had been carried out quite well. From a physical standpoint, these children could be considered normal. "Greetings, Your Excellency High Priest." The thin crowd on the road stopped and bowed to Jenny. They also cast curious glances at Danny, who was wearing silver armor and a golden cloak. Jenny also smiled and nodded to the passers-by. It could be seen that she was very popular with the citizens and loved her people very much. "Could I be the person in the prophecy?" Danny asked, licking her lips. "If it were you, I would have sent someone to look for you." Jenny laughed. Danny purposely revealed a disappointed expression and indignantly asked, "Why? Is my bloodline not noble enough? I hatched a dragon. You don't belong to the 14th peak, and you don't have the bloodline of the first peak master." Jenny tilted her head and looked at Danny. "But your bloodline is indeed pure. If I were a man, the two of us might be able to give birth to the child in the prophecy." "Give birth to a deformed child?" Danny sneered in her mind. "That's a pity. Volantis also has noble Belarus. You can marry into Volantis. Not only will it solve the current situation at Slaver's Bay, but it will also improve the bloodline of the Targaryen descendants. After conquering Volantis, I'll kill all the nobles behind the Black Wall. Yes, I'll let my maester cook them up. Why, only the families of the 14th peak can do it. It's the will of the gods. But why would Balerion make such a request? What are the characteristics of the first Dragon King's bloodline?" Danny asked again. "Only the true gods know." After getting closer, Danny realized that the Holy Church had almost collapsed into the sea. Half of its foundation was on land, while the other half was suspended above the sea. The tall black stone tower was tilted 30 degrees toward the sea. It was 10 times more exaggerated than the Leaning Tower of Pisa. It didn't even collapse. The quality of the buildings in the other world was really good. Danny could only sigh in amazement. Like the Tower of Babel and Valeglia Avenue, the Holy Church's Black Tower was also a one-piece structure. It was as if cement had been poured directly into a mold. The thick walls of the tower gave people a strong sense of security. Heavens, with such a tilt, there's not a single crack on the wall. How did you do it? Beristan, who had been silent all this time, was shocked. I wonder if the high priestess can teach me the building techniques of Valeglia? Danny looked at Jenny with a yearning look. I don't know how to. The high priestess shook her head. The blond old man beside her explained. Just like the forging method of Valeglia steel, the enchantment technique of the Undying Stone is also closely guarded in the clan's treasury. But I remember that the Targaryens have the technique of forging lesser Undying Stones. Dragonstone Island is strong enough. The old priestess looked at Danny in confusion. Undying Stone, Dragonstone Island. Danny thought for a moment and shook her head. It's been lost for hundreds of years. Splash, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark red seawater below the cliff rose into a 10-meter-tall wave. The boiling water with white smoke washed the tilting tower wet. It was as if the lid of a steam boiler was suddenly lifted. A visible white wave of air blew Danny's silver hair all over the sky. Knight, are you okay? Danny looked at the white knight beside her worriedly. The seawater was boiling, and the water vapor coming at them was estimated to be 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand it. Well, Beristan was the only ordinary person here. Everyone in Valeglia had the talent of being able to withstand high temperatures. Bam, bam, bam. The old knight patted the crystal lens in the eye hole of his helmet and said loudly, other than the water vapor blurring my vision, everything else is fine. Let's go in, Jenny said. Danny looked at the red sky and smiled bitterly. Do you have night here? It seems like the sun is setting. Looking up, they could not see the stars, the sun, and the moon. There was a layer of gloomy dark red light in the sky, which looked like a large piece of blood clot. It was like a thick layer of blood-stained cotton was pressed on the surface of the sea, pressing on everyone's heart. Looking down, they could see a bright red flickering in the depths of the dark sea. It was like a light bulb was lit in the water. The surface of the water was bubbling, bringing with it a pungent, sulfuric smell from hell. A string of small flames rose from the charred reef in the water, but were immediately extinguished by the incoming tide. As the tide receded, sizzling sounds came from the reef, and white smoke rose into the air. With a sizzling sound, the dim red flame once again appeared on the reef, dancing in a flirtatious manner. Fuck! There's an active volcano below. Danny's heart was pounding in her chest with fright. There's a volcano under the sea, she shouted to Jenny. Jenny looked down at the sea and said calmly, yes. It's an active volcano. It's right beside us, below the Holy Church. Danny's voice was a little distorted. Her face must have been distorted too. Yes. Jenny's expression was still calm. The old priestesses behind her also had an expression that said, "Why are you making such a fuss? Aren't you afraid? If the volcano erupts, Orlos will be finished." Danny shouted in a low voice. Valeglia is afraid of volcanoes? Huh. Hearing the arrogance and contempt in Jenny's voice, Danny said indignantly, "Wasn't Valeglia destroyed by a volcanic eruption?" Jenny stopped, turned around, and looked at Danny seriously. Do you really think so? We've controlled the 14 fire peaks and the hundreds of volcanoes nearby for 6,000 years. Even small accidents rarely happen because every inch of land under the volcanoes is under the surveillance of the Wizard Council. You mean there's a mastermind behind the great calamity? Danny was shocked. I don't know. Even so, you don't have the ability to control volcanoes like the great wizard of Valeglia, right? You'll understand in a moment. Jenny smiled mysteriously and pushed open the 3-meter-tall, white wooden door. Barristan touched the wooden door and exclaimed in shock, "Weirwood!" The priestess nodded and said, "It's said that weirwood contains the power of the old gods and is one of the best magical materials. It's also often used to make furniture and can last for 10,000 years. There's weirwood in Ursos too?" Danny asked curiously. "It should be extinct by now. But before we humans appeared, the children of the forest and the giants had already existed for several million years. Perhaps they once lived on this continent as well. Perhaps back then, the entire world was filled with weirwood." Creak! The heavy weirwood door opened, and the bright black light made Danny squint slightly. A long, twisted obsidian candle was placed in the middle of the stone hall. A blinding black flame burned at the top of the candle. The black light could not dispel the darkness in the room, but it strangely allowed everyone to see everything around them clearly. It was a gray vision. "A glass candle," Barristan exclaimed. "It's 100 times bigger than the one in Queers." The male wizard, Urizen, could also light a glass candle. It was as dazzling as the reflection of snow under the sun, but it was only the size of an egg yolk. The glass candle in the hall of the Orlos Holy Church was like a bonfire. Danny looked at the exquisite carvings on the walls and pillars. They were all scenes of the Dragon King of Valeglia conquering the world. She could clearly see the flag of the Harpy and the warriors with spiked helmets wielding spears in 5 of the carvings. Obviously, these were the 5 wars of Guys. She looked back at the glass candle and asked curiously, "Why is the black flame not blocking our vision?" "What color do you think the sun is?" the priestess asked. "Colorless?" Danny asked. Jenny glanced at the stupid mortal proudly and chuckled. "Haha, you can try it with a prism under the sun." It was not easy. The Valeglia people's knowledge of the world was far beyond the scientific level of this era. "I'll try," Danny said with a straight face. Barristan was on high alert and looked around carefully. Suddenly he looked down and said in horror, "We don't have a shadow!" Danny looked down. Sure enough, the joints of the blue marble floor were clearly visible, but there was no shadow. It should be the effect of the glass candle. She looked at Jenny. "Shadows are ominous things," the priestess said solemnly. Locke, the 4 old priests, quickly interrupted Danny. "Holy Land, don't say that name." Danny nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Where is the statue of His Majesty Balerion?" Chapter 180. The barrel-shaped hall was divided into 4 directions with 4 stone pillars. Behind each pillar was a small wooden door. In the middle was a half-meter-high, low round table with a 2-meter-high, twisted black crystal inserted in the center. Nothing. There were no statues, no altars, no candles, not even a central hall. Jenny frowned and looked at Danny. She sighed. "You don't know anything. The Dragon King of Valeglia is a citizen of the sky, living high up in the Tower of Babel. Many people almost never set foot on the ground. So do you understand? In Valeglia, the highest floor of the tower is the main hall. If I had a dragon, I would take you directly to the top of the tower. Unfortunately, you don't have a dragon. A nobleman of Valeglia without a dragon dares to laugh at the only female dragon king in the world." Danny showed a flattering smile and asked, "What about the inheritance of the high priest?" The high priest's eyes became serious. "Don't you go worship the ancestors." "Your Excellency, my mind is now full of the magical witchcraft of Valeglia. I can't calm down. It's too impious to worship His Majesty Balerion in this situation." Danny sighed. Jenny's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction, but she suppressed her anger and pointed to the wooden door on the south side of the hall. "Go through that door. I can't guarantee how much you can get. It all depends on your bloodline." The black tower of the Holy Church tilted to the south, almost forming a small slope. Danny went down a few steps and held on to the black stone pillar in front of the wooden door. "Can I go in?" "Yes." Jenny nodded slowly. Danny looked up and found that the stone pillar in her hand was also engraved with war diagrams. Countless megalosaurus covered the sky, and below, a giant turtle floated in the monstrous waves. Compared with the waves, the city below was like a child's toy building blocks. She stopped and walked around the stone pillar. This is the war to conquer the Loinars 2,000 years ago. That's right. Jenny came to her side and pointed at the largest dragon in the group. Look, the dragon-slaying horn. He had to admit that the artistic value of this stone sculpture was extremely high. Not only did it vividly portray the tragic atmosphere of the battlefield, even the details were done to perfection. They could also clearly see the horn hanging from the waist of the tiny dragon king on the dragon's back. The megalosaurus was only the size of a palm, and the dragon king riding the megalosaurus was as thin as a man's fingernail. The curved horn was only the length of the dragon king's forearm. This kind of technology, the dragon slayer horn is so small? Danny asked in confusion. That dragon binder's taller than me. Could it be that Dragon Slayer isn't made of dragon horns? I'm not sure. Perhaps the size of the dragon horn is not the deciding factor. Nonsense. The older the dragon, the bigger its body, the dragon horn would naturally grow along with it. And the soul pressure of the Megalosaurus King would also be stronger. Danny couldn't help but look down on Jenny. She didn't even know that there was a dragon soul sealed in the dragon horn. There was a wooden door behind the pillar that seemed to be made of ebony wood. There was a familiar symbol on the door that Danny was a little familiar with, a white spiral vortex. What symbol is this? The foundation of witchcraft, the image of the Lake of Souls. Danny's little face wrinkled. Can you be more specific? I don't know anything about witchcraft. Thump, thump, thump. Jenny Bellerus stomped her feet. Before building a house, the foundation must be laid. The strength of the foundation determines the height of the tower. Look at this black tower. Half of its body is suspended in the air and tilted towards the sea at such a large angle, but it is still stable. The process of extraordinaire sorcerer's cultivation is like building a house. We must first lay a solid foundation, the basic meditation technique. Sigh. Can't you just tell me about the meditation technique? I'm confused by all the nonsense you've spouted. Danny complained in her heart, but her face showed that she was listening seriously. If you have the talent to become a sorcerer, you will be able to open the sea of consciousness, or the lake of souls. The origin of the soul, the source of the spiritual power, is like a starry lake. Sorry, I don't have a lake of souls. It's a boundless sea. Danny's eyes showed admiration and said respectfully, I see. The high priestess has enlightened me. Jenny was only a few years older than Danny. After being complimented by the mother of dragons, she felt a little smug and continued. The basic meditation technique is not the power to create miracles. It mainly gathers the scattered spiritual power in your lake of souls into a bundle, just like the power of a punch comes from thousands of small. The high priestess was a little stunned. The old priestess immediately whispered, Genes. Yes, our body seems to be a whole, but it's actually made up of countless small genes. The process of exerting force depends on the cooperation of countless genes. The so-called witchcraft is the punch on the spiritual level. The basic meditation technique helps you assemble the scattered spiritual genes into a whole. Seeing that Danny's eyeballs were about to pop out, Jenny sighed with a superior face and waved her hand. Sigh, it's okay if you don't understand. People are ignorant. There's no need to understand the theory of genes in theory to become a master swordsman. Danny recovered from the shock and asked, High Priestess, how did you discover the cells? Oh no, the genes. How did you discover the genes? Damn. Do you have to be so awesome that you even know about the cells? Sigh, you're asking more and more questions. How can I explain the principle of light to you? You must have never seen a lens, right? Danny couldn't help but take advantage of her. Is it this thing? She pointed at the binoculars on Barristan's neck and asked, Jenny Belarus's arrogant face froze. She nodded stiffly and said, "The glass factory in Mir and the steel factory in Kalweg all use the technology from Beleglia. The nautical telescope and the large stargazer were also invented by us, Sai. Through similar principles, we can also create a witchcraft lens to observe human organs. The smallest organ discovered is called a gene." "So it's the witchcraft lens." Beristan was shocked. "You know about the witchcraft lens?" Danny looked at him curiously. Beristan said slowly, "The City of Knowledge has been doing human experiments and has always wanted to create the legendary witchcraft lens. For this reason, the professors of the City of Knowledge have repeatedly advised King Eris, hoping that the king will increase investment in the City of Knowledge and reduce the import tariff of the mirror lens. They need a lot of glass and lenses. The City of Knowledge in the land of the setting sun? Hee, that group of undulls is just imitating our wizard council." An old priestess said contemptuously. Beristan's face turned red, but he could not refute. Danny's eyes were blurred. She murmured, "How glorious was the Veleglia civilization in the past!" "I also want to know." The young female high priestess smiled bitterly. "Quickly go in. After learning to meditate, a wizard rune will be constructed in the Lake of Souls. This is the symbol." She touched the white vortex on the sandalwood door and urged. Behind the door was a dark stone room of 20 square meters. A dark red halo shone in from the 3-meter-high skylight. A slender, twisted obsidian could be vaguely seen on the empty green stone slab. "Just a glass candle?" Danny looked back at the priestess. "A glass candle is the best conductor of mysterious elements. 80% of witchcraft can be performed with a glass candle. What about the blue magic ball on the wizard tower?" Danny was puzzled. Jenny was surprised. "You know about the magic ball? My second brother Viserys told me that the great wizard can control the whole world through a magic ball as big as a house." Her cheap second brother once again became her shield. "The magic ball is the advanced version of the glass candle, just like the difference between a torch and a candle." "Ah, the wizard's methods were too simple, right? What should I do?" She asked again. "Light the glass candle. You can find the knowledge you won the flame," Beristan said. Beristan said strangely, "The night before the assistant scholar of the City of Knowledge swears to become a scholar, they must keep watch in the cellar with only one obsidian candle. If they can light the candle, they can leave the cellar in advance. It is said that no one has ever lit a candle before. Grand Scholar Pycelle said that this is to warn the new scholars that even if a person is full of knowledge, he is not omnipotent. The personal strength of an organization's leader determines the upper limit of the organization's ability. Grand Scholar Pycelle must be a stupid pig." A silver-haired old priestess sneered. "Why do you say that?" White Knight was puzzled. "Because the 4 glass candles in the City of Knowledge all came from Beleglia. It was a reward for 50 years of service from a scholar 1,000 years ago for low-level basic meditation techniques. Our ancestors paid such a high price to obtain the truth from us, but the younger generation treated it as a joke. How laughable!" The old priestess sneered. "So, the last test of the scholar is actually to test their witchcraft talent?" Danny thought. This test may have been useful in the past, but in the last 100 years it had been the age of magic and no one could light the candle, so it gradually became a joke. She looked at the priestess and asked, "High Priestess, do you know about the magic tide? A Yashai wizard told me that the appearance of the dragon brought magic to the world." This question seemed to be troubling the priestess. She hesitated and looked at the silver-haired old priestess who mocked the City of Knowledge. The old priestess thought for a moment and said, "This statement is not wrong. The dragon represents the limit of the world's power, and the huge gap between the dragon and the mortals is the active range of the mysterious people. But in the world, other than the dragon, there are gods, and gods can also increase the upper limit of the world's life force. So, In the place where the divine power is active, the activity of the magic factor is enough to give birth to a wizard. There must be true gods in the world. But why was there the age of magic more than 100 years ago? The gods do not belong to the human world, and they are too far away from the real world. They can only affect a very small area, such as Yashai in the Shadowland. But the dragon is in the human world, in the real world. After the explanation, he did not care whether Danny understood or not. He impatiently urged, "Go in. You have already delayed our afternoon prayer, and we still have to do the evening class later." "Oh, sorry, but what should I do?" "Focus on the top of the candle, or rather, just stare at it. There is enough time for you to use for one night." When the door of the inheritance room closed, High Priestess Jenny brought the few old priestesses upstairs for evening prayer, leaving White Knight alone outside the door. Chapter 181. Staring at the candle? You might as well get me a magic crystal ball and let me touch it, Danny muttered as she walked slowly to the 2-meter-tall obsidian candle. She touched it. It was cold like glass, and there was no reaction at all. She widened her eyes and looked up carefully from the base. It was like a branch of an old plum tree that was twisted buzz. In an instant, the room was filled with white light that was as bright as falling snow. "Shit, didn't you say you want to look at it all night?" This thought only appeared in her mind for a moment. In the next moment, the flame spun in front of her eyes, just like the spiral pattern outside the door. Danny felt that her body was gradually being elongated, becoming a thin line, falling into a pure white world with snowflakes dancing in the air. Her consciousness entered a mysterious and mystical realm. Barristan, who was outside the door, was stunned. As soon as the door was closed, the white light that was like a sharp sword pierced through the gap of the door as if the door to heaven had been opened. "Is it His Majesty? Why is it so fast?" He found it unbelievable that the black light around him was wriggling like a living thing. It was wriggling and shrinking under the pressure of the white sword aura. The big candle that was burning with black light in the hall was forced to take a step back by the small candle in the room. What made Barristan even more confused was that even with the white light surrounding him, there was still no shadow under him. "His Majesty, are you all right?" he asked softly through the door. The response was swoosh. The white light that was as bright as snow instantly turned into a yellow light that shone like pure gold. The midday sun rose in the room. Then it was as red as charcoal. Those who did not know would think that the room was on fire. Then the darkness of the void even absorbed the black light in the hall. Barristan, who was standing outside the door, had his vision blurred for a while. Then it was a deep blue like the sea, a tender green like a fragrant ball, hibiscus purple, apple green. Other than the black and white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple colors rotated one by one. Just as the light dimmed, the sound of hurried running came from the stairs opposite. "Why is it so fast?" The silver-haired old priest asked anxiously. I don't know," Barristan said doubtfully as he quietly pressed his left hand on the scimitar's hilt on the left side of his waist. "How did you know?" he asked. A bright beam of light shot out from the sky and extended for a few kilometers. "Anyone who looks to the south will be able to see it," Jenny said with a serious expression. Barristan understood. Even the tiny gap in the door could not block the light in the room. The skylight inside must also be shooting the light at an angle towards the sea. But wasn't it a little too exaggerated to spread a few kilometers? What terrifying magic power! The silver-haired old man's blue eyes were filled with unconcealable shock and bewilderment. "But she's just a newbie. How is that possible? Perhaps Her Majesty is the mother of dragons." The White Knight spread his legs and used his tall body to block the wooden door behind him. The High Priest shook his head and said, "That's not right. Not to mention that she's just a dragon spirit. Even if there really was a dragon god in this world, he wouldn't be able to stimulate the 9-colored light." "Dragon spirit? What is it?" Barristan asked curiously. Jenny's eyes flickered as she stared at the old knight, who looked like an iron can. She asked loudly, "The inheritance room is specially prepared for the peak masters of the 14th peak. Only the direct descendants of the highest bloodline can activate the 9-colored candle." What did she do? Didn't you say it was based on the purity of the bloodline? The old knight said angrily. I lied to her. According to Targaryen's position in Valeglia, he can only stimulate the 3-colored candle at most. Plus, she was so fast. She must have... Creak! The wooden door opened. In less than 5 minutes, Dany walked out. You. A few priests pointed at Dany with trembling fingers. Their faces changed drastically. It's the perfect inheritance. Dany still looked the same. Her long silver hair, small heart-shaped face, but her purple eyes were shining brightly. In the center of her pupils, 9 tails of different colors spread out, forming a spiral vortex. Sorry, I'm not used to it. Dany patted her head. When she opened her eyes again, the abnormality in her pupils disappeared. How did you get the perfect inheritance? Jenny asked with a pale face. I don't know. Maybe it's because your talent is too high? This has nothing to do with talent. Only the peak masters of the 14th fire peak have the chance to activate the perfect inheritance. Fortunately, she had brought the identity card with her. Feeling the slightly warm Dragon King identity card in her chest, Dany felt lucky. She did not expect Valeglia to be so rigid. During the process of absorbing the inheritance, Dany was in a daze. She was only subconsciously following the changes in the flame and building the framework of the basic meditation runes in her mind. When the inheritance was completed, a message suddenly came from the candle. First Peak Master, congratulations on obtaining the qualification to be a great wizard candidate. When she woke up, she immediately felt her chest burning. She pulled out the silver chain to take a look. The volcano pattern on the black iron token seemed to have come alive. The mouth of the volcano was slowly spewing out golden red light. Then, above her spiral-shaped sea of consciousness, strands of golden red lava rolled down, forming strange runes and fusing with the vortex below. Finally, the illusory vortex condensed into a solid form. Dany had an inexplicable realization at that moment. The meditation technique from before was incomplete. Now, with the first Peak Master's identity card, the meditation runes were completed. The memory only lasted for a moment. Dany pushed away Barristan, who was in front of her, and smiled flatteringly. High Priestess, I only got the basic meditation technique. Do you have any more witchcraft to teach me? You. High Priestess, Jenny was stunned. Her bright blue eyes were suddenly dyed black. Even the whites of her eyes could not be seen. Then a dark red spark ignited in the center of her black, crystal-like pupils. An ancient and majestic aura spread out from her young body. A gust of wind blew in the hall. The black flame on the central candle rose 3 feet high. The flame danced into the shape of a ferocious dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and roared silently at Dany. The High Priestess exuded a decaying and holy aura at the same time. The 2 auras mixed into a frenzied spiritual wave. Barristan's face was aghast. Just by looking at Jenny, his mind was seized by a nightmarish fear, and his limbs couldn't move at all. This is God's descent. Dany screamed. Ah! The silver-haired old priestess was shocked at first. Then her face was filled with fanaticism. Welcome, your majesty. The other 3 old men immediately knelt and shouted, Welcome, our Lord Balerion. Jenny was indifferent at first, but when her dark eyes glanced at Dany, her face immediately changed. She screamed, You, this is impossible. The old and hoarse male voice mixed with the crisp and melodious voice of a young girl. Dany and Barristan had goosebumps. Impossible, the prophecy can't be on a lowly slave, but Dany did not have the mood to chat with the other party. She entered the dragon's spirit state. The whirlpool in her sea of consciousness spun rapidly. She launched a spirit attack. Go, like the roar of a megalosaurus. A substantial arc-shaped airwave spread out from Danny's open mouth. Barristan shuddered violently, as if he was awakened from a dream. He suddenly recovered from his muddle-headedness. But the people on the opposite side seemed to have been hit head-on. 2 old priestesses floated back 3 steps. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted before they landed. The other 2 priestesses did not faint. They were pushed back 2 steps by the airwave. They held their heads and wailed, "Ah, dragon, dragon, true dragon, ah dong!" Beleriand, who descended on Jenny, took half a step back. He said with a strange yin and yang duet voice, "How dare you, a mere young dragon, dare to be presumptuous in front of me?" Gudong gudong. Jenny's flat belly suddenly swelled up like a pregnant woman. Her belly was like a washing machine at the highest gear, making a strange water flow whirling sound. "You go first, your majesty, I will stop him." Barristan pulled out his curved sword and was about to rush forward to make the first move. Oh, the old knight was indeed experienced. Although it was the first time he encountered such a magical scene, he instantly reacted. The opponent was preparing for a big move. "Are you stupid? There are still 2 dragons outside." Danny pulled him and shouted. But Dash, without waiting for him to speak, Danny dragged him and quickly ran in the direction of the gray door. "Don't worry, I am familiar with this kind of scene. It's nothing." While running, she comforted him. "Barristan, 7 gods above, your majesty, what have you experienced?" Dash!" Jenny suddenly bent down. Her mouth was like an open faucet. Black and red smelly juice flowed onto the ground. In the sticky vomit, dark red earthworms the length of a little finger struggled to crawl out. They did not have wings, but gradually floated and gathered into a group. Like a phalanx of drones, they formed the appearance of a roaring black dragon. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The sound was like a swarm of bees flapping their wings. Danny and Barristan had already run to the door, but the swarm was too fast. It was almost like an arrow shot at them. The next moment they were about to. Danny pushed the white knight to the left and shouted in the form of a dragon spirit, "Blackie, save me!" Boom! Wood chips flew. Blackie was like a plane that had crashed. Half of its body was stuck outside the door. Its long head plunged into the hull, almost at the same time. Boom! The scarlet dragon flame column swept through Danny's body and raged wildly in the hall of the sacred hall. The lead armor was melting. The 4 old priests were instantly ignited. Jenny's face was twisted in the flame and melted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The earthworm that had already flown to Danny's side was instantly dispersed and lost its ability to fly. It fell to the ground and struggled in the dragon flames. Surprisingly, it did not die. Its dark red body seemed to have been recharged and gradually turned red. Its body was also visibly elongating and thickening, like a snake that was slithering towards her. Not only were they not burned to death by the nemesis of all monsters, the megalosaurus, but they were also absorbing the magic in the dragon flame to grow rapidly. Damn it, what is this? Danny covered her face and stepped back. Blackie had been ordered to stop spitting fire, but there was already a 10-centimeter-long earthworm crawling on her molten and deformed boots. Tisk tisk, white smoke rose. The lead boots where the earthworm crawled on began to melt. It seemed to be consciously drilling into the boots. It wanted to bite her feet. Chapter 182. Was this strange monster an earthworm or a leech? Why did it want to get into her body? In the state of the dragon spirit, Danny felt a fatal danger in Blackie's sea of consciousness. Therefore, she struggled and kicked her legs, trying to kick the earthworm away. But it was like a dog clinging to a goddess. It stuck to her feet and couldn't be shaken off. Swoosh! A black light flashed, and a piece of the boot was cut off. The bright red earthworm was cut in two and fell to the ground, motionless and dead. It was Beristan. When he was pushed away by Danny, he took the opportunity to cover his head with his golden cloak to avoid the high temperature. When the dragon flame stopped, the old knight immediately flipped over and stood up. The curved sword in his hand, antelope's horn, left a brand new silver cut on Danny's boots. It works. The white knight shouted excitedly and waved the scimitar in his hand. The bright red earthworm on the ground was cut in two without any resistance. The charred body on the charred ground of the hall struggled to get up. The vicious, bloodshot black eyes looked at the scimitar in Beristan's hand and cursed with a mixed male and female voice. Wah, Lelia, steel! Damn it. Valeglia's steel breaks evil. Danny suddenly understood and then felt annoyed. Didn't they say that Megalosaurus had the best anti-magic effect? Don't get close to it. She stopped the white knight who was about to rush over and behead Jenny. Let's leave the hall. It was not that she was scared. The other party was hit by the dragon flame, but did not suffer much damage. Only her hair, clothes, and skin were burned. Well, her face was also a little like plastic that was melted in high temperature. The white knight calmed down and realized that she was a little impulsive. She immediately retreated to Danny and helped her out of the door. Seeing this, Jenny jumped up like a carp and staggered over to them. Come back, come back. This is your mission. You can't escape. Together with me, become immortal. Boom! After Danny and Selena left the hall, Dahe began to unscrupulously release the light and heat in the dragon flame. Jenny melted and burned like a candle in the bright red flame. But immediately, a pair of invisible hands seemed to appear and knead the plasticine into the shape of a woman again. Her previously deformed and shriveled face actually became plump again. Then, the new humanoid figure was once again roasted into a puddle of water, and after 7 or 8 cycles, Jenny recovered faster and faster. She even had the energy to let out a terrifying laugh. The dragon from the east can indeed hurt me, but I am Beleriand, the ancestor god of the Dragon King. When I get used to the new magic factor, your dragon will no longer have any effect on me. Holy shit, is this the 8 trigrams furnace to refine Sun Wukong? Also dragons of other races. What the hell is this? Beristan was shocked. Your Majesty, what should we do now? He turned his gaze to Danny, whose face was covered with blisters. Well, a certain queen had previously said in an experienced tone, I'm familiar with this kind of situation. It's a piece of cake. Danny looked around blankly and saw Little White, who was doing nothing. Her eyes lit up and she shouted, Dahe, step back, Little White, you spray! Hiss boom. Little White immediately lowered its head and joined the ranks of roasting human flesh. Danny found that under Little White's dragon flame, Jenny recovered to her previous state. The dragon egg came from Asia, and her 4 dragons were not the descendants of the Megalosaurus of Alleglia. But what did this mean? Weren't all the dragons in the world the same? Obviously, Jenny used her body to test the fire, proving that the dragons in Valeglia and the dragons in the outside world were 2 different species. The magic factor was different. Ah, what's this magic factor thing? All the above thoughts were completed in an instant. After Little White joined and Dahe left the hall, Danny immediately launched the only witchcraft she knew, Soul Strike. In the dragon spirit state, Dahe's dragon soul entered Danny's spiritual sea. The human and dragon souls merged into one and turned into a dark arrow. At this time, in Danny's vision, Jenny was no longer a human, but a monster formed by black fog with a man's head and a black dragon's body. The arrow hit the monster's forehead, and the black shadow with a human head and a dragon's body let out a silent howl. Its body shook and shrank a lot. Buzz. Jenny's body shook a little. Buzz. The second soul strike. Jenny staggered. Dahe lay on the ground, twitching as if he had epilepsy, and Danny's nose was bleeding. Beleriand's demonic shadow shrank again, and Jenny's figure could be seen through the thin black fog. Buzz! The third soul strike, Danny's 7 orifices were bleeding, and Dahe's eyes rolled back. The demonic shadow shrank into a small ball, and Jenny's figure was completely exposed. No, Jenny suddenly stopped and roared. Bang! As if a grenade with the buckle pulled off had been stuffed into a steel door, Jenny exploded into countless pieces of minced meat in the dragon flame. Every soul attack directly hit Balerian's divine soul, killing 1,000 enemies, losing 1,000 and losing 1,000 and 2,000. However, Danny and Dahe were both in their original bodies, and Balerian only had a part of his soul in Jenny's body. Both of them had different abilities, and Danny was using her own body to hurt Balerian. After 3 consecutive soul strikes, Balerian's divine power was not enough to cover Jenny's entire body. Her body was mortal, and of course, she could not withstand the dragon flame. It's over. Danny breathed a sigh of relief. Be careful! A black light flashed in front of her, and Barristan's angry shout was heard. An earthworm, as long as an arm and as thick as a finger, was cut in half and fell to the ground. The scattered, dark, red blood corroded the stones on the ground into a small pit. Chee-chee! Wisps of green smoke rose from the pit. You deserve to die. In the hall, there were men, women, old people, children, young girls, rough, crisp, gloomy, sweet, gentle. Countless people, countless voices, all mixed together to form a sinister and feminine baritone. Danny's scalp went numb. She took a few steps back and shouted, Run! Dahe, Whitey, quick, take off! Even the old driver could not hold them back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the hall separated by a door, countless earthworms with flickering red light were like noodles in a boiling pot, twisting and wriggling. Hearing the crawling sound, it was as if something was trying to crawl into a person's mouth and down their throat. Squeak! Dahe struggled to get up. He first bit Danny's shoulder with his mouth and placed her on Whitey's back, since she could not move freely. Then he kicked off and leaped into the sky. Barristan's movements were swift, and he had already jumped onto his black dragon. Squeak! Before the earthworms crawled out of the hall. Whitey had also flown into the sky. Not far away, a few hundred Orlos people had gathered around the street. Danny did not stay for long. She immediately ordered the 2 dragons to fly towards the south. Yep, she did not enter the sea of smoke. Thump, thump. In less than 3 minutes, the Megalosaurus once again landed on the Tower of Babel. Barristan asked in a panic, Your Majesty, are you not feeling well? My body is fine. Danny struggled to climb down from the dragon's back. The melting point of her lead armor was too low, and it had melted under the draconic flames. Although she was not injured, she could barely move after the lead armor cooled down. White Knight climbed down from the black dragon and came to Danny's side. She used her scimitar to cut off the lead armor around her joints as she asked in confusion, Then why aren't we running away? Danny touched the blisters on her face and grimaced. My body is fine, but my heart is not. Sigh. There's nothing we can do about it. Who would have thought that the gods were real? It was obvious that this noble old man was unable to keep up with the queen's pace. Hiss! After Danny could move her hands, she pulled out the Veleglia's steel dagger from her waist and urged the old man. Okay, you go, I'll do it myself. Where are we going? Whitebeard was at a loss. I'm not feeling well. We're going to rob this Tower of Babel. Do you understand? Really, this old man was not eye-catching at all. Previously, when she followed Jenny down the Tower of Babel, but did not see a single guard, there should have been. Ahem, at that time, Danny was really just thinking about it. Well, just thinking about it. Rob. The old knight's voice was louder than Danny's. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. When you went down the tower earlier, your eyes were looking around. What did you see? Danny asked. Barristan's old face was red, and he said unhappily, Your Majesty, I was carefully observing the enemy's situation, not sneakily peeping at the master's treasure. Bang, bang, bang. Danny patted her chest a few times and said unhappily, Look carefully, look at me. Do I look like a kind guest? We're at war. Shouldn't we take the spoils after winning the battle? Danny's shiny silver hair became black and dirty. Her white little face was burned red with blisters, and her valiant silver armor was burned black and tattered. It was terrible. I should have called, You're a Mormont. I can't do this kind of thing. He muttered, but still trotted through the stairs. The old knight had served the king for decades. He had always been open, upright, and proud. He followed Queen Danny, but this was the first time in his life that he had done something like a bandit. I don't want gold or silver, just Valeglia steel weapons and magic books. Danny shouted at the white knight who had disappeared into the corridor. The old man's feet could be vaguely seen tripping. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly staggered. After a while, there was a faint cry of a maid downstairs. There are thieves, robbers, bandits robbing the city, Lord's palace. Then came the old knight's anxious explanation. I'm not a thief. I'm not a robber. Don't be afraid. Don't shout. The building is so high. The people on the street can't hear. Quickly give me the high priest's treasure. I won't hurt you. One could imagine how embarrassed the old man was at this time, and how incoherent he was. Aha! The old man's cry was full of delight. A moment later, Barristan returned with heavy footsteps, holding an iron lump the size of a banquet table. It was dark, and it was obvious that many tubes had been welded on it. The old man's neck leaned back with difficulty, and his steps were difficult, almost moving over. What's this? Why are you carrying a black lump of metal over here? Where's the sword, the secret arts? You can find a few history books. Danny frowned. Your Majesty, this is the witchcraft lens. The legendary witchcraft lens. The old man shouted excitedly, Throw it away! Danny waved her hand in disdain. What's the use of a cell-scale microscope? It's so big, so stupid, so stupid. She would find a few glassworkers in Mir, and a few blacksmiths in Kohar, and she would be able to DIY 100 small and exquisite witchcraft lenses with high magnification. Chapter 183. Your Majesty, this is the witchcraft lens. It might be the only witchcraft lens in the world. The old man reminded, Even if you don't use it for yourself, you can bring it back to the City of Knowledge. The scholars will definitely be grateful to you. They spent 5 million gold royals in 40 years, and still couldn't make the witchcraft lens. Sigh, it's so big. How much space does it take? I'd rather have books. And what's the use of the City of Knowledge's gratitude? A bunch of dregs who don't even know how to make a microscope. Your Majesty, didn't you notice? The old man shook the metal lump in his hand. There's not a trace of rust. It's made of Valeglia steel. What? Danny widened her eyes and said excitedly, Oh my God! How many swords can be made from melting it? The white knight's mouth twitched. What kind of waste was this? Put it down, I'll pack it. You go back and continue. Before you come up later, remember to bring me a rope. The old man put down the witchcraft lens with a straight face, turned around, and went downstairs with a straight face. Danny stopped cutting the lead and walked over happily to size up the metal lump. The witchcraft lens was placed on the ground. It was as high as her neck, dull, smoky black, and cold to the touch, almost the same as the metal lump. Even the joint did not have a trace of rust. It was most likely really made of Valeglia steel. She picked it up and tested its weight. It looked light from the outside. It looked big, but it didn't weigh more than 100 pounds. That's right, the microscope was made up of several groups of HoloLens tubes. The inside was definitely not a solid piece of porcelain. The structure is so complicated. Danny was shocked to find that there were more than 80 lens tubes. The whole metal lump was made up of lens tubes of various sizes. There were also some parts that she did not know the purpose of. It was so complicated that she could not understand it at all. She did not even know how to use it. What are the people of Valeglia doing? It's clearly a simple combination of eyepiece and objective lens. Why are they making it so complicated? Useless trash. I'll melt you when I get back. Your Majesty, we have to hurry. A maid has sneaked out. She will definitely inform the guards. Barristan staggered again. He wrapped a large bag of items with a purple brocade curtain printed with golden patterns. There was a rope as thick as a finger hanging around his neck. Clang! It fell to the ground, revealing the leather scabbard of a long sword, a bulging shield, a 14-inch wide book, and a few fist-sized beads. Are you done? Danny asked. I found a library with at least 1,000 books. I couldn't take all of them, so I only picked some books whose names I didn't know. White Knight took out a plain linen bedsheet and wrapped it around the witch lens before carrying it on her back. You don't understand? You speak, Valeglia. Danny lifted the curtain package and found that it weighed 100 to 200 pounds. It was too big, so she tied the package with a rope and made it look like a gift bag. There was a buckle at the end so that little White could reach in and lift the big gift bag. I know the title of the book, but I don't know what it means. I think that as long as it's a book that I don't understand, it's most likely related to magic, he said. Are you sure Valeglia has all the weapons? Danny asked. A 2-handed sword and a shield. That's enough. The Tower of Babel was specially prepared for Megalosaurus to take off and land. They jumped down from the edge of the platform, and the 2 dragons glided into the sky with the heavy Valeglia treasures. They quickly left the noisy cursing on the ground far behind. Fortunately, they picked a good time. It was already late at night, about 8 or 9 o'clock at night. The Orlos people who didn't have any entertainment activities were sleeping. Otherwise, Danny and the others wouldn't be so relaxed. After flying northeast for an hour and a half, they finally heard the sound of waves. It was as if a veil had been lifted, and the starry night sky suddenly appeared above their heads. They had left the land of long summer. Wow, what an exciting day! Danny laughed out loud. The 2 dragons were also tired after a day without eating. They were a little tired, so they used first gear flight mode and slowly glided towards Astapor. The sound of the wind was soft, and at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, they could hear shouting more than 10 meters away. Sigh, today's experience has made me. Barristan also breathed a sigh of relief. He lifted his helmet and asked hesitantly, Are those really the gods of Valeglia? I always thought. It's not that I don't believe in the gods, but I never thought that I would be able to face them one day. Jazz, what do you think gods are? I've always believed in the 7 gods, the 7 spiritual sustenance, and the 7 wooden carvings. Now I'm a little confused. Barristan smiled bitterly. Haha, you were good before. It's the right way to believe. After a pause, Danny explained, I met the first god in Queers. Immortal? White Knight exclaimed. Yes, immortal. Gods can be divided into 3 types. The first is the old gods, the nature gods, and the innate gods. Yes, they can also be called the spirits of nature. As for the specifics, I've never seen them, so I can't tell. But one thing is certain, they are all true gods. Only true gods are immortal. The second type is people who want to become gods. Jazz, look at me, and then look at the ordinary girl. You'll understand. Everyone is different. Although she was blowing her own trumpet, Barristan agreed with what she said. An ordinary girl could hatch a dragon? Could she not burn it? Could she make a dragon so obedient? Could she defeat 2 gods in a row? Could she light up a glass candle in an instant? Talented people can sense and enlighten supernatural powers from their own lives. For example, wizards, priests of gods, mages, and so on. If a wizard has enough talent, knowledge, and ambition, he can enter a strange state between a mortal and a true god. In that state, they can absorb power from outside their body. The spiritual power in nature, the magic power in the Tidal Sea, and especially the power of faith and faith of humans. At that time, they can be called demigods or spirits of faith. So the immortal and Belarus are just spirits of faith. Barristan felt more relaxed. You've also noticed that Balerion, who descended on Jenny, is not invincible. In fact, if there were 3 Grand Knights who are as skilled in the sword as you, and charged fearlessly, there's an 80% chance that you could kill that bastard. You should let me try. Barristan smiled. Huh. Dany also laughed. She knew that the old man was just trying to liven up the atmosphere, and did not regret losing the title of Godslayer. 3 Grand Knights with Valeglia's steel sword charged over. There must be 1 or 2 who would fill the hole, exhausting the opponent's witchcraft and creating a chance for the last one to kill. The 3rd type of god is the doctrine god, created by humans. There are so many churches in the world, it's impossible for every church to have a god active behind them. The old man hesitated and asked, Then the Church of the 7 Gods? I'm not sure. These theories were summed up after meeting 2 demigods. Then, why did that Balerion attack you? Even if you obtain the inheritance of the Grand Wizard, Valeglia is gone. What's the point of following the previous rules? The old man did not understand. Sigh, I didn't understand at first, but then, after Jenny's body exploded, every fireworm made a different sound. Did you notice? Yes. The old man nodded and said with a bitter smile, To be honest, I was scared. It was too strange. I guess the souls of the owners of those sounds were all devoured by Balerion, or rather, Balerion is the amalgamation of the ancestors of the 14 fire peaks. Immortals are like that too. They all want to devour my life and soul. The reason why I can hatch a dragon must be because my bloodline is extraordinary, but Barristan thought for a while and said, It's just that he made a mistake in his judgment, thinking that you are not the prey he needed. Yes. Dany frowned. She wanted to know what Balerion misunderstood. Fortunately, that Balerion can't leave the land of long summer. The old knight sighed. We don't have to be afraid of him. When we go back, we can melt the witchcraft lens. The Blood Oath Guards and the Kingsguard each have a Valeglia steel sword. They can't kill him. Dany said proudly, Your Majesty, I think it's better to keep the witchcraft lens. If we really need a Valeglia steel sword, we can melt Mormont's armor. The old man advised. We'll talk about it when we go back. If she really came up with an optical microscope, she would definitely melt the witchcraft lens. Your Majesty, what kind of inheritance did you get? I saw you use True Dragon Roar several times in a row. Other than the first time I helped you get out of trouble, I didn't go against you for the last 3 times. You can still hear it? Dany asked in surprise. Yes, I can vaguely hear the roar of a megalosaurus. It seems to be more majestic than Black Diamond's usual roar. Blackie only roars out sound waves, but the witchcraft I used imitates the dragon's horn. It's a little similar. The old knight suddenly realized. It was also his first time seeing Dany's soul strike. Other than True Dragon Roar, this name is strange. It sounds like Lion Roar. Lion Roar, Landlady Loudmouth? Dany shuddered and quickly got rid of the thought from her mind. There's only a basic meditation technique in inheritance that can help me train my spirit. I don't know what it's used for. Let's practice for a while first. Oh, that's not right. I can now clear the curse in the land of long summer. Dany said happily. Clear the entire land of long summer? Whitebeard was shocked. No, it's just the curse on you and me. What? We have a curse on us, but we're wearing anti-curse armor. The old knight exclaimed. Dany was a little embarrassed. You're mistaken. The radiation is not nuclear radiation. It's high-energy magic radiation. Nuclear radiation was not the only type of radiation. For example, when a high-temperature object radiates heat to a low-temperature object, it's also a type of radiation, thermal radiation. Almost all objects with high energy levels can release radiation to objects with low energy levels. The magic extracted by Valeglia from underground fire was a type of high-grade energy. At this time, the land of long summer was full of this kind of magic radiation. The great wizard's inheritance did not tell Dany this knowledge, but after learning the basic meditation, she, Like Kuei, she and the great wizard Haya used her own body to feel the surge of the magic tide. She did not know what happened to the others. She could also absorb the magic energy from the outside world through meditation, fuse it with the spirit power in the spirit sea, and refine witchcraft. Previously, when she used the soul strike on Faceless One, it was purely consuming her own spirit power. She used her and Blackie's souls to attack the opponent's spirit sea. That attack almost exhausted her strength, and even Blackie would lose consciousness for a short time. After learning the basic meditation technique, the soul strike consumed her witchcraft, and she only felt a little tired after using it 4 times in a row. Chapter 184. In the garden on the top floor of the Great Pyramid of Astapor, sunlight drove the thin morning mist to scatter lazily on people's faces. The bedsheets were stained with morning dew, showing traces of wetness. He untied the rope tied to the outside and spread it out on the red brick floor. Swords, shields, books, crystal balls, and other miscellaneous items scattered all over the floor. Bam! Barristan untied the curtain bag and carefully placed the huge witchcraft lens on the coffee table beside him. Your Majesty, Sir Sammy already has a scimitar. This 2-handed sword is a perfect match for me. Yora Mormont hugged the 2-handed sword with a dark purple lizard skin scabbarded tightly, wishing that he could immediately hang it on his waist. In your dreams! The old knight snatched the sword back from his hand and sneered. The scimitar was lent to me by Ago to protect your Majesty. Now that I have Tunri, the scimitar naturally has to be returned to Ago. Yes, the sword he found from Orlos was called Tunri. Valeglia's words were engraved on the golden sword guard. The 2 white knights had never thought of giving Tunri to Danny because the sword was too long. The blade was 3 meters long, and the hilt was a golden dragon that was 30 centimeters long. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out the blade. Its upper and lower jaws were used as guard. Its wings and legs were retracted, but it did not affect its grip. Its tail was tied with colorful tassels. It was a very beautiful sword. This sword is too flashy. It will attract unnecessary attention, Yura advised. It's fine. Just find a blacksmith to blacken the color. The old knight said as he took off the Iraq scimitar from his waist and hung Tunri on it. Together with his tall and burly body, the sword was just the right length. That shield, the shield is Grey Worm's. Barristan interrupted him. You use a 2-handed sword. Do you have a 3rd hand to hold a shield? If it was a small round shield, it could be hung on the arm, but this curved shield could only be used with a short sword and a spear. In other words, Valeglia had imitated the shield style of the Guji's army. Grey Worm already has a Valeglia steel short sword, Yura muttered. Why don't we melt it to make a sword? What books did you look for? Gene Overview, The Secret of Color, an analysis of the principle of optics, geometry, the magic of numbers. Danny held up a stack of books and said to the old knight in frustration, These things are useless to me. Really? Isn't it better to always compare poems and stories? Whitebeard said awkwardly, Forget it. It's useless to me, but it's a priceless treasure to this world. Danny sighed. Where are the magic crystal balls? The old knight pointed at the red, purple, and colorless crystals and asked, Are they helpful to you? Crystal of high purity. It's a very good bedside ornament. Whitebeard blushed and couldn't help but think of the place where he found the crystal ball, Jenny's bedroom. He thought that it was a tool that the high priestess used to cultivate her magic every day. After all, in the stories, it was often said that the witch used a crystal ball to divine the future. The normal glass candles used by wizards are not known to people. Those third-rate writers who write wizard stories have done a lot of harm. The old knight sighed. After a day and a night in the land of long summer, Danny was very tired when she returned to Astapor. She only drank a bowl of mutton stewed with turnip soup, washed up, and went to bed. The red sun slowly fell into the sea in the west, and the world was red. The red light shone through the skylight onto the wall, covered with beige wallpaper, adding a warm and peaceful atmosphere to the quiet stone room. Suddenly, Danny, who was sleeping soundly, frowned as if she was enduring some uncomfortable pain. She opened her eyes, and a faint light flashed in her purple eyes. She raised her right wrist in front of her eyes, and a red flickered under her fair skin. Kashii! Danny's eyes gradually regained their clarity. After a moment of hesitation, she withdrew the wizard power around her wrist. The red that turned into a long line as thin as hair and hit the wardrobe opposite her. The red line dimmed and disappeared, and a woman appeared in front of the wardrobe. She was wearing a long hooded robe, and her face under the hood was covered by a red wooden mask. It was Kashii. Danny, rise, you've impressed me. The hood covered her eyes, but Danny could feel that she was staring at her. Danny put down her wrist and sighed. I just found out that I was marked by witchcraft. Come to think of it, you've only touched me once. The last time we met in the streets of Queers, you laid 2 fingers, as if by accident, upon my right wrist. Chapter 48 of the book. At that time I felt a strange tingling sensation and thought it was an illusion. I remember you promised that you would never hurt me. So, it's just a coordinate. Using a glass candle to find someone without a coordinate is like looking for a gold coin in the sea. It's too difficult. Now that you've mastered the mysterious power, you should understand my difficulties. Ka, she said lightly. To be honest, I don't understand because I don't know how to use a glass candle and I don't have one. Kashii, I can feel a condensed power in your body. It's powerful, vast, and awe-inspiring, Wizard Ashaya said slowly. I just learned a set of basic meditation techniques in Orlos yesterday. I don't know a single spell now. Danny said honestly. Danny was furious when she found out that Kashii had secretly left a coordinate on her body. When she obtained the first trace of witchcraft yesterday, she felt that something was wrong with her body. She wasn't sure at first, but now that Kashii had changed into a living person right in front of her, she calmed down. Kashii's methods were so powerful that if she really wanted to attack her, she would have died long ago. When she thought of this, she didn't hate Kashii as much. Of course, she still had to be vigilant. Orlos. Kashii thought for a moment and said in shock, You really are bold to enter the land of summer. Why can't I go? Kashii took a deep breath and said seriously, Do you remember the prophecy I told you before? If you want to go north, you have to go south. If you want to reach the west, you have to go east. Danny was stunned. When you said don't go west, did you mean the land of summer west of Slaver's Bay? I thought it was the Westeros in the west. I don't know. Kashii's words almost made Danny vomit blood. As if she could see her displeasure through the blisters on her face, the Asha shaman continued, I can give you the prophecy, but I can't help you decipher the content of the prophecy. However, I can be sure of one thing. The land of summer west of Slaver's Bay, the Free Cities, and the Westeros are all ominous places for you. Danny was deep in thought. She understood Kashii's prophecy a little. Just like the previous sentence, if you want to go north, you have to go south. If she didn't go south and went to the Dothraki Sea in the north instead, she probably wouldn't end well. If she went to the Dothraki Sea before taking control of Slaver's Bay, she would probably. On the other hand, if she really took control of Meereen, Yuan-Kai, and Astapor, she would have the capital to go north and take down the Dothraki Sea. If she wanted to go north, she had to go south. As for if she wanted to go west, she had to go east. The original Danny rised and go east. Instead, she went back to the Westeros and died a horrible death. What can the east give me? She asked. The truth. Just like in Queers, Danny got the same answer. In other words, going east isn't the goal. It's to get the truth. So I have the capital to go west? Danny asked. This. 'Cause she was stumped. This girl doesn't play by the rules. If the prophecy says you have to go east, then you should go. Why do you keep thinking about cheating? 'Cause she finally said, "Don't expect me to tell you what the truth is. I don't know either." I know. After holding it in for a while, the prophet asked the person being prophesied, "What is the truth?" Isn't it obvious? I have enemies in the land of summer. I have enemies in the free cities. I have enemies in the Westeros. If I enter these places without my guard up, I will be in danger. She could understand it this way. Maybe it really could be, "What kind of enemy did you meet in Orlos?" 'Cause she asked. "The god of Valeglia, Bellerus. He has the same name as the black dragon of Targaryen," Dany said. "So he's not dead." 'Cause she muttered, "That bastard dared to attack me. I'll kill him sooner or later," Dany said proudly. She then laughed and said, "It's everyone's responsibility to kill evil gods. How about you give me some secret witchcraft? Bellerus is the god of Valeglia. He's your god." Dany said such outrageous words so casually. The wizard of Ashaya was shocked. "Have you forgotten? Targaryen has been a believer of the 7 gods for 300 years. I don't have any witchcraft to teach you. Our training systems are different," she said. "Nonsense." Dany raised her wrist and sneered. "You think I was sleeping? I'm trying to decipher your magic coordinate runes. I've already learned 30% of it. In a few days, I'll be able to leave coordinates for others." When she was awake, she would combine with the dragon's soul to become a dragon spirit. When she was asleep, she would enter Blackie's soul realm and become a dragon dream. As long as Blackie was also resting, Dany would enter the dragon dream state when she was asleep. In that state, she could better observe the nature of her soul. It seemed that the coordinates were imprinted on her right wrist, but the real location was her wrist in the soul state. In other words, even if Dany cut off her right hand, 'cause she would still be able to locate her. Therefore, the dragon dream state was very useful for studying the mysterious runes. As Kashi said, her training system was different from Dany's. None of the coordinate runes were in Valeglia's 108 alphabet. However, she found that she did not need to know the meaning of the runes. She could use her witchcraft to draw out the exact same runes with witchcraft effects. Are you sure? 'Cause she did not hide her shock. Why would I lie? A perfect inheritance. You've received the full meditation technique of the great wizard Valeglia. She said with certainty. You're right. Dany was confused. What's so special about it? Valeglia ruled the world. Did you know that? Everyone in the world knows. Kashi sighed and said faintly, If you rule the world, will you plunder the world's gold, silver, knowledge, slaves, and treasures? Chapter 185. Dany suddenly realized that the people of Valeglia must have plundered all the secret books of the occult schools and finally melted them together to create their own super, divine secret book. Seeing her understanding expression, she nodded and sighed. The great wizards who have obtained the perfect inheritance can ignore the schools and use all the witchcraft in the world. They don't even need to study the meaning of the runes. We Asian wizards have studied it for thousands of years, but we still can't figure out how the people of Valeglia did it. I'm afraid they can't use all the witchcraft? Dany thought of something and asked with a smile, Can they use the Red Priest's witchcraft? No. She shook her head and said with a complicated tone, Mortals can only borrow the spells of the gods, they can't steal them. Dany looked expectant and said with a smile, I'm easy to satisfy. I just need to learn your witchcraft. Sorry, I can't teach you any witchcraft. She flatly refused. Why? Knowledge is about communication. I can use my own witchcraft to exchange with you. I can't use your witchcraft. After a pause, she asked, I'm a wizard who specializes in prophecies. You know that, right? So, do you know what's the taboo in prophecies? Without waiting for Dany to answer, she said, The taboo is to interfere with the life of the prophesied person. Prophecies are like a complicated arithmetic problem. By the way, you probably know what a multivariable arithmetic problem is, right? Do you really think I'm illiterate? I know, Danny said with a muffled voice. Prophecies are like an arithmetic problem. There are countless variables. If I'm by your side, I'll become one of the variables, and a very important one. So, do you understand? Danny frowned and said, But you've advised me many times to do this and not to do that. Isn't that interference? I'm just telling you the prophecy. I'm not interfering with your choice. Before I see a clear prophecy next time, I won't appear in front of you again. So, you have another prophecy to tell me? The last prophecy hasn't ended yet. Isn't it a bit too frequent? Danny said with a strange expression. You're the principles of karma, and I'm only responsible for telling you what I see. Kuei, she said lightly. All right, go ahead. Kuei, she said in a melodious tone. The glass candle is lit, the pale mare will come, and the rest will follow. The lion and the griffin, the son of the sun and the dragon of the performer, none of them believed. Remember the undying ones and the chief steward of fragrance. Oh, the glass candle was indeed lit by me. I didn't forget the lesson of the mortals, and gave Balerion a good beating. Pale mare, lion, and so on, what do they represent? Unsurprisingly, Kuei, she did not answer her question. Instead, she sighed and said, Danny Leasy, you can learn my positioning technique, but it's best that you don't use it. After I learned the meditation technique, my former mentor sternly warned me about a wizard's commandment. Now, I will tell you about it. Witchcraft is a sharp blade without a handle. It can hurt others, but it can also hurt oneself. The true purpose of a wizard is to pursue the truth. Witchcraft is just a beautiful scenery that seduces you into the wrong path. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed woman in front of him disappeared, leaving only the sound of his own breathing in the dim red room. In the blink of an eye, Danny fell back onto the feather bed with a thud. She looked at the ceiling and murmured, The well-fed do not know the suffering of the starving. I can also say that the crown is a heavy burden that carries the livelihood of countless people. Glory and power are just poison wine that seduces the queen into the wrong path. After resting in Astapor for a few days, the burns on Danny's face and neck had healed. Barristan also turned Tunri into an ordinary two-handed sword. Just as they packed up and were about to set off again, the Whisper Group and the spy in Kyle sent a messenger crow almost at the same time. The 100 elephants and 5,000 elephant soldiers hired by the Alliance on Elef Island had arrived in Kyle's. The Whisper Group had more information and was more detailed. Each elephant was accompanied by a rider, a crossbowman, and a spearman. Some of the 5,000 elephant soldiers would stay in Kyle's, while the rest would continue westward to Volantis by boat. Volantis also had elephants, so they only needed experienced elephant soldiers to go there. The Whisper Group also revealed that the Alliance had formed a super army of more than 100,000 regular soldiers. They might split into 4 groups and attack Astapor, Yuankai, and Myrene from 4 different places at the same time. This was the suggestion of most of the Alliance's generals. Even if they could not take down the cities, they could at least destroy the mother of dragons' agricultural production. Yes, the Alliance knew about the agricultural production that she had spent a lot of effort to create. However, Dragon Slayer Grazdan was resolutely against the plan to split up. He strongly suggested that everyone should combine their forces and completely abandon all seemingly ingenious but actually useless tactics. They should stick to the strategy of forming a strong stronghold and fighting a dumb battle. Well, after getting the Dragon Slayer saber, Grazdan swore that he would slay dragons in this life, so he got the nickname Dragon Slayer. When it comes to tactics, no one is a match for the sinister and cunning evil mother of dragons. In the Alliance's meeting, the Dragon Slayer was almost in tears. His slogan was, "Gather the power of the whole world and crush Slaver's Bay." He did not even suggest an immediate attack. Dan also thought that the Alliance did not have enough troops. He hoped to pull the Summer Islands, Westeros, Bravos, Roras, Dothraki and the Jade Sea into the alliance. Although the Westeros did not trade slaves, the Iron Throne was the archenemy of Targaryen. If the alliance failed, the Dragon Queen would become the world's first emperor. At that time, would she let go of the Westeros that originally belonged to her? If the Dragon Queen was promoted to the Dragon Empress, would Braavos, the original big brother of the world, be willing to submit to her iron boots? Therefore, Grazdan's real-world alliance was not a delusion of a madman. There was at least a 30% chance that it would become a reality. Because of the different opinions, the alliance's final strategy had not been decided. However, there were 2 points that everyone agreed on. First, seize the time to hatch the dragon as soon as possible. Second, crowdfund to hire the Faceless and try to kill the culprit. The wind-blowing group sent a long spy report of thousands of words. At the end, it was deliberately written in red and marked in bold. Be careful of the Faceless. This reminded Dany that she still had a faceless captive. That night, she came to the Great Pyramid of Astapor. Who sent you to kill me? She asked. The 10-square-meter cramped stone room was thick with iron panels and oak doors, like the coffin lid of a sarcophagus, suffocating. There was no skylight inside, and it was dark 24 hours a day. Every morning and evening, except for the jailers who brought in water and black bread from a small compartment under the door, there were no outsiders, not even sounds from the outside. There was a half-meter-wide, low wooden bed in the corner of the room, emitting a choking stench of feces and urine. The edge of the small wooden bucket was stained with brown dirt. Under the dark red light of the torch, the white maggots that freely crawled in and out were very conspicuous. The prisoner was unkempt, wearing a strange gray linen gown. She hugged her knees and curled up in the corner of the wooden bed. Her head was buried in her knees, and she did not respond to Dany's words. Hey, why don't you talk? Dany endured the stench, stepped forward, and slapped her hard on the back of the head. The unexpected sting made the Reese woman raise her head. Her pale and thin face was a little dirty, and her only left eye was dim like charcoal ash that had been burned overnight. I don't know anything, the assassin said in a hoarse voice. Dany stepped back a few steps, covered her nose with a silk handkerchief, and said in a muffled voice, You know the training method of the Faceless, right? Oh, well, I'll tell you, the first point of the Faceless training is to never be afraid of the dark, never be afraid of loneliness. Your small cell is hell for mortals, but for me it's like home. The second point of the Faceless training is to never reveal the secrets of the Faceless to anyone. The third point of the Faceless training is that all mortals have to die. The Faceless must open their hearts and welcome the arrival of death. The Reese assassin looked at Dany mockingly and asked, There is a fourth, fifth, countless training points. Do you still want to hear them? Dany raised her hands and helplessly said, I admit defeat. I surrender. You win. You Faceless are awesome. Doria's tragic death made Dany hate her to the bone. That day, she threw this Faceless to the Whip King of Astapor Hattar. In addition to the extraordinary level of the whip, Hatter's job was actually an interrogator specializing in helping the slave owners punish disobedient slaves. When Dany took Meereen, captured Yuan Kai, and returned to Astapor, Hattar came dejectedly to ask for forgiveness because he did not make the assassin yield even after using all means. In desperation, Dany had to use the world's #1 torture, a small dark room. After more than 3 months of confinement, the assassin was just thin and spiritless, but there was no sign of collapse. Dany was prepared to continue to accompany her, but the news from the wind-blowing group made her vigilant. This Reese assassin was not hired by the Gith people, and Dany had known for a long time. After taking Meereen, would she interrogate those virtuous and great lords? The Gith people had just decided to hire an assassin, and the crowd-funded funds were still piled up in the Great Pyramid of Meereen. They were arranging for a fleet to transport it to Braavos, when the Dragon Queen's 50,000 troops came from the sky and took Meereen. Queen Dani put the red flower of 10 million gold coins into her own treasury, with witnesses and material evidence. Dani was completely convinced that there were other unruly people in the dark who wanted to harm her. "I've decided to let you go," Dani said to the Faceless. A glimmer of light flashed through the assassin's dull blue eyes. "Why?" "You made me feel the terror of the Faceless organization. I'm afraid and want to reconcile with you. Let's pretend that nothing happened. Faceless give up on assassinating me, and I won't trouble you. How about it?" "Haha, trouble Faceless with just you." The female assassin did not hide her ridicule. "I am the mother of dragons, the queen of Slave Bay and the 7 kingdoms," Dani said lightly. "The Faceless have existed since the time of Valeglia. The Dragon King not only has dragons, but also the entire world. Don't think I don't know the history of the Faceless. You have a long history, but at that time you were just slaves of Valeglia. You don't know anything." The assassin sneered. "I think you don't understand the situation. You're just a messenger. The one negotiating with me is the leader of the Faceless. It's up to him to decide whether to accept my conditions. Moreover, I will state my conditions. Even if you have different opinions, you can still bargain. All right, I'll help you pass the message." That night, the Reese assassin changed his clothes and left without eating. Chapter 186. The next morning, on the garden platform of the Great Pyramid, Baristan checked the items in the travel bag and said worriedly, "I heard that Faceless One will not give up as long as they accept the task." "There are always exceptions." Dani was lying on the back of Big Black with a belt so that it was convenient for Whitebeard to ride. Today, they would continue the previously suspended trip to the Westeros. The old knight was always just a passenger, but Dani could reach the realm of human and dragon unity with any dragon. If there was no wind and Big Black flew at the highest speed, she could also dance ballet on his back. "We can't pose a threat to the Black and White House," the old knight said dejectedly. "I have a dragon. The Faceless One will know about the war at Slave Bay. The Megalosaurus once threw fuel bombs at the ship. Won't that alert them?" "Well, it's possible," Chola interrupted. "Your Majesty, have you forgotten? The sky above Bravos is shrouded in fog all year round, and the buildings on the ground can hardly be seen at high altitude. Bravos was established 900 years ago and only hid for 100 years before taking the initiative to announce its existence to the world. At that time, there were still 300 years before the destruction of Valeglia, but the Dragon King of Valeglia was afraid of getting lost in the fog. After receiving a sum of compensation from the Iron Treasury, he gave up the punishment of the descendants of the fugitive slaves." Dani shrugged and said indifferently, "Even if the negotiation fails, there is no loss. The Faceless One is not as terrible as imagined. Didn't Tintu discover her identity?" Thinking of the dozens of patrol dogs in the pyramid today, the 2 white knights were silent. This time, Dani changed the flight route. Instead of crossing the land of Long Summer, she crossed Slave Bay and went to Tolos across the bay. Then she followed Valeglia Avenue to the northwest and flew in a straight line to the west to Volantis. The whole process would be flying along Valeglia Avenue. Because of the Alliance's attack route, one of them was the ancient Valeglia Avenue known as the Devil's Avenue. In less than 2 hours, Dani saw the ancient Valeglia Freedom Fortress built on the Cape Tolos, smaller and more dilapidated than Astapor. It was on the verge of being abandoned. There were only a few flat-bottomed ships with their sails lowered at the harbor. 7 or 8 crew members were carrying wine barrels, flour, and other goods from the ox carts parked at the harbor under the sun. There were a few pedestrians walking on the old and empty gray stone streets. Hawkers wearing sun hats were pushing carts filled with colorful fruits along the pier to sell their wares. There were merchants in silk clothes hurriedly coming and going. There were sailors in short sleeves and shorts and prostitutes on the streets, teasing Fearless. There was also a blue-clothed servant leading a white elephant that was as tall as a one-story building. He shouted loudly for the people in front to make way. A light breeze blew past, lifting the light yellow gauze curtain. One could see the pink-clothed girl peeking out from the golden chariot on the elephant's back. The residents here wore loose robes in the style of ancient Valeglia. Their skin was white and smooth, and most of them had silver hair or light blonde hair. They were typical of Valeglia. There were also a few Gith people wearing toka robes. Leaving the vicinity of the pier, the number of people on the streets decreased rapidly. Some of the squares were even empty. The whole of Toros had a gloomy and decadent tone. It was dull and lacked passion. They quickly passed by the city with a radius of 1 kilometer. There were manors in the suburbs, forests full of red apples, green vineyards, golden wheat fields, and sporadic vegetable fields. Even more land was barren. There were dozens of sheep and a few buffaloes strolling leisurely on the spacious Valeglia Avenue. The total population of Toros is less than 50,000. Their attitude is not a concern. Danny smiled. They are indeed not a threat to us. However, they can become an outpost for the Alliance army. They can even be a base camp for the army. Baristan said, "Ha ha ha, that's great." Danny laughed. "If the Alliance army shows signs of moving towards Toros, I will take down this city first and place the battlefield outside of my territory." Of course, Toros had slaves too. However, Slave Bay was 700 to 800 kilometers wide. Even if they took it down, it would only be an enclave. It would be a burden for Danny. After 2 or 3 years, the results of the battle with Yuan Kai and Mireen would be completely digested. The next target would be Toros. Toros flew 200 kilometers northeast and came to a fork in the road. To the east was Materis, and to the west was Borash. Toros, which was located on the peninsula, could barely survive. However, Borash, which was on the Great Plains, was destroyed by the Dothraki in the Bloody Era. P.S. Starting from the fork in the road, the two of them entered the area of the Demon Avenue. Once again, the two of them entered the area of high-level magic radiation. What was interesting was that this time, Dahe's Sea of Consciousness did not sense any crisis at all. This proved one thing to Danny. Blackie's sense of danger did not only come from its own safety. Danny's safety could also trigger its sense of danger. The ancient Valeglia Avenue in the land of Long Summer was empty. There were no traces of people. However, on the stone road to Materis, there were a few caravans. There were dozens of people, more than 100 horses, and 30 to 40 ox carts. The caravan stretched for 400 to 500 meters. Through Blackie's vision, Danny saw 4 two-headed monsters, 8 dwarves, and countless deformed creatures with crooked noses and missing eyes. She guessed that the caravan belonged to Materis. After 100 kilometers of gray-green wastelands, a boundless black sea suddenly appeared on the ground. It was the inland sea of the land of Long Summer, the Sea of Sighs. Materis was located in the northernmost part of the Sea of Sighs. It was a black stone city with a radius of 5 kilometers. There were sky-piercing towers, sorcerer towers, Black Tower of the Holy Church, spacious streets, tall civilian towers, a plaza with a fountain and a garden at the top. Like Orlos, this city under the jurisdiction of Valeglia did not have a city wall. That was not right either. The devils of Materis had built a new red brick city wall. The red bricks made of red clay and the red walls made of red bricks did not match the black-themed city. Sigh, why are there so many people? Danny was disappointed. Also, the sky-piercing tower in the center of the city is heavily guarded. "We can't descend from the sky," Whitebeard said regretfully. Danny promised that if she could find Valeglia's steel armor in Materis, she would let him use it. That was why the old knight was starting to lose his integrity. Or perhaps he had gotten used to it? Matariza's environment was not better than Orlos. It was also shrouded in magic radiation and filled with deformed creatures. However, this city was connected to Slavers Bay and Volantis. It had developed commerce and agriculture. Danny noticed that there were crops outside the city as well. However, they were not wheat. Most of them were strange, dark purple chrysanthemums and dark red, long-leaved grass that was taller than a person. Oh my God, those are soregrass leaves. They've grown so much. Whitebeard, who was using binoculars to observe the ground, exclaimed, "Soregrass leaves." Danny was shocked. She took a closer look and found that they were indeed similar to the soregrass leaves that she had seen at Slaver's Bay. The leaves were green and red and were about 3 or 4 times smaller than the tobacco leaves. Its function was probably similar to betel nut and chewing tobacco. If you chewed it in your mouth, you would spit out the dark red juice mixed with your saliva. Not only was it unhygienic, it would also stain your teeth red. Danny hated people who chewed soregrass leaves the most. They've mutated. The plants here have all mutated due to the magic radiation. The soregrass leaves in the ground were even taller than the tobacco leaves. The color was also a little different. It was dark red, and the smell was probably stronger. So, Whitebeard pointed at the dark purple chrysanthemums below and asked, "Doesn't it look like agaric?" The color and size are different, but the branches and flowers are very similar. Agaric had very high medicinal value. Together with mint, wormwood, honey, and a small amount of peppermint oil, it could be made into moon tea and abortion and contraceptive medicine unique to this world. I see. This godforsaken place can't grow food, but it can grow even more effective herbs, Danny muttered. As they continued to fly east, they saw small fishing boats in the sea of sighs and large areas of poppy trees on the shore. The stone road to Volantis was not empty. On average, they saw a caravan every 50 kilometers. Hey, there are demons attacking the caravan. How tragic! The 2 dragons could not help but slow down. Barristan picked up the binoculars and looked at it. He immediately had goosebumps. Like a dense swarm of locust-like, deformed people, they fearlessly charged at the encirclement of the convoy. Every minute and every second, a demonkin was killed. Then, the nearby demonkin immediately gave up on their opponents and swarmed over the corpses of their companions. They grabbed a piece of meat and squatted down to gnaw on it without a care. After they finished eating, they continued to attack. From time to time, there were caravan guards who slipped and were dragged out of the defense circle by the demons. The mournful howls stopped abruptly. Crack, crack, crack. The horrible sound of bones being gnawed was heard. When the demons were almost full, they left the road and went into the nearby bushes and woods, leaving behind a slaughterhouse-like scene. Well, ignoring the large patches of blood, it was more like a dining table that had been licked clean by the guests. Danny said with a pale face, "No wonder this place is called the Path of the Demons." After experiencing this catastrophe, those who survived would either go crazy or lose their courage. I don't know how many demons there are nearby. The Alliance has formed a formation. I'm afraid more than 1,000 demons won't be enough to kill. Barristan had mixed feelings. He did not know if he should hope that there would be more demons like this and cause the Alliance to suffer heavy losses, or that the Alliance could return peace to this area. After flying east for another 2 hours, the scenery in front of them suddenly became bright and colorful. Blue sky, white clouds, bright sun, green grassland, fresh air, and even breathing became clearer. They finally left the gloomy gray land of the long summer and entered the great plains of the Lone River. In order to pass through the long summer as quickly as possible, the 2 dragons flew at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. They took off in the morning and were already a little tired. After seeing a group of gray-haired bison drinking by a small stream in the field, Danny asked them to land. Blackie swooped down first, and a bright red dragon flame ignited a strong bull that could not dodge in time. The shallow stream beside it also bubbled with white steam, and it took a while for it to calm down. Barristan took off his backpack and walked over in the stream. He took out his sword and cut off a large piece of meat that was charred on the outside and bloody on the inside from the hind leg of the bull. He then used a dagger to cut off the charred meat and put it into a lunchbox. He sprinkled pepper, fennel, fire dragon pepper, cumin, and salt powder on it, and gave it to Danny after mixing it well. He took a big bite of the meat that was less than medium rare. It was bloody, and he did not even add any salt. It has a kind of primitive fragrance and sweetness. The old knight was intoxicated. As long as you like it. Danny took a bite of the beef and mumbled. Chapter 187. Volantis, the first colony of Valeglia's free fortress. It was powerful and had a long history. It was known as the eldest daughter of Valeglia, the queen of the Lorne River, and the mistress of the summer sea. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, the blood-red and swollen sun was half immersed in the sea. The waves sparkled and reflected the light. Hundreds of ships in the harbor were dyed red like blood. Do you see that? That dock belongs to the Blackwell nobles. The 200 warships, docked there, are all prepared for that woman. Cadillac stood up from the back of the elephant and stood on the old mahjong mat cushion. He excitedly pointed at the long line of ships that stretched for more than 10 miles in front of them. There were beige sails, dark red sails, dark green sails, pale yellow sails. There was a flag fluttering on the top of the mast of each warship. There was the flag of the Lysians, the flag of the skull crown of Volantis, the flag of the Harpy of Gith, the flag of the Tourmaline Brotherhood of Queers, the flag of the White Elephant on a green background from the Elephant Island of the East, and there were more than 200 of them, but none of them were flat-bottomed merchant ships. They were all highly mobile paddling boats and naval warships with long rams. They were like soldiers who were ready to go. They were lined up neatly on the drill ground on the ocean. It was daunting, at least like the coachman in front of the carriage who had a tattoo of a wheel on his face. His name was Cadillac. He was a blonde Lorna in his early 20s. He was thin and small, less than 65 meters tall. His long, freckled face was even more prominent. After resting for only an hour in the wilderness, Danny and Barristan continued east on the Dragon. After flying for less than an hour, large and neat manors began to appear in the green fields. After flying west for another half an hour, the two landed in a birch forest with tall branches. After walking for 2 miles, they came across a small tavern with a banner that said Aunt Kelly's Lamb Pie on the side of the yellow road. The owner, Aunt Kelly, had silver hair and blue eyes. Her skin was fair and delicate. She was a slightly plump, middle-aged woman. She wasn't surprised to see the silver-haired, purple-eyed Danny. Most of the girls in the manor nearby had Valeglia's bloodline, and the woman had seen too many of them. However, Danny's appearance still left a good impression on Aunt Kelly. When she heard that the two of them wanted to buy a horse, she warned them, "Young lady, in the eyes of us locals and even foreign ship owners, traveling on foot is a loss of dignity, and riding a horse is too barbaric. People with status often travel in palanquins or elephant carriages. You don't look like a child from an ordinary family. Why don't we hire an elephant carriage? Coincidentally, my cousin is a big player in the business of elephant carts. He has businesses in the East and West Volantis. Of course, I see that both of you have long swords at your waists, so you must be noble knights. Knights can't live without horses, and the horses in my family's stable." Aunt Kelly blabbered on and on. Danny bought 2 tamed horses, 1 white and 1 red, 2 carrot and lamb pies wrapped in paper boxes, for bottles of red wine from the land of the setting sun, and a pack of snacks. In the end, she even hired an elephant cart from her cousin's house. They spent a total of 5 gold radiance coins. Aunt Kelly patted her basketball-like chest and promised. Not only did she give them a 20% discount, she also removed at least 2 silver coins from the change. Danny's face was blank. She didn't ask anything and silently handed over 6 gold radiance coins. Under Aunt Kelly's shocked gaze, she said, "If you're honest, I'll give you a gold coin as a tip." Aunt Kelly held the 6 gold coins tightly. The smile on her face when she was expecting to get 5 gold coins was completely gone. Her blue eyes were filled with regret and self-blame. I was too honest and let go of a big fish for nothing. From today onwards, my lamb pies will increase in price. I'm going to rip off every traveler I don't know. Volantis was rich in elephants, or rather, all the cities in the south near the summer sea had elephants. Slave Bay also had elephants, but Volantis had a lot of dwarf gray elephants. Using elephants to farm was not Danny's original idea. The people of Volantis had done it a long time ago. Not only could they farm, but they could also pull carts, transport goods, ride and fight. Elephants could do almost everything that horses could do. The elephants that were tamed by the people of Volantis were a type of small dwarf elephant. Their skin was mostly gray or white, dirty white. Hence, they were also called gray dwarf elephants. The dwarf here was only relative to the mammoth that was 3 to 4 meters tall. In fact, an adult dwarf elephant could also grow to 2, 5 meters. For example, the elephant that pulled Danny's cart was 4 meters tall. Its white skin was like the snow that had been trampled on, and it looked a little dirty. The elephant cart was similar to the ox carts in other cities. It was an enlarged version of the ox cart, and its wheels were even taller than Danny's. The huge wooden wheels were inlaid with rusty iron sheets. The passengers sat on soft chairs that were cushioned with brown mahjong mats between the wheels. The coachman rode on the back of the elephant, and there was also a mahjong mat below. Valeglia's climate was hot. From the yellow dirt road to Valeglia's main road that was covered with solidified brown animal feces, there were more and more people on the road. Almost all the free people were sitting in palanquins or elephant carts. Well, the people who were walking had slave tattoos on their faces, and their clothes were also very simple. For example, the coachman who drove the elephant cart would have a tattoo of a wheel on one side of his cheek. Other than a loincloth and sandals, he wore nothing else. His bare back was tanned and shiny like a layer of oiled cowhide. After walking for 4 to 5 miles, they left the area of the manor outside the city and entered the east end of the West City's pier. The elephant cart stopped at a 2-story post station. The coachman climbed down from the elephant's back, pointed at Danny, and said a few words to a silver-haired, middle-aged man in a silk robe. Then the middle-aged Volantis man shouted loudly, "Cadillac, go to the elephant pen and get a high-level white elephant here. Change to a golden jade palanquin." Then he came to Danny's cart and explained with a smile, "I'm Olivier, the director of the Valeglia People's Elephant Cart stationed at the pier. You see it too? There's a license plate behind the elephant cart, so you can tell where the elephant cart is going. Elephant carts outside the city are not allowed to enter the inner city, so the 2 of you have to change carts. Don't worry, there won't be any extra charge. I'll also arrange for the best elephant driver and the most gorgeous elephant cart for you to send the 2 of you safely to the merchant house in the West City." Danny nodded blankly. What else could she say? Don't think that I can't hear you just because you're far away. That coachman's voice was so loud, the guest was rich and gave Lady Kelly a gold coin as a tip. However, Cadillac's skills were indeed extraordinary. His ability to control the elephant was 30% of Danny's ability to control the dragon. The previous coachman still needed to use a whip and reins to command the elephant. Cadillac sat cross-legged on the back of the white elephant, chatting with Danny while using the local language, Valeglia, with a grand accent to order the elephant to turn left, right, move forward, and slow down. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't sense any intense mental waves, Danny would have thought that he was a shapeshifter, an elephant spirit. "Where are you from?" Cadillac asked. "Bravos. This is my distant relative from the Westeros. He came to join our family because of the war." Danny smiled. No one doubted her as soon as the words left her mouth, for her Valyrian had a distinct Bravosi accent. "Sigh, I saw you coming from the east, so I thought—" The horse-faced young man who had been speaking confidently suddenly became a little depressed. Danny rolled her eyes and said, "I'm from Bravos, but I did just come back from the east." "Really? Cadillac immediately became spirited again. He lowered his voice and said, "Have you seen that woman?" "Which woman?" In the evening, the sun set in the west. On the streets near the port, people were as dense as sardines. The strange stench made Danny take out her handkerchief and cover her nose. Cadillac patted the elephant's back and asked it to slow down. He pointed at the fleet at the west and said with a red face, "The woman they're going to deal with." "How would I know who they're going to deal with?" "Just tell me the name." Danny pretended to be confused and asked, "Sai, that's someone who can't even be mentioned." The young man climbed behind the elephant and said in a voice that was almost inaudible, "Slaver's Bay, Dragon Queen." "Oh, it's her." Danny suddenly realized, "But why can't we mention her name?" Barristan rubbed his nose and turned his head away, leaving the stage to his queen. "It's not that we can't mention her, but—" Cadillac pointed at the wheel tattoo on his right cheek, the mark that represented the coachman's identity as a slave. He said, "I can't say it, we can't say it. Our master is afraid of hearing that name from us, so we can only use that woman to replace her. Even so, we can't say it in front of the local nobles. Sai, guest, you won't tell my master, will you?" The young man's long horse face was a little twisted, and there was a hint of fear in his grass-green eyes. "No, of course not. I'm from Bravos, have you forgotten?" Danny said with a wink. There were no slaves in Bravos, and they had been raising the banner of anti-slavery. "That's true." The freckled man breathed a sigh of relief. Danny asked curiously, "This place is almost 3,000 kilometers away from Slaver's Bay. Why is it so harsh?" "Sai, in the beginning, when the news of Astapor came, everyone could still talk about her. But since 4 months ago, she swept through the Guy's alliance." He turned around on the elephant's back and looked around. He found that the streets were full of people, and his face showed hesitation. "There are a lot of elephant carts nearby. No one is paying attention to us." Danny said, "Sai, I can't say any more." He sighed bitterly, but in the end he climbed onto the white elephant's butt and whispered, 2 months ago, the woman brought by the sea merchants defeated the Guy's alliance at Slaver's Bay, and the whole of Atlantis was in an uproar. A few days later, inside the Black Wall, Lord Kahida woke up in the middle of the night and found the butcher at home, sharpening a knife under the roof. I don't know the truth, but early the next morning, the butcher's family was beheaded, smeared with tar, and hung on a spear by the Black Wall. The passers-by on the street below could see it when they looked up. So do you understand? Regardless of whether Danny understood or not, the blonde slave jumped up and stood high on the elephant's back. He pointed to the deep sea in the south and said loudly, "Guest, you don't have to believe it. We Volantis know that even if you sink all the hundreds of islands and Bravos into the harbor, ships can still enter and leave freely. This is the widest and deepest harbor in the world. Yes, we Volantis have the world's first harbor." The passers-by nearby echoed. The Volantis people who stared at him and Danny in confusion also showed a look of realization. This is a smart lad. This is the kind of person we need to abolish the title. Danny thought with a smile. Chapter 188. Cadillac was not bragging. Port Volantis occupied the entire Lone Estuary, and the dock area stretched as far as the eye could see. Ships from all over the world could be found here. The docks that extended to the sea were like the burrs on a wild boar's skin. They were of different lengths and densely packed together. Not a single one of these innumerable docks was empty. They were all packed with ships and river boats. Warships, whalers, and trading paddle boats, galleons, flats, longboats, and swan boats. There were ships from Old Town, White Harbor, King's Landing, Reese, Tylosai, and Pentos. There were ships as large as palaces. There were ships from Barbarian, Asha, and her cologne. Even the caravans that transported goods to the dock stretched for more than 10 kilometers. Even when the last trace of red light disappeared into the western horizon, there were still tens of thousands of naked slave workers who were busy loading and unloading goods under the light of torches. On the tall elephant carriage, Danny's expression was complicated. The torches on the dark sea were as dense as stars. The chaotic shouting was ear-piercing. The salty smell of the sea, fish, sweat, urine, and feces drifted with the wind. It was impossible to guard against it. This was indeed a world-class port, but its prosperity was all built on low-cost, or even costless, slave labor. The laborers at the docks, the paddlers on the ships, the coachmen on the streets, the bearers in the hotels and wineries, the prostitutes on the streets, even the farmers in the manors outside the city were all slaves. She now understood why the Allied Army and the United Nations were here. Without slaves, the cost of food, clothing, housing, and transportation for the trading city-states would instantly increase by 10 times. Thus, the prosperous maritime trade of this world could not continue. Not only was Danny destroying slavery, but she was also killing sea trade. If she achieved her goal, the entire world's trade would be cut in half. Other than the increase in the cost of maritime trade, the market would collapse. Under Danny's rule, the people would no longer need foreign goods due to the self-sufficiency of the small farming economy, just like the ancient Celestial Empire. The reason why it was difficult for the great Celestial Empire to develop maritime trade was that the dynasties rarely needed foreign goods. Even if the Southern Song dynasty lost a large part of its northern territory and had to rely on maritime trade to survive, the Song people also imported less and exported more. If there were many immortal islands in the sea, each immortal island would have different amounts of life-prolonging medicines. Yes, it could only prolong one's life, but not immortality. It was likely that before the Song dynasty, the Celestial Emperor had already been crowned as the leader of the earth. Unless there's something that can replace slaves and provide the merchants with the same cheap labor. Danny smiled bitterly and shook her head. As a modern person, how could she not know what was cheaper than slaves? Machines. Danny covered her nose with a handkerchief and asked the knight beside her in a low voice, "How many years has it been since the City of Knowledge was founded?" The old man frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head. "I'm not sure. Some ancestors said that they came to the Westeros 10,000 years ago, but some scholars believe that the Westeros only had a history of 2,000 years. Your Majesty can go to the old town and recruit a few scholars. The scholars in Slave Bay can't help you understand your homeland. Even if the City of Knowledge was founded 2,000 years ago, let me ask you, did they invent the steam engine?" Danny asked, "What, chicken?" "Chicken, what a beautiful chicken." "Sir, have you seen a boiling kettle?" "Of course." "Then, are there any scholars who can imitate a kettle and build a big iron lump?" Can. Danny's little face was tangled up. Finally, she said, "It can spit air and turn with a metal wheel." "No." The old knight's tone was very firm. "Could it be that you don't know?" The old man sighed. "Your Majesty." "Yes, sir. Although I don't know what you're talking about. That thing sounds very complicated. With the blacksmithing skills of the Westeros, it's impossible to make it." "Sigh, I have to go to the City of Knowledge myself," Danny said helplessly. Without a doubt, after the fall of Valeglia, the City of Knowledge and Asia became the representatives of the world's highest intelligence. Moreover, the scholars' spirit of exploration and thirst for knowledge were very strong. They also specialized in the field of science and could represent the world's highest productivity. Hey! The Cadillac on the elephant's back turned around and winked at Danny. "What?" She looked puzzled. "You haven't told me about that woman," the coachman said unhappily. "I thought you—" Danny suddenly laughed. "Okay, I understand. Aston, I heard that the mother of dragons hatched a dragon in Yuan-Kai," she said loudly to the knight beside her. The knight was stunned for a moment and did not know how to answer. "Ahem." Danny pointed at the coachman who was eavesdropping on the elephant's back. The old man reacted and smiled bitterly. "Isn't that so? I heard from someone at the New Gith Pier." The two of them sang the same tune and told him about the wonderful scene of Slave Bay. "Make way! "Make way for the Honorable Lord and Lady of Bravos." The Cadillac shouted at the surrounding sailors and slaves in the local language to clear a path. At the same time, he pricked up his ears and heard every word of the two guests in the back seat. Looking at his energetic appearance, he was obviously very excited. "Hey, Bravos, are you crazy? How can that evil mother of dragons be so good?" A displeased shout came from the side. Danny and Barristan naturally would not speak ill of themselves, although they did not advocate that the mother of dragons descended to the world to save all living beings. They described her policies in detail and the significance of these policies to the new freedmen. The streets were not crowded, but the elephant and the elephant carriage were too big. It was almost as if the elephant was connected to the elephant, and the wheels of the carriage were pressed against the wheels of the carriage. From time to time, two tall wooden wheels would collide a few times, and then the carriage would creak and groan. More importantly, the elephant carriage did not have a roof. It was similar to placing a chair on a handcart, and the seats were open on all sides. At this moment, a white elephant draped in colorful brocade walked on the left side of Danny's elephant carriage. On it sat a fat, blonde, middle-aged man. He wore a gorgeous purple silk shirt, and the sleeves and collar were embroidered with an exquisite megalosaurus pattern with golden thread. "Have you been to Slave Bay?" There was obvious suspicion in the fat man's piggy eyes. "I would like to, but New Gith and Queers don't have any merchant ships that go to Slave Bay." Danny shrugged and said casually, "Haha, you haven't even been there, and you're still talking nonsense here? I've been there, and I've even seen that woman. Let me tell you, that woman's head is this big." The fat man gestured at his pregnant belly. "How is that possible?" Without waiting for him to continue, an incredulous cry came from an elephant carriage on Danny's right. It carried a foreign accent. "I heard that the mother of dragons is only 16 years old. She's a young and beautiful girl. There's no ugly person in the Targaryen family. How can she have such a big head?" There were also two people sitting on the elephant carriage. They were two youths of similar age. One of them was tall and well-proportioned, with a handsome appearance and an elegant temperament. He had a pair of blue eyes and sandy hair mixed with gold. The other had black hair and black eyes. He had a high forehead, a square face, and a wide nose. He looked very honest. He was a little short, about the same height as Danny, but his body was sturdy and his limbs were thick. He was the one who shouted. His face was full of shock and disbelief. "How is it impossible?" The fat man's pig-like face turned to the youth and asked seriously, "Do you know that she defeated the Gith coalition army?" "I've heard of it. She fought bravely and used troops like a god. She defeated a mixed army of more than 100,000 mercenaries, slave soldiers, and Gith people with minimal losses. What's even more frightening is that no one knows her complete tactics at that time." The black-haired youth said with a complicated expression. "That's right." The Volantis fatty clapped his hands and shouted, "Think about it. Without a big head, how can you support a height of 10 feet and a waist of 10 feet? Without a burly figure of 10 feet, how can you charge and break through the enemy lines?" The black-haired youth was stunned. The corner of Danny's mouth twitched, and she reminded she has a dragon. "It's just a baby dragon that was born less than 2 years ago," the Valeglia fatty vowed. "Our ancestor is the noble dragon king. Our understanding of dragons is even better than that woman." And the mercenaries who returned from the front line said that except for throwing kerosene bombs at the ship, that woman's dragon didn't kill many people at all. He spread out his hands, looked down at Danny, glanced at the two youths, and asked loudly, "The dragon that throws kerosene barrels is at most equivalent to a catapult. Let me ask you, is the catapult scary?" Danny was a little speechless. In theory, in the same time, the fireball thrown by the Megalosaurus was not as good as the catapult. The process of Megalosaurus taking off, landing, and reloading took too much time. But does the catapult have the accuracy and attack range of the Megalosaurus? So, the woman who can defeat the Guy's alliance must be 10 feet tall, muscular and like a giant. Danny held back her laughter and deliberately said with a pale face, "It's too scary. I always thought that she was the role model of the female knight, and I want to see her style." Seeing that the youngsters were all intimidated, the fatty was proud and continued, "That's not all. Everyone who has been to Slave Bay knows that the woman is cruel and bloodthirsty. Even nobles with high status would have their heads chopped off because of the slightest mistake." "The noble didn't get preferential treatment?" the blonde youth said incredulously. "He is destroying the family preferential treatment? The woman has a butcher named Leon Shackle. In order to get the position of count, he killed countless royal families that have been passed down for thousands of years. The royal family is not an ordinary noble. Unimaginable madness." The blonde youth said with a stare, "She is also a witch, feeding her dragon with the flesh and blood of newborn children. She is also a traitor who laughs at the gods, breaks treaties, deceives envoys, and slaughters good people. She is burning with desire, not only with men, women, and eunuchs. She even finds dogs and children to satisfy her desire. The partners she is tired of playing with all have a tragic end." The fatty lowered his voice and said in a horrifying tone, "The woman takes the man's soul through intercourse. I must take down this city." Danny whispered in Barristan's ear, "I have to make qualified white paper as soon as possible. Printing is easy. The Guy's people are experts at baking bricks, but the pulp of paper can only be adjusted step by step. The paper to wipe the ass has been made long ago, but it is far from enough to be used as paper for books. With paper and printing, it is possible to print history books on a large scale." Chapter 189. After half an hour of traveling west along the docks, a vast river more than 5 kilometers wide appeared in front of them. The river flowed endlessly into the bay like thousands of galloping horses. The Rhone River, the mother river of the Loinars. After leaving the coast, the carriage took a turn and followed the river north into the east city of Volantis. Even though the sky was dark and she was several kilometers away, Danny could still see the tall black wall in the north. Volantis was the eldest daughter of Valeglia. It was the first colonial city outside of the land of long summer. In other words, it was an outpost. At that time, the Rhone River had its own master, the Loinars, who dominated the western continent of Ursus. Therefore, this outpost was especially sturdy. It was built using the same construction method as the Tower of Babel and Valeglia Avenue, which was what Orlos called immortal stone. Immortal stone did not refer to any kind of stone. Instead, it was used to melt rocks, add magic runes, and pour them into molds to create an entire structure. The entire stone building was immortal. For example, the 1,000-kilometer-long Valeglia Avenue was a whole. The 300-meter-tall, complicated Tower of Babel was also a whole. The oval-shaped wall in the East City was the same. It was 60 meters tall and 15 meters wide. It was prepared for the Dragon King's landing. Volantis had a natural harbor. After the Dragon King rode his dragon into the plains of the Rhone River, the city began to expand rapidly. The Black Wall on the east side of the river was inhabited by the old nobles, whose bloodlines could be traced back to Valeglia. The newly expanded city outside the wall was filled with the houses, shops, and hotels of the wealthy Valeglia. The west side was a chaotic cesspool. The main population consisted of foreign tourists, sea merchants, poor free people, mercenaries, escaped criminals, eunuchs, pirates, and pickpockets. Even the shadowbinders and necromancers from Asha were mixed in. A long bridge connected the east and west city. Danny was a foreign tourist. She went north from the docks and entered the east city along the Rhone River. Then she crossed the bridge and went to the merchants' inn in the west city. Dusk had passed and night had covered the land. The shops, hotels, and stalls on both sides of the street hung parchment lanterns and colored glass oil lamps. Many colored circles of light lit up the gray stone pavement. The pedestrians under the lights were shrouded in a green halo, then a red halo, then purple-orange. The surrounding noises and the strange smell of barbecued meat coming from the stall, gave Danny the illusion that she had returned to the night market of modern times. As they approached the long bridge that connected the East and West City districts, the traffic became more and more congested. The streets were filled with wagons, carts, and elephant carts. Most of these cars were heading towards the long bridge or had just come over from the bridge. There were as many slaves as cockroaches in the garbage dump, running around for their master's errands. The Cadillac on the elephant's back dared not yell for pedestrians to get out of the way as it had done at the Docklands. This was because the people who entered the bridge were not to be trifled with. In addition to the Blackwell nobles who rode elephants, there were also merchants, rich people, and the most expensive tourists who rode elephant carts and public carriages. There was a black stone arch at the entrance of the long bridge. The arch was carved with sphinx, lion body, scorpion tail, dragon, and other strange animals. The long arch bridge behind the door was the same as the Blackwell and the Tower of Babel. It was made of melted stone and supported by giant pillars. It was as stable as Mount Tai and as solid as a rock at the mouth of the turbulent river. It spanned across the 2-kilometer-wide river. In the works of Longlegs Lomas, this long bridge, together with the Great Wall of the Northern Region and the old Great Pyramid of Gith, were called the 9 architectural wonders of the world of ice and fire. It was an architectural masterpiece during the heyday of Valeglia. The road on the bridge just allowed 2 cars to travel side by side. When the cars from the east and west met, they had to slow down. The 2 young men's elephant carts were separated by the crowd when they crossed the bridge. The fat man riding the elephant had an extraordinary identity. With a superior expression, he leisurely continued to travel north. He wanted to return to the Blackwell. Well, before they parted at the entrance of the long bridge, he looked at Danny lecherously and invited her. "Miss, although your bloodline is not as noble as mine, you also have the obvious characteristics of Valeglia. The dirty and messy West City is not suitable for you. Why don't you come to my house and stay for a while?" In the end, he raised his fat double chin and proudly added, "I come from the great Crowley's family in the Blackwell. You have to know that without the invitation of the people in the city, ordinary people can never enter the Blackwell in their lifetime." He looked like a rich second generation. He stopped a red Ferrari in front of Danny, rolled down the window, took off his sunglasses, raised his chin, and asked, "Do you want to come together?" "Thank you for your invitation. I will enter the Blackwell, but not tonight." Danny smiled and declined. The fat man did not say anything. He nodded and left on the elephant. The long bridge was crowded with people and the air was dirty. Danny had been covering her nose with her hand. She was not in the mood to look at the nearby scenery. After half an hour, they crossed the long bridge and arrived at the West City. After passing through the crowded road near the long bridge with great difficulty, the elephant car turned into a wide street in the west, and the speed increased again. The blond coachman turned his head and smiled at Danny. "Guess, don't worry. We will enter the fishmonger square soon." Before the voice fell, there was a sudden noise at the crossroad in front of them. Soon, 2 rows of 12 Unsullied, holding spears, rushed out from the corner. "Move, move, make way for the consul!" The Unsullied shouted. Cadillac hurriedly drove the white elephant to the roadside. He also climbed down from the elephant's back and obediently knelt under the elephant's belly. Danny tiptoed and found that except for the spiked helmet, the equipment on the Unsullied had completely changed. He wore a dazzling golden armor and a brightly colored tiger fur cape. In terms of pretentiousness, they were more than a level higher than her gray underlings. The Unsullied opened the way in front. Then 40 to 50 tiger cloak army soldiers surrounded a gray behemoth and turned around. The Colossus was 3 meters tall and wore exquisite, colorful armor. With every step it took, the armor would reflect colorful lights like ripples of water. On the elephant's back was a tall castle. The castle was so tall that when it passed through the carved stone arch at the intersection, the wooden roof rubbed against the stone surface and made an ear-piercing, creaking sound. "I heard that the consul's status is honorable." During the year in office, their feet can't touch the ground. No matter where they go, they have to ride the elephant. Barristan explained to Danny in a low voice. He, from birth to death, the Dragon King of Valeglia, who lived high in the Tower of Babel, never touched the ground once. Without dragons, their descendants can only ride elephants. Danny mocked. Moo! The Colossus let out a long and loud cry. Almost half of the city heard it, right? Walking around every day, everyone in the city knows that the consul is patrolling the streets. Danny bared her teeth and picked her ears. Consul Dophus has arrived. A tall tiger cloak army soldier in front shouted. After the apocalypse, the people of Volantis naturally regarded themselves as the successors of the Freedom Fortress, which meant that they were the masters of the world. But they didn't agree on how to rule the world. The old nobles believed in force, while the merchants and moneylenders advocated trade. Around these two tendencies, in order to fight for the leadership of the city, two parties gradually formed, namely the Tiger Party and the Elephant Party. The Tiger Cloak Army came from the Radical Tiger Party. They wore tiger helmets and had green beard, stripes tattooed on their cheeks. They were all slave soldiers. Do you think they will come to me anyway? There are 30,000 to 40,000 Tiger Cloak Army soldiers in Volantis, and the town's near the Lone River. Danny said with an inexplicable expression. Look! The old man pointed at the tall soldier who shouted every few steps and said in a low voice, Their spirit is completely different from the slave soldiers in Slave Bay. Instead, they're very similar to the Golden Cloak Army in King's Landing. Their faces are full of pride and confidence. Danny sighed and didn't say anything. When the consul's team left, Cadillac pulled the belt tied to the elephant's belly and jumped on the elephant's back like a monkey. Just then, an elephant car came behind Danny, and she heard a person sneered and spat. Hee, Dophus can only be powerful for 6 more days. The companion next to him nodded in agreement. The alliance is a foregone conclusion. Out of the 3 consul, 2 have publicly expressed strong hostility to that woman. He has always said that he should be cautious. Of course, the people in the Black Wall won't choose him again. The 2 cars quickly staggered and entered different streets at the crossroads. Danny said thoughtfully, it was right to come this time. If I didn't come and see for myself, I wouldn't have known that Volantis is united and determined to fight with me. Not only Volantis. I guess the situation is similar in Queers, Zingis, Reese, and other cities. But you don't have to worry too much. The enemies of the Mother of Dragons will always be the people at the top. The ordinary people, the people's hearts are like water, and they change with the wind and waves. The old man comforted her in a low voice. Dang, 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 dong, 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 rhythmic sounds of gongs and drums came from the street ahead, accompanied by a melodious flute and a mellow harp, combined into a happy and loud but not noisy music. Danny tilted her head and looked past the elephant's butt, and saw a long line of torchbearers slowly walking towards them. Most of the people who were surrounded by the torchbearers were acrobats. There were 2 midgets who were doing acrobatics of throwing balls, a freakish clown with strange cow legs and cow hooves, a garland girl who was standing on stilts and singing loudly, a man who was wearing a golden leather coat and whose face was also smeared with gold, riding a white lion and holding a golden banner to show off his prowess. And there was also someone. These acrobats and the torchbearers had one thing in common, and that was a distinct family emblem of 2 dragons holding a crown on the back of their clothes. Someone on the street said, Masahoso hired a circus troupe. Moo. Behind the acrobats and the torchbearers, there was a huge elephant car. In front of the elephant, a huge name was written with strange fluorescent powder on the side of the elephant. Civilian Hero Masahoso. On the soft seat of the car behind stood a silver-haired young noble of Valeglia. He raised a shiny brass horn and shouted, Freedman of the West City! Just like you, my father Masahoso is also a freedman, and only he can represent the ordinary freedman. For you, for the common interests of all of us, please vote for Masahoso." Danny's mouth twitched, and she had the illusion that she was back in the modern world, watching the twisted news. A golden-haired fat man behind a barbecued sausage stall shouted, "Little Dark, your father Masahoso is very good, but most of the freedmen on our street are not qualified to vote. You should walk around the black wall. Don't disturb us from doing business." Only the freedmen of Volantis who had reached the standard of wealth were qualified to vote, and not many people on the west side of the river could vote. Even on the east side, it was difficult for the commoners to get the right to vote. The election of Volantis consul seemed democratic, but in the end it was just a game for the rich and the nobles. A burly middle-aged woman walked out of a small building with a sign saying Megalosaurus Grocery Store. Her voice was louder than the barbecued sausage fatty. "What are you walking around for? Little Dark, tell your father to give up. Without noble blood, who would choose you?" "Haha, Aunt Chloe, you should have the right to vote, right? Give my father a vote." The silver-haired youth on the elephant car laughed. "Come down." The woman, who was about the same size as the fat eunuch Bevo's, waved at the youth. "Accompany me for a night, and I'll give the vote in my hand to your father." "Ha ha ha." The surrounding people laughed together. Under the yellow light of the torch, Little Dark's face turned red, and he stopped asking for votes and only urged the driver on the elephant to move faster. "Chloe, you should have told him secretly. On the street, even if that kid is willing, he can't let go." The barbecued fat man said loudly. Then there was another burst of laughter. Chapter 190. At the end of the street, the view suddenly widened. If one were to look from a high vantage point, the 2 rows of wooden houses and stone buildings on both sides were gone. The square was the size of 3 football fields, and there were countless carriages, sedans, and pedestrians. The short elephant pulling the elephant carriage was a little hesitant. It raised its trunk and panted. Cadillac lay beside its flapping ears and comforted it for a while before the elephant carriage continued to move forward. Under the yellow candlelight, the fishmongers in the square were shouting loudly to sell their catch during the day. Except for salted fish, there was no ability to transport live fish over long distances in this era. They could only catch fish in the sea and river and immediately transport them to the fishmonger square to sell. The residents of West City of Volantis mainly ate fish as their main meat and would come here to buy fish for 3 meals a day. Walking through the square, Danny saw codfish, swordfish, square-headed fish, and sardines piled up directly on the grass curtains. Next to them were buckets of mussels and clams, neatly stacked. The boss of the fish farm would occasionally pick up a water spout and sprinkle water on the swordfish. A hunchbacked old woman in a gray robe took out a copper coin from her pocket. A bare-chested slave with a flying fish printed on his face took the coin and stuffed the sardines into the old woman's basket without using a scale. He only stopped when the old woman repeatedly said, "Enough, enough! Leave some space for me to put my vegetables." Danny's mouth twitched. The fishmonger treated the old woman as a garbage collector and wanted her to take away all the dead fish. Then she saw a giant turtle in front of shop. It was as big as the elephant carriage she was in. The turtle's shell was like a hedgehog and covered with arm-length black bone spurs. A few slaves stood on it and used a triangular shovel to scrape the moss, seaweed, shells, and other debris growing on the turtle's back. The giant turtle, whose limbs were chained up, was still like a cow, making a moo-moo-moo sound that was as long as a horn. This should be the old man of the river. Danny frowned. The Volantis people are so bold that they even dare to kill and eat the old man of the river? In the belief of the Loiner people, the lone river was the mother goddess. Under the mother goddess, there were a group of sons, secondary gods. The giant turtle was one of them, known as the old man of the river. It had spirituality and divinity. Being able to see the old man in the river itself was an auspicious sign. Maybe it's not for eating. There's a consul election going on right now. Someone might want to offer it to the nobles, Barristan said. That's true. The meat of the giant tortoise is a bit dry, So it doesn't taste good. Danny nodded. Other than the fishmongers, there was no lack of food stalls in the square. Hawkers were frying fish steaks on iron plates. Paired with onions and beets, there was a strange sweet smell. There were also old women pushing handcarts on which a small stove was cooking spicy fish soup. There was also a food stall that was filled with customers. There were steamers stacked up to 2 stories high at the entrance of the stall, and there were steaming, red-shelled crabs inside. Danny swallowed her saliva. She really wanted to go down and taste it. Look, the merchant's house is right in front of us. There are all sorts of exquisite and clean food there, the old man advised in a low voice. The elephant carriage was close to the center of the square. The huge 4-story building opposite was brightly lit. Through the windows, one could see the silhouettes of people inside. That was their destination for the night, the largest hotel in Volantis, the merchant's house. There was a circle of people in the center of the square. Under a broken Archon statue without a head, there was a troupe that had built a stage. Danny did not pay attention to them at first. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the crowd. A man was holding his throat, and his voice was sharp and high-pitched. I am the princess of Dragonstone Island, the daughter of the Mad King, the bitch of the Horse King, the mother of the demonic dragon. Quickly, submit to me. Then she stood on her tiptoes and saw a fat man who was almost 2 meters tall. His face was as big as a basin, his nose was bulbous, and his mouth was like a hippopotamus. He wore a loose silver wig on his head. His face was powdered, and his lips were painted red. He was wearing a gray wooden armor, and there was a Targaryen emblem of a black and red 3-headed dragon on his chest. He was wielding a wooden sword in his hand, and he was riding on a cloth dragon made of broom and cloth. Is that Blackie? There were also 2 people standing below the stage, holding a long bamboo pole. Under the bamboo pole, there were 2 pillow-sized cloth dragons, one white dragon and the other green dragon. The 2 dragons were hanging above the fat Danny's head. The fat man was not acting alone. Opposite him, there were 5 Gith people wearing yellow silk cloaks. The real Gith people, with their amber-brown skin, long black and red hair, and facial features that made Danny suffer from face blindness. Ordinary people could not disguise themselves. I am the war god Yuan Kai, the noble royal family's Grazdan eras. One of the Gith people took a step forward and put on an unyielding, iron-blooded, brave, and heroic look. For some reason, Danny could see so many great qualities in his stone face. I am the wise man Yuan Kai, the world's richest man, Yazin Zoquags. Another person held his head high, and his eyes bulged, putting on the same expression as the previous person. I am the wise man Yuan Kai, the 8,000 years of royal lineage, Mornio Daznak. I am the great lord of Myrene. I am the new Gith Iron Army. After introducing themselves, the 5 Gith heroes shouted in unison, sacrificing our lives for the country, looking death in the eyes. The heads of the Gith people will always be held high. The evil mother of dragons will never conquer the son of the High Harpy. Ayaya. The fat mother of dragons shook her big head like a madman and let out a howl that gave people goosebumps. I'm so angry, she shouted, and rushed up on the dragon. What followed next was a brilliant battle of 5 heroes against Dragon Mother. Both sides went ping, ping, pong, pang, pang, exchanging blows like a bunch of idiots. However, the audience below the stage seemed to like this kind of lively scene. They clapped and laughed, and a few audience members in robes cheered loudly while throwing a few copper coins to the stage. Ayaya. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, the mother of dragons took a few steps back and screamed with a distorted fat face, I'm actually defeated! Ho, we are! The 5 Gith generals on the opposite side leaned together and made a pose of a fierce general with Grazdan as the center and shouted together with a drawn-out voice. Jiskali 5 Eagle generals, where do you run? Kill, 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 kill. After the pose, The 5 of them ran toward the Mother of Dragons. The Mother of Dragons retreated until she reached the edge of the stage. When she couldn't retreat anymore, her fat face was ferocious, and she waved to the people below. "Slaves, come here." 9 skinny slaves dragged their chains and walked up the stage numbly. The real slaves had tattoos on their faces, and each of them looked like they were suffering from tuberculosis. Their faces were sallow, their eyes were dim, and they walked with difficulty. The Mother of Dragons suddenly lifted her wooden armor. Ha ha ha. The audience below burst into laughter again. Because the fat man didn't wear pants, his 2 big white buttocks were all exposed. When he turned around, everyone found that he was a eunuch, and they laughed even more happily. But then a horrible scene appeared. The fat man pushed down a slave, flew up, and sat on his head with a lewd posture and shouted, "Soul absorption of the binding shadow spell!" He got up and left a corpse with a broken neck, pushed down another slave, jumped up and sat on his waist. Kacha! The sound of the spine breaking could be heard clearly. The slave's eyes bulged, and he let out a horrifying scream and soon died. The 3rd, the 4th, the fat man was half naked, and he cruelly killed 7 slaves with the 7 kinds of spring cry spell, and then waved the remaining 2 trembling slaves away. He laughed and shouted to the 5 Gith warriors, "Absorb the souls of 7 people, sacrifice them to the 7 great demons, and give me the power of the 7 gods. People of Gith, I will kill all your women, strengthen your men and boars, and feed your children to the dragons." Adai. Then it was a tragic battle. The 5 warriors fought to the death, and for their companions they used their own bodies to block the sharp sword of the Mother of Dragons. Soon the great Lord of Meereen and the commander of the Iron Army covered their hearts and shouted, "Justice will never be extinguished." Their heads tilted and they fell to the ground. "Hurry up and leave, both of you." The great sage Mourinho grabbed the sword that pierced through his heart and cried to his 2 companions, "Go, you go! I will hold this demon back." Grazadin glared at the Mother of Dragons, who was laughing wildly. "No, I won't go. I will fight her to the death." "Go, go. Save the fire and fight again in the future." "No, there are thousands of heroes in Gith, and you don't need me. Today I will die here." At this moment, the figures of countless martyrs overlapped with Grazadin, and he was as great as a sage. "Go, go. It's not worth sacrificing for nothing." "No, I won't go. Go, no." The great sage, who was stabbed in the heart, and the war god of Yuan-Kai, who was unafraid of death, rapped for 7 or 8 minutes. Grazadin was slowly convinced. He, who had planned to sacrifice himself recklessly, absorbed the great spirit and faith of Jaskeri from the great sage, and gradually became mature and steady. The intense emotions in his eyes, along with the teachings of the great sage before his death, were buried in the bottom of his heart little by little, and became nutrients that nourished his unyielding soul. He had sublimated. Yes, his emotions gradually changed, and his expression and mentality were very layered. Danny, like the audience below the stage, was moved. "You even used a classic scene from a movie. What else can I say? I'm convinced." Ace and the Wise was just a supporting character, and he didn't have many lines, so he quickly left the stage. In the roar of the Mother of Dragons, Grazadin slowly retreated to the stage. Very slowly. The musicians behind the stage curtain began to play sad and sorrowful music. The war god of Yuan-Kai looked up at the sky and roared tragically. "Today's shame has not been avenged. When will the hatred of the great sage be extinguished? I swear from the beginning, I will clean up the old mountains and rivers and comfort the spirit of the great sage." The performance is not bad. Do you often have this kind of performance? When the actors took the curtain call, Danny clapped and asked the person beside the elephant cart. A girl in a green robe, blonde hair, purple eyes, and a beautiful oval face held a large bamboo basket with hairtails, onions, carrots, and turnips. She should be a free person from an ordinary family near the square. The girl looked up at Danny and said, Since the fall of Yuan-kai, the people of Jiskeri have been touring the city squares every day. People of Jiskeri? Touring performance? Yes, after the Jiskeri delegation came to Volantis, they encouraged a consul to send troops to deal with the Mother of Dragons, and arranged for a troupe to perform a performance that slandered the Mother of Dragons. Chapter 191. Slander. Danny was interested and asked, maybe what the Gith said is true. I heard that the Mother of Dragons is not only 10 feet tall, but also 10 feet around her waist. She uses witchcraft to capture men's souls. She is a monster. Maybe. The Volantis girl shrugged and said casually, maybe that woman is a monster, but the Gith are not as brave and righteous as the show. Nobles and merchants hate the Mother of Dragons because of sea trade. You don't seem to be a noble, but you don't like the Mother of Dragons. Why? Danny asked curiously. That's a crazy woman. How can there be no slaves in the world? I don't want my life to be destroyed. The Volantis blonde said. We Bravos have no slaves. Now we have replaced Volantis as the leader of the 9 free trading city-states. And with all due respect, the new freedmen of Slave Bay are not necessarily worse off than you are now. The Mother of Dragons allocates 15 acres of mature land for each liberated slave, and the land tax is fixed at 1 in 10. She also provides interest-free loans, can buy cattle, can do a little business, and everyone is a propertied class. The Gith's 5 eagles battle Dragon Mother did provoke Danny. At this time, her emotions were a little over the top, and her words were a little out of line. Sure enough, the blonde girl was suspicious. She took a step back and said warily, Who are you? How do you know so much? The new Gith and queers all know. Whitebeard took over the conversation and said flatly, when we came back from the Jade Sea and passed by New Gith, the Dragon's Slaughtering Convention was being held there. Do you know the Allies, the United Nations, and the Dragon's Slaughtering Convention? Volantis also sent representatives to participate, and is even one of the most important members of the joint conference. Aye. The Volantis girl blushed and said embarrassedly, I'm just an ordinary free person. I don't know about the nobles. After saying that, she bowed her head and ran away. I didn't expect the Gith to be so insidious. Whitebeard whispered, Let's stay for one more day and figure out where those bastards live. Danny gritted her teeth. After walking a few dozen meters forward, the Cadillac on the elephant's back turned around and shouted, Guest, we're here. The merchant's house is right in front. What level of bedroom do you plan to book? I can give you another ride. The merchant's house beside the fishmonger's square was located in the north-facing south. It had the best wine and many guest rooms in Volantis. It was a 4-story behemoth, overlooking the surrounding warehouses, taverns, and brothels. The side facing the street was 300 meters wide and had 5 large doors. Each door corresponded to a different level of guest rooms. Above average is fine. Barristan shouted at the golden-haired coachman. He then explained to Danny in a low voice, The best VIP room is a private courtyard. It's clean and quiet, but you can't get much information. Danny nodded and agreed with his decision. 2 minutes later, the elephant stopped in front of the middle door. Before the carriage came to a stop, a black-haired young man in a clean white linen dress greeted them, bowed and asked, Guests, do you want to stay here? Danny saw a door tattooed on his face. Doorman. Barristan carried his backpack and went down to talk to the hotel staff. Danny saw that Cadillac did not leave even though he was leading the elephant. Instead, he looked at her expectantly. She smiled and asked, Do you want a tip? The horse-faced young man was also a little embarrassed when his thoughts were seen through. He stammered, Before coming, the master told me that you were a generous guest and gave Aunt Kelly a gold coin as a tip. So, if I give you a tip, won't your master take it away? Danny asked, Maybe the master will reward me with a roast chicken and a bottle of sour wine, he said expectantly. Okay, for your roast chicken and wine. Danny nodded, took off her backpack, and took out a handful of yellow copper coins. Find something to put it in, she said to the young man, who was stunned. Oh, the Cadillac was a little disappointed at first, but then he thought about it. The money was not his, and the fare was only a dozen or so copper coins. The other party had given him a dozen times the reward, so it was not a small sum. So he walked over happily and pulled the linen cloth around his waist. Just put it here. Walala halala. 2 handfuls of brand new copper coins were thrown into the cloth bag. The blond young man said, "Thank you for the tip. Thank you for the tip." Seeing this, the staff nearby became more attentive to Beristan. The first floor is the hall, and the guest rooms facing the street are noisy. The second floor in the backyard is the most spacious and comfortable, he said. 2 connected upper rooms facing the street. We want to see the night view of Volantis. Okay, and our horses. As they were talking, the Cadillac had already untied the reins of the horse behind the elephant carriage. Catch! Danny threw over another 2 copper coins. This is for you. Go to the square and buy a fish steak and a cup of wine. Miss, you are a kind person. Stepping into the public rest area of the merchant's house, she was greeted by the noise of the merchants and tourists, as well as the heat of the torches and bonfires. It was also mixed with the smell of ale, barbecued meat, sweat, feet, and prostitutes. Under the chandelier hung from the ceiling, there were 70 to 80 round oak tables. There were no partitions, and most of the tables were filled with people. There were sailors and tourists hugging prostitutes and drinking wine. There were merchants whispering in the corner. There were rice merchants waiting to ship, standing on the table and loudly selling their barren black rice to the surrounding merchants. There were also buyers banging on gongs and walking through the hall, shouting, "Iron ingots, unlimited iron ingots." There was a bank representative with a big belly sitting in a fixed seat in the hall, roaring and belittling the value of the goods mortgaged by the borrowers. Dozens of female slaves with tattoos of wine bottles and dining tables on their faces walked through the tables, serving the guests wine and food, clearing the empty tables, plates, wine glasses, and wine jugs. After taking a few steps in the hall, Danny found that it was bigger than she expected. The first floor of the huge building was a restaurant. The courtyard in the middle was paved with stone slabs, planted with many grape trellises, and a rockery. There was a pavilion and a stage on the rockery, and there was a cave in the rockery. Standing in the front hall, one could see the courtyard without obstruction, and even the back hall and the left and right halls. There were only gray stone pillars supporting the roof, and there were no walls on the side of the hall facing the courtyard. There were many drinkers holding wine jugs and standing in the courtyard to watch the performance on the stage. Danny and Beristan also asked for a seat in the corridor. After ordering some wine and food, they looked curiously at the stage on the rockery. Before they finished watching the play, Danny's face darkened. It was telling the story of 2 Gith people, Shira and Hikari, father and daughter. The plot was probably the Gith version of Shrike Hill and Bug, which was Yang Bailau and Shur. Hikari was so hardworking and capable, and Shira was so pure and kind. The father and daughter lived a simple but happy life in the manner of Yuan Kai, and the result, the Gith girl sang with a sweet and moving voice, "I lived on the edge of Yuan Kai, and my family had a house and a field. My life was happy. Who knew that the mother of dragons, she was rude and merciless, violated human ethics, and had no respect for the heavens. She occupied my big house and took my field. My mother fell out with her and was burned in the face by the dragon's flame. My father scolded her for bullying the good people, but she caught him and put him into the pyramid. She strengthened him 100 times, 100 times. Uft. A guest in the corridor of the West Hall spurted out wine and laughed. I want to try such a good thing 100 times, 100 times. Ha ha ha. This group of Gith people is really fucking talented. They can even think of such a bad trick. Hey, being strengthened 100 times. Why is your father not dead yet? A drunkard in the courtyard pointed to the middle-aged Gith man on the side of the girl and shouted, Lord Jewsbody is strong, and his life must be preserved. The middle-aged man clapped and shouted, "Oh, Lord Jew, are you a noble? My grandfather is a virtuous master, inherited from 10,000 years ago." The Gith man sang. The Gith girl continued to sing. "The fire is the clothes, the blood is the soup. The mother of dragons burned my village. 50,000 peasants hung on the stake. She even put the crime of burning the great Gith plain and killing 50,000 slaves on the head of the mother of dragons. I'm going to kill those bastards. My lord, if you can't bear it, you'll mess up the great plan. One day, the world will know the truth." Whitebeard held down Dany's clenched fist and whispered. Dany shook her head with a straight face. "I don't care if they confuse black and white, because history is destined to be written by me. But it's obvious that the group of Gith people copied my cultural propaganda strategy." When she saw 5 eagles fight the mother of dragons in the square before, she didn't react. Looking at the obvious traces of plagiarism of Jan Bailau and Dany suddenly woke up. Her policy was studied and carried forward by the Gith people. The once simple otherworldly people also learned bad things. This Whitebeard's face was distorted, and he said after a while, "How about bribing a group of bards to help you spread? It's too fake." It was still the guest in the West Hall. He hammered the thick oak table, and the cups and plates clattered. "Hey, Gith people on the stage, can you be more careful? The mother of dragons has taken down Mirene and Yuan Kai. Why should she burn her own manor? Not to mention that she has been freeing slaves. Even the stupidest Westeros lord will not kill his peasants for no reason. If all the peasants die, who will farm for her?" The word Westeros was like a magnet, instantly attracting the attention of Dany and Barristan. There were 3 people sitting at the table: a dwarf with a missing nose, a middle-aged man with a solemn face, and the last person's back could only be seen. 7 levels of hell, Tyrion. Barristan exclaimed in a low voice. "Who?" "It's that little devil, the dwarf son of Tywin Lannister, Tyrion Lannister. Why is he here?" The 2 said in unison. They looked at each other, and Dany asked with a smile, "Can he recognize you?" Whitebeard touched his blue-dyed beard and shook his head. "The little devil is very smart, and he has been in King's Landing for a few years. I'm not sure if I can hide it from him." Dany looked sideways at the second male protagonist of Game of Thrones. His legs were thick and short, deformed, and his head was disproportionately large. If he was prettier, he might be able to disguise as Mingming's son. However, he was really ugly. The shape of his face was already out of place, and he was missing a nose. His nostrils were black, and his forehead was protruding. His mouth was full of brown and golden stubble. He looked a little like Zhu Beiji in the wild. He was a little short, less than 1 meters. Monkey King's torso, Zhu Beiji's head. Was there anyone who looked worse than him? Chapter 192. Thick tallow candles were inserted into the slots of the pillars in the corridor, and the bright red light made the air a little hotter. Dany hesitated for a moment and did not put on the hood, revealing her silver hair that was coiled on her head. But her temperament had changed so much that even Barristan felt that she had become another person in an instant. "I'm restraining my aura to make myself look more like an ordinary person," the ordinary girl Dany explained. "Indeed, you don't have the extraordinary temperament, just like an ordinary girl from Valeglia." Whitebeard was surprised. Her bright purple eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of gray dirt, smooth and delicate, and had a healthy glow under the candlelight. Her skin was dull, waxy, and rough. Especially her temperament. It was as if something magical had been extracted from her soul. Or rather, Dany had been transmigrated by a cowardly tuberculosis ghost. Her face shape was still the same, but she had lost 5 points of her appearance and 7 points of her temperament. "How did you do it?" He could not help but ask. "I suppressed my spiritual fluctuations and then applied a layer of whale oil cream on my face." Becoming ugly was actually very simple. Whitebeard had also put on ugly makeup, and the key was the suppression of spiritual energy. Well, she put 90% of her spiritual energy into Blackie's sea of consciousness, and her whole body instantly lost most of its luster. After a quick dinner, the two went to the bedroom on the second floor to put away their luggage and adjusted their appearances before going downstairs again. They wanted to figure out Tyrion's situation. Barristan did not know about Tyrion's patricide, nor did he know that Varys had sent him to Illyrio, and that Illyrio had sent him to Slaver's Bay. Well, according to the plot of Game of Thrones, Varys and Tyrion had escaped from King's Landing and planned to go to Slaver's Bay to burn the Dragon Queen's hot stove. Jorah Mormont was still the hand of the Queen in Astapor and had no time to kidnap Tyrion, so he was not separated from Varys. Dany knew the plot, but she wanted to observe Varys. She had to admit that she was a little afraid of the Chief of Intelligence. He was in the King's Landing, but he had planted a spy in Queers, who was thousands of miles away. What the hell was this? After going downstairs, Dany pretended to pass by the corridor of the West Hall by accident. She noticed that the dwarf had just finished his dinner and was playing Shivas with a gray-bearded, middle-aged sailor. Silvas originated from Volantis and was very popular in the cities of Ursos. It was also a very fashionable game in West Arrow cities where there was sea trade. The original owner, Dany Leasy, can also play 10 different types of chess pieces: armed mob, pikemen, crossbowmen, light cavalry, heavy cavalry, catapult, siege scale, elephant, dragon, king. The rules were a bit like a cross between military chess and chess. There were 7 or 8 spectators around them. Dany also stopped to watch the battle, while Barristan sat in the dark with his hood on, drinking. As he got closer, he felt that Tyrion's appearance was truly worthy of his name. He was so ugly that he didn't even look human. He was a living devil. Deformed devil monkey? Small-eared demon pig? In short, just based on his appearance, he was a bit of a waste of the great name Tyrion. Well, just like Stark's Brandon and the Githas Grazdan, Tyrion once belonged to a great king of Casterly Rock. When is the Alliance going to take action? Tyrion asked. Why are you asking this? Of course it's to avoid war. 7 gods above, hundreds of thousands of troops in a fierce battle. Whoever doesn't avoid it is a fool. That's true, but I can't tell you the answer. The gray-bearded man shook his head. Isn't Captain Terry's tuna also on the list? The little devil asked casually. You even know this? Hee, take a look for yourself. A merchant's house is full of holes. Tyrion chuckled. I did sign a contract with the Volantis and promised to help them transport elephant soldiers. But the Alliance hasn't decided on the final strategy yet. They aren't even sure how many troops to send. Tyrion used the red dragon to eat the other party's black elephant amidst the annoyed cries of the gray-bearded captain. He sneered and said, It's already like this, and you still don't want to play poker? Last time, the Dragon Queen defeated at least 100,000 troops. TSK, within a month, she swept through the 100,000 Gith Alliance and took down the 2 cities of Yuan-Kai and Meereen. No wonder she looked like a sea yiksha in the Volantis stage play. If she wasn't so ugly, so strong, so evil, how could a man who had suffered defeat under her hands endure? You're an undull of the Sunset Sea. How would you understand the current situation? A man dressed as a sea merchant in a silk robe interrupted. The art of battle is to know yourself and the enemy. The Gith lost last time without knowing why. The Alliance has to study that woman's personality and tactical thinking first. It's been almost half a year, and you still haven't figured out how you lost. Tyrion raised his head and said in disbelief, Hee, your dragon flew under my trebuchet. Focus, don't lose carelessly. Captain Terry chuckled as he used his catapult to take down Tyrion's red dragon. Then he explained, That woman not only has a strong military force, but she's also good at using troops. For example, how did she quietly bring thousands of people to the city of Meereen? How did she make the people of Meereen mistakenly think that she had 50,000 troops, so that the people of Gith hid in the pyramid and missed the last chance to turn the tables? For example, in the battle of the rear camp outside Yuan-Kai City, where did she hide her troops? And how did she instigate the Yuan-Kai guards to betray her? Tyrion frowned. He turned to the stern-faced man beside him and asked, "Halden, what do you think?" "Dragons are the source of miracles." "Ha ha ha, that makes sense." Tyrion laughed. The Megalosaurus can conjure 50,000 troops out of thin air? The Megalosaurus can instigate the loyal generals of Gith? The Megalosaurus can hide 40,000 troops? A middle-aged, brown-haired mercenary sneered and mocked. "Barbarian Westeros, you only know how to talk about dragons all day long. Aegon conquered the Undulls with 3 dragons. And you think that dragons are gods? That dragons can do anything? In order to take down the Lone River Basin, which is half the size and population of the 7 kingdoms, Valeglia lost at least 30 Megalosaurus, 100 Dragon King, 100,000 purebred Volantis, and 1,000,000 slaves." He raised his chin and proudly concluded, "In this land, dragons are just legendary creatures that can fly and breathe fire. They'll die just the same if they get hit by an arrow. Hee, I can't refute that." Tyrion laughed foolishly. "Checkmate." He pressed down a chess piece, rubbed his hands, and laughed. "Captain Terry, thank you for letting me win. I won again." Sigh. Grey Beard took out a handful of copper coins from his pocket and put it on the table. He said unwillingly, "Here, let's play again." "Okay." While arranging the chess pieces, Tyrion casually said, "Oh, right. Why do the Volantis hate the Dragon Queen so much? Slave Bay is 3,000 kilometers away from here." The person who asked this question must have never done maritime trade. Tyrion stuck out his round belly. "Look at my body. Even a bathtub could drown me. Why would I go to the sea? Unless the sea is full of wine." Ha ha ha. The people around him laughed. Slave trade is not only the livelihood of Slave Bay, it's related to the balance of maritime trade all over the world. Simply put, slaves can reduce the cost of maritime trade by 90%. Oh, it's for money. Tyrion suddenly understood. Terry shook his head and sighed. The profit of maritime trade is tens, hundreds of times. Changing slaves to contracted workers, squeezing them for a few years is not a devastating blow to maritime trade. But look at the merchant's house. Slaves warm our beds, cook, wipe the table, carry the dishes, feed the horses, wash the chamber pot. Look at Volantis. Slaves produce food for the Volantis people. Clean the streets, educate the children, guard the city walls, pilot the warships, charge the enemy. So you understand? This city can't do without slaves. But at this moment, all the slaves in the city turn their eyes to the east, looking forward to the glorious savior, Dragon Queen, Misha, the liberator. Inside the Black Wall, the nobles with ancient bloodlines were unable to eat and sleep well. The slaves in the kitchen were so scared that they peed their pants when they sharpened their knives. Not only the nobles could not tolerate this situation, even the poor in the city hated the Dragon Queen. According to the law, even the lowliest beggar in the countryside has a higher status than a slave. But that woman wants to take away their last bit of comfort. How can they not be angry? Makes sense, but it's a little stupid. Tyrion shook his head. What do you mean? Do you think that the lords of the Westeros don't live as carefree as your trading princes and city governors? The little devil asked. I've only been to the old town, but I've never seen the lord there. Grey Beard, Terry shrugged and moved his heavy cavalry to Tyrion's trebuchet. Tyrion quickly placed the dragon beside the trebuchet and nodded. The old Count of Sea Tower has been studying magic in the towering tower all these years. Even the matter of his youngest daughter cheating on her husband did not alarm him. Dany could not help but mourn for Cora for 3 seconds. The people of the 7 kingdoms seemed to know that he was being cuckolded. Let's put it this way. The things that the Volantis nobles can do to the slaves, such as strengthening, whipping, cutting off their hands and feet, free labor, the nobles of the 7 kingdoms can do to the free people in their own territories. In name, Westeros are not allowed to have slaves, but most of the civilians are no different from slaves. Tyrion was speaking from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, other than the tattoos on their faces, the maids of Casterly Rock were no different from the slaves of the Volantis nobles. If I were the governor of Volantis, I would find out that the woman not only has 3 dragons, for she hatched another golden dragon. Terry interrupted him. Another dragon? Where did it come from? Tyrion was stunned. There are currently 2 popular theories. Slaver's Bay claims that the queen's maid was tragically killed by an assassin, and the gods compensated her with a golden dragon. She even named the dragon Golden Dolia. A sea merchant said, Clang, the elephant in his hand fell on the chessboard. The little devil stared with his black and blue eyes and said in disbelief, Say it again, a dead maid compensated with a dragon? How can she say such nonsense? And you idiots seem to believe it? Terry directly used the dragon to eat his elephant and sneered, You're the idiot. You don't know anything. Now that the dragon eggs have become fossils that have lost their vitality, if you want to hatch a dragon, you can only exchange for an undead dragon soul from the dark world and bathe in fire to be reborn. Chapter 193. A merchant in a silk robe said solemnly, This has already become an open secret. The Blackwell nobles even went to ask the Red God's supreme priest, Benello. He also admitted that the Light King Lalo had 2 sides to him. One controlled the light, and the other ruled the dark world of death. The Red God's priests resurrecting the dead is nothing new, since they can pull a person's soul back from the dark world. Why can't they let a dragon's soul be reborn? Benello? The supreme priest of the Red God Temple of Volantis, similar to the Pope of the Vatican. But this expert seemed to have fallen into a trap. This Dany rubbed her nose, feeling a little awkward. That woman lost her brother, husband, and son in exchange for 3 miraculous dragons. So, in order to hatch a dragon, other than a dragon egg, she must also sacrifice her loved one to Lalo, who controls the dark world. Terry concluded, But do you know the tragedy of the Midsummer Hall? Tyrion's ugly face scrunched up. In the Midsummer Hall of Dorne, a king's eldest son, countless fire warlocks, 7 gods' cultivators, and soldiers died in order to hatch a dragon, but not a single dragon scale was hatched. Relying on the 7 gods to hatch a dragon? Ha ha ha. The people around laughed. Everyone in the world knows that the 7 gods don't exist. The 7 gods' cultivators are no different from ordinary people. Dwarf, go to the Red Temple Square and broaden your horizons. After meeting the supreme priest, Benello, you will realize that the gods you have worshipped for thousands of years are just 7 pieces of wood. Tyrion's face turned red, but he couldn't refute, because 3 days ago when he came to Volantis, he passed by the Red God Square. He had always thought that the red-robed milkman was the same as the bishop in St. Bell's Cathedral, who only knew how to use small tricks to deceive believers, but Dany Rise also worships the 7 gods, right? He argued in the end. No one denies her uniqueness, just like some beautiful bad women, who are chased by countless men, but she ignores them. There are also some good women, who no one wants even if they throw themselves at men. This is life. Without a doubt, that woman has the destiny to be loved by the gods. Without such a destiny, would she be called the mother of dragons? To be able to get a dragon by killing a maid? To be able to defeat hundreds of thousands of Guy's people? Captain Terry sighed. Tyrion was speechless. He felt as if his worldview was about to be overturned. It's also possible that she got a great bargain, someone said. There is another saying that virtuous sage Yuan Kai sacrificed his entire family, including himself, to Lalo. However, the dragon egg was stolen by that woman, and she obtained a dragon for free. An old sailor nodded in agreement. I just came back from New JS. Everyone there said that Dragon Granny actually hatched the golden dragon. Why is there another venerable father? Dany couldn't help but interject. The people nearby had already noticed her. Even Tyrion had taken a few glances at her. Everyone around them was talking about this topic. Danny's lack of participation made her seem odd. The witch who helped great sage Mourinho hatch the dragon called herself the Lady of Dragons because she hatched a dragon. According to her, even that woman acknowledged the title. Granny of the Dragon? Fuck. That's impossible, right? No matter how stupid the Mother of Dragons is, she wouldn't let others take advantage of her. Danny's mouth twitched. But the stack of queers deeds that Dragon Granny took out all came from the Mother of Dragons. Danny was stupefied. So, the rumor that the Alliance is preparing to hatch a dragon isn't false? Tyrion asked while stroking his messy beard. It's not preparation. It's already started. I heard that 2 small noble families in New JIS have already gone extinct. Danny turned her head to look. It was a medium-sized, gray-robed, dark-skinned youth, and he was a fire mage? Yes, not only were there twisted flame runes imprinted on his gray robe, Danny could also see 2 flickering flames through his blue eyes. She thought it was an illusion. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. It was still a cluster of yellow flames in the blue sky. What's going on? Could it be? Danny suddenly remembered the 9-colored vortex ripples that appeared in her eyes. I saw through his mind and saw the fire mage's fundamental meditation technique. This, the perfect inheritance of the Valeglia people, is too overbearing. It was not rare to meet fire mages in the merchant's house. Standing on tiptoe and looking around, one could find 7 to 8 mysterious professionals in the corner. There are fire mages, fire warlocks, shadow binding warriors, and even necromancers. As for the righteous moon singers, priestesses, and red god priests, there are even more, especially the red-robed monks. There were more than 10 of them. Many tiger cloak army soldiers who came in to drink bowed respectfully when they saw them. Gone extinct? To hatch a dragon? Tyrion was shocked. Yes, the dragon granny burned them all and offered them to the shadow devil. The fire mage nodded. The dragon queen can hatch a dragon by any maid's death. They, on the other hand, didn't even hatch a single strand of hair. The little devil sneered. The fire mage said, I had a letter exchange with the dragon granny. She claimed that the golden dragon was hatched by herself and that it was a lie by the mother of dragons to change the maids. That woman was worried that if everyone had a dragon, the dragon queen would no longer be the only one. But the dragon granny burned 2 noble families to death and still didn't hatch a dragon. How did she explain that? Danny asked. It's simple. The quality and quantity of the offerings were not enough. Everyone knows that Lalo is not a good person. His greed even made us not dare to study the witchcraft of the underworld. The fire mage said seriously, I'm afraid that the 2 noble families didn't do it willingly. Tyrion sneered. The dragon granny also said that because the family heads didn't willingly sacrifice themselves, the effect might be worse. Tyrion's eyes flashed, and he said coldly, You are all wrong. The dragon queen's dragon hatching theory is actually a paradox. Only by sacrificing the one you love the most can you please Lalo. But if you deliberately hatch a dragon, it means that your love for the dragon surpasses everything. Obviously, the one you love the most in the sacrifice can't be achieved. Yes, dwarf, your brain is quite flexible. The dragon hatching theory is just a scam. Danny's eyes lit up and she praised. Tyrion was unhappy when he heard the word dwarf. He stuck out his lower abdomen and said, My work is more flexible. Do you want to try it? Chi. Danny pulled out a dagger from her waist, just like how she twirled a pencil in class. The small and thin dagger danced happily between her fingers. Under the candlelight, the flickering red light was dazzling, but from the beginning to the end, her fingers didn't cut her skin at all. Take off your pants and let me see how flexible that little thing is. Danny looked at the fire mage with a smile. I heard that a dwarf's penis has magic power. Yes. The fire mage nodded and took out a 2-finger-long black sausage from his waist pocket. An amulet from Materis. It can help me quickly recover my magic power during meditation. 7 levels of hell. Looking at the shriveled sausage strung on a red string, Tyrion's eyes bulged. He bent down and cursed loudly. "You bunch of damn barbarians! Bang!" In Dany's vision, the yellow flame in the fire mage's eyes suddenly rose 3 feet high. Then a small flame the size of a broad bean rose up from Tyrion's messy golden and brown beard. Oh, there's a fire. The chandelier's wick fell. Tyrion slapped his chin and shouted. Huff, huff. The fire mage's forehead was sweating, and his breathing became heavier. Dany was surprised to see that the flame in his blue eyes suddenly extinguished, leaving only a small spark flickering. Humph! This is just a small lesson for you to understand that you should maintain proper respect for people who have mysterious powers. The fire mage lifted his chin slightly and said arrogantly. The mercenaries, merchants, and sailors nearby were shocked. They took a step back, and the area around the fire mage immediately became empty. You. Tyrion smelled something burning on his lips. He stared at the fire mage and said in surprise, "You did this." The fire mage clasped his hands behind his back and nodded proudly. Ha ha ha. Tyrion slapped the table and laughed. This little fire, after my second brother finishes peeing, the remaining drop will be enough to extinguish it. This guy also saw the fire mage's unnatural expression. Dany was deep in thought. Gus Caesar apologized to the mage. The square-faced, middle-aged man beside him scolded sternly. Tyrion shrugged and stood up from his seat. He clasped his hands together and said, "Forgive me, mage. I drank too much, and even the topic went off track. Smack!" He slapped his forehead and shouted, "Oh, we were talking about the Alliance's conquest of the Dragon Queen. Why bother? Why bother? Not only does she have 4 dragons, but she also has an army of 50,000 or 100,000. She is also a master of war. Why bother with her? If the queen wants to free the slaves, then let her free them. She still needs the help of officials and nobles to maintain her rule, right? If I were a Volantis person, when she rides a dragon over, I would immediately kneel down and lick her feet. I can keep my title and property. Even if the slaves and servants are free, I can still continue to enslave them by employing them." The little devil seemed to be really drunk. He stopped playing chess and stood on the stool with his arms outstretched. His face was red as he shouted, "This is a perverted world, a world full of pain and injustice. It's a bloody world of cannibalism. What the hell was slavery? Without slavery, this world will be beautiful. Impossible. Slave masters eat slaves. Feudal lords eat commoners. Dragon Queen eats feudal lords. Great mages eat gnomes. The strong eat the weak. There is no difference, and there will never be a fundamental change. Give up your identity as a slave master and become a duke or earl of Volantis. Won't you still drink blood and eat meat? At most, Dragon Queen can't bear to see fresh blood. You can roast the medium-rare steak until it is 90% done. Ha ha ha." The little devil panted and laughed. Silence filled the place. Those who didn't understand only watched him as a monkey show. Those who understood frowned and looked solemn. Hugexishin, right? A gray-haired old scholar in a gray robe pushed through the crowd and looked at Tyrion meaningfully. He smiled and said, "You definitely haven't studied the code." "What code?" Tyrion was confused. Queen Dany Leesy's Code, a legal classic that strictly regulates the relationship between lords and vassals and free people, kings and officials and commoners. So what? Tyrion was puzzled. Don't the Westeros have similar codes? The code stipulates that farmers are free, but many territories don't even have the right to the first night. You will understand if you think about it carefully. Why would the Gith people form an alliance in a hurry? Why would the alliance want to contact the Westeros and Braavosi? Chapter 194. Maybe the Codex is good, maybe the Dragon Queen is a natural saint, but Saint Bailey was born in the Westeros. Tyrion shrugged and said contemptuously, St. Bailey closed all the brothels in King's Landing and proclaimed that everyone is equal under the 7 gods. They forced the count to wash the feet of lepers and promised that those lords who used their virginity to protect their daughters' chastity would be exempted from taxes. What's the use? People die and politics die out. Now, there are more brothels in King's Landing than Reese. It's not illegal for nobles to kill people. Even half a dozen kings died. If the ladies of the noble families of the 7 kingdoms didn't drink the moon tea, they must be too ugly and too stupid. Oh, St. Bailey has no dragons and is far less intelligent than his descendants. The Dragon Queen is only 16 years old now. If she can live to 70 years old, she can rule the world for at least 50 years. TSK, after 50 years, the whole world will have adapted to her new rules. The old scholar showed a look of fascination and sighed. I really don't know what kind of world it is. Maybe it's hell. Tyrion sneered. Like you said, we are already in hell anyway. How bad can it be? The old scholar said faintly. Who's making reactionary remarks? Suddenly there was a rough shout, accompanied by the sound of armor colliding. More than a dozen fierce tiger cloak army soldiers pushed the crowd and squeezed to the wine table. The officer was a short and stout middle-aged Volantis man. His blue eyes flashed fiercely. He looked at Tyrion from head to toe and scolded. Monster, are you spreading the fallacious ideas of the mother of dragons? No human language in the monster's mouth. But I don't know what evil remarks from the mother of dragons are said. Tyrion laughed. A brown-skinned man with a weathered face came in from behind and pointed at the gray-haired old scholar. General Moss, it's him. He has been saying good things about that woman and that she will create a beautiful new world. He even knows the codex she made. He must be a spy from Slave Bay. What law did I break? The gray-robed old man frowned and asked. 2 months ago, Consul Maracho declared that woman an enemy of Volantis. Are you a spy she sent? Needless to say, you look very similar. Come with me. Without giving the old scholar a chance to explain, the short and stout General Moss waved his hand. 2 members of the Tiger Cloak army walked forward and dragged the old man out. Bastard, you bunch of cowardly Volantis, do you still have the law? Do you still have any honor? You won't even let people speak the truth. Since you're so afraid of Dany Liz Targaryen, why don't you just surrender? The old man's feet were suspended in the air. He kicked his legs wildly and cursed loudly with a red face. While they were making a ruckus, a group of coachmen, cooks, and waiters rushed over from the courtyard while yelling. There were 100 to 200 people in total. Some of them were holding wooden sticks, some are holding kitchen knives, and some are holding long whips. They stood in front of the Tiger Cloak army with their chests puffed out and their bellies puffed out. They waved the weapons in their hands and shouted loudly to intimidate the dozen or so slave warriors. The Tiger Cloak army was not to be outdone. They formed a circular formation and used the tiger claws on their wrists to block the incoming sticks. The atmosphere was at its most tense moment. An old woman walked over with the help of 2 young women. Moss, I can guarantee that if you take this foreign scholar away tonight, Marazzo will lose the consul election in 6 days. The old woman trembled as she walked, but in this noisy environment, her voice was exceptionally clear and loud. The Waterside Widow, it's the Waterside Widow, someone exclaimed. Most of the crew, foreign merchants, tourists, and mercenaries who were watching nearby were enlightened. Some of the captains bowed in respect and even stepped back to make way for her. The old woman smiled and nodded to those people in response like a king. However, there were also some locals who looked at her coldly unmoved. Dany even heard a few Volantis merchants cursing in a low voice behind her. That bitch of Wagero, damn it! Dany could not help but look carefully. It was a woman whose spine had been bent by the years. Her back was piled up with ugly humps that were almost parallel to the top of her head. Her white hair was too sparse. Under the red light of the torch, her pink scalp could be seen clearly. There was a scar on her cheek. Danny suspected that there was a slave tattoo there. Although she looked old, the old widow's eyes were black and bright, revealing rich experience and deep wisdom. As the old woman walked over step by step, the slaves besieging the Tiger Cloak army retreated to make way for her. The short officer who was surrounded by the Tiger Cloak army saw her and suppressed the anger in his heart. He asked, "Madam, what do you mean?" The old widow stamped the cane in her hand and said, "This is the merchant's house. This is the East City. Let go of this guest and leave with your people." The old widow, waved her hand and interrupted him. "I know what he said, but so what? The merchant's house even entertains the necromancers of Shadow Asia, let alone a scholar from the land of the setting sun. Are you a scholar? Where's the necklace?" Moss looked back at the gray-robed scholar with messy clothes. The old man twisted his head uncomfortably and said, "I'm just a traveler seeking the truth. Everyone knows about that woman's relationship with Westeros. It's reasonable for a scholar to be a spy for her." Moss insisted. The widow by the water moved in front of the soldier and shouted in a low voice, "You stupid pig! Do you know how much negative impact your actions will have on the merchant's house? Do you know that the income of the merchant's house supports at least a third of the old nobles?" Moss's expression changed. He looked back at the brown-skinned man, gritted his teeth, and waved to the Tiger Cloak army. "Let him go. Let's go." "Hey, General!" The brown-skinned man wanted to say something more, but the old widow glared and scolded. "Captain Harris, I know you are a Gith and have served in the Iron Army for 3 years, but this is Volantis. Allowing you to perform bullshit dramas in the merchant's house is the limit of my tolerance. If you dare to destroy the reputation of the merchant's house, I can't guarantee that the Gith people here can leave the harbor safely." "You," the brown-skinned man pointed at the old woman in anger. "When that woman attacks, I hope your merchant's house can still be as full as it is today. I'm just a small shareholder of the merchant's house. Even if it closes tomorrow, it won't affect me much." After the Tiger Cloak army left, the old woman comforted the gray-robed scholar softly and promised to waive his accommodation fees. After that, she glanced at Tyrion and walked to the shadows of the northeast corner with the help of 2 maids. "She seems to be very famous and prestigious?" Tyrion helped Danny ask the question in her heart. "Do you still want to play chess?" Graybeard Terry asked. "We'll play tomorrow. Answer my question first. I don't know her real name. Everyone calls her the widow by the water. Did you see the scar on her face?" "Slave. Bed slave. The teardrop tattoo on her face was dug out. When she was young, she was trained in Yuan-Kai and was proficient in the 7 cries of spring. Even the governor of Volantis was fascinated by her. Tisk tsk, I can't see it at all." Tyrion muttered in a low voice. "She even has a great-grandson." Terry rolled his eyes and continued to explain in a low voice. "Governor Wagero fell in love with her, gave her freedom, and married her." "Wow! True love! It must be true love!" Danny exclaimed. "Shoot, lower your voice!" Captain Terry nervously looked at the corner and cursed in a low voice. "The story has a good beginning, but it doesn't have a perfect ending. Can you imagine the reaction of the nobles in the Black Wall? In a few years, Wagero died of depression. The widow by the water took over his business, but she was forced to sell her husband's ancestral home that had been passed down for thousands of years, because free people are not allowed to live in the Black Wall. Didn't you say that she already has a great-grandson? Could it be that she had a son with another man?" Danny curiously asked. Captain Graybeard sighed. "The nobles in the Black Wall don't allow the son of a bed slave to inherit the noble family name. You have to understand that Wagero had brothers and relatives, and they sigh. Later on, she lived in the merchant's house as a shareholder. People who are in trouble only need to bring gifts and come to the merchant's house for help. She will usually receive them and provide help according to the situation. Over the decades, countless crew members, captains, merchants, sorcerers, monks, and foreign travelers have benefited from her kindness." Tyrion thought for a while and looked at his companion. I need her help with something. What taboos do I have to pay attention to? Respect, she needs respect. Also, don't ever mention the name Wagro's whore in front of her. Dany pointed at a few merchants who were talking loudly in the hall and complained, I just heard the Volantis moneylender say it. I don't care about that. Greybeard shrugged and left. Tyrion glanced at Dany and left with the square-faced, middle-aged man. Dany found Barristan in the shadows in the corner and asked, Did you see anyone familiar? There were a few merchants in King's Landing selling goods in the front hall. I went up and asked around, and guess what? Tyrion first poisoned his nephew, King Joffrey, at the wedding banquet, and then killed his father. White Knight was in disbelief and emphasized, King Joffrey is dead, Duke Tywin is dead, and Tywin Lannister was shot by his son and died in the latrine too. God, what's going on, kinslaying? Kingslaying is the little devil crazy. Lion died while defecating in the stone room. Dany had known about this for a long time. The big boss of the middle stage of the game, the peerless hero who quelled the rebellion of the Four Kings, died in the latrine. But she didn't care about this. Tyrion escaped alone. 8-clawed Spider Varys was also involved. He might be nearby, but I didn't see him. Why don't you go upstairs and rest? And I'll keep an eye on the little devil. Barristan said, Don't be in a hurry to sleep. Look over there. Looking in the direction Dany indicated, there was a shadow binder wearing a wooden mask, 3 fire mages, a blue-lipped wizard queers, a middle-aged moon chanter, and 4 men and 2 women in front of the fake mountain cave in the courtyard. They were all carrying bags and were sneaking around, discussing something. What are they doing? Dany asked curiously. I don't know. You keep an eye on Tyrion, I'll go take a look. But those people are trash. Dany interrupted him and patted the Valeglia steel dagger on her waist. She said proudly, In front of me they are all trash. White Knight only hesitated for a moment, thinking that the Queen had defeated a few demigods, so it shouldn't be a big problem. He nodded and agreed. Dany pulled up her hood, crossed the corridor, and before the 5 people went into the cave, she jogged over and asked, Hey, Fire Mage, where are you going? Chapter 195. You. After being stunned for a moment, the young Fire Mage who had used all his strength to light a small flame on Tyrion's beard recognized Dany and said coldly, This is not a place for mortals. I know it's a gathering of mystics. Dany nodded with a smile. Without waiting for the Fire Mage to reply, she stopped smiling and said seriously, Actually, I'm a priestess. Priestess? The moon singer came from the Jajesni plains. She had a big head, a sharp face, sallow skin, long black hair, and wore a yellow dress with colorful patterns. She was obviously dressed as a woman, but she spoke with a rough male voice. Dany was shocked. A cross-dresser? Yes, I'm a priestess. She emphasized again. Which god do you believe in? Why don't I see his symbol on your clothes? The zebra priestess asked. I serve the 7 gods. Priestess, shadow binding knight, fire mage, male wizard, have some self-awareness, leave. The young fire mage waved her away impatiently. I'm really a priestess of the 7 gods. I serve the shadow binding knight interrupted her coldly. We all know what the 7 gods are like. 7 wooden pillars. Even the Archbishop of the 7 Gods Church can't light a glass candle. It's better to believe in any dark demon than the 7 gods. The 7 gods priests and monks are all pseudo-mystics. We don't welcome people like you in our gathering. Dany was indeed a priestess of the 7 Gods Church. She called herself the Archbishop of the 7 Gods Church at Slave Bay, but she didn't expect the priestess of the 7 gods to have such a bad reputation. They didn't even want to play with her, and she was forced to leave the group. This is prejudice. Dany said angrily, Bring me a glass candle and see if I can light it. Humph, where are we going to find a glass candle now? The young fire mage thought she was lying and was very angry. Another old black fire mage glanced at Dany coldly and said, Forget it, she's asking for it. Let her in. The cross-dressing zebra man still had some conscience. He frowned and said, "You might not believe me, but it's not easy to get in touch with mystics. You don't have the talent, and you don't have the protection of the gods, so you might be entangled by the curse." "Curse? Are you cursing me?" "That won't happen, but—" A hesitant expression appeared on the boss's ugly, pointy face. "A normal person's physiological structure will be affected by high-energy magic. You don't understand, do you?" At this point, Danny had already met all 6 of them. She was shocked to find that she could see through the young fire mage's body. She could see the depth of their magic power and the foundation of their meditation techniques without them noticing anything, just like how she could see through the young fire mage. The fire mage's eyes were filled with flames. Their basic meditation techniques were different, so the color of their flames was different. The old black man's flames were purple, but the height of his flames was less than half of the young man's. It seemed that age did not determine the depth of one's skills. Her dragon had only been born for less than 2 years, and its magic power had just recovered. Everyone was on the same starting line. The blue-lipped wizard was also an amateur. The blue mist in his sea of consciousness was extremely thin, and he looked like a newbie. The moon singer had a crescent moon in his black eyes. The crescent moon was like a sickle, and its jade color was hazy. Danny felt that his skills were about the same as the young fire mages. As expected, the strongest one was the shadow binding warrior from Yasha. Behind the wooden mask, there was a twisted black shadow in the green eyeball, like a flickering flame. If she did not notice the distorted face of the shadow, she would have thought that it was the black flame. But compared to Danny's 9-colored vortex that was as vast as the ocean, the shadow-binding warrior was also fun. She was relieved. Ignoring the moon singer's dissuasion, she followed him into the stone tunnel. After making several turns in the narrow crack, the 7 of them walked for about half a mile and arrived at a cold basement that was 200 square meters wide. An old slave with thin blue hair and pale skin was waiting at the door with an oil lamp in his hand. Seeing the old fire mage at the front, he took a step back and bowed respectfully. He hung the oil lamp on the stone wall and left through a small wooden door. Under the oil lamp, Danny caught a glimpse of the old slave's appearance, and she could not help but be shocked. His face was like a portrait drawn with ink soaked in water. His nose was on his forehead, his mouth was next to his left ear, and one of his eyes was between his eyebrows and the other was under his chin. A deformed monster. Everyone else looked as if they were used to it, and Danny did not dare to ask. The basement had 4 gray stone walls and a gray floor. It was empty with nothing inside. The ceiling was especially high, at least 7 to 8 meters. Even the light couldn't reach it. After entering the basement, the other 6 people stood close to the wall, next to the oil lamp. Danny suppressed her surprise and also stood next to the moon singer. Clap, clap, clap. The old fire mage clapped his hands and said in Valeglia with an accent, "Let's not talk nonsense. Show us your skills first, then we'll talk about the deal." His skillful and relaxed demeanor and movements all showed one thing. This was an experienced driver. "I'll go first." The young fire mage walked to the center of the hall and faced everyone. He took out 2 fist-sized glass bottles from the pouch at his waist. He even held up the bottles to let Danny and the others see clearly. One was a fiery red powder like chili powder, and the other was a greenish-brown powder like pepper powder. Was he going to barbecue? He squatted down and slowly opened the bottle. He held the bottle with both hands and turned it over. After grabbing 2 handfuls of powder, he placed the bottle on the ground in front of him. Watch carefully. After reminding everyone, the young fire mage's sea of consciousness lit up with yellow flames. He clapped his hands that were holding the powder and shouted, "Blood Dragon Dance!" Boom! He rubbed his hands together, and 2 sparks the size of rice cookers appeared in front of him, one red and one blue. The burning smell of sulfur and saltpeter filled the stone room, and it was a little choking. Then The young man danced around like he was having a seizure. The two sparks gradually stretched and transformed into two lumps of Megalosaurus. Yes, two lumps. Not only were there no eyes, noses, mouths, scales, and other details, but there were also no large hind legs. They looked like a mischievous 5-year-old child made with the dough his mother used to make dumplings. The young man's face was red, and the veins on his neck and forehead bulged. 2 streams of sweat flowed from his nose. Finally, the red dragon and the blue dragon slowly approached and entangled with each other. Poof! Extinguished. Good, good, good. Just as Danny was about to hiss, the other 2 fire mages clapped their hands excitedly and shouted 3 times in a row. Their uncontrollable excitement did not seem to be an act at all. Was it really that good? Danny was expressionless. Just as she was about to ask, "What's so good about it?" Wizard Queer stepped forward and said emotionally, "Lisbon, you are indeed the most outstanding mage of our generation. I can't compare to you." The young fire mage nodded proudly. If Wizard Haihong had returned to Queers for 2 years, he would have had a chance to reach my current level. Danny's expressionless face almost cracked. After Lisbon bent down to put away the glass bottle and return to the stone wall, the old black man looked around and asked, "Who's second?" "Me." The shadow binder's voice was hoarse as he stepped forward. Standing in the middle of the stone room, the shadow binder took off his backpack and took out a basin of charcoal. There was also a pack of charcoal and a glass bottle as thick as a thumb. It was half filled with a dark red liquid. The shadow binder placed the charcoal into the metal basin and lit it. The charcoal burned brightly, and the faint red flames rose 2 feet high. Waves of heat spread out in the cold basement. The shadow binder placed his hands above the brazier and warmed them while chanting an incantation that Danny could not understand. The stone room seemed to have opened a cooling valve. Gradually, the heat dissipated, and a chilling air filled the air. It was the kind of eerie chill that one would find in a cold tomb. Danny was shocked to see the shadow behind the shadow binder twisting and turning. At first, it was as slow as a twig sprouting, but the faster the shadow binder chanted, the more intense the shadow became. Finally, a dense sea of shadows appeared on the wall behind the shadow binder. "This bottle of blood came from a noble," the shadow binder said as she raised the glass bottle. She then opened the bottle and poured the blood into the brazier. Sizzle. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air along with the white smoke. It was nauseating. What happened next shocked Danny. The shadow behind the shadow binder slowly moved closer to the center, and the black color became thicker and thicker. She had never imagined that a shadow could be so dark and lifeless. Just one look at it was enough to make her shiver and freeze her soul. It was like a 2-dimensional paper person stuck to the wall, struggling to enter the 3-dimensional world. A blurry humanoid shadow walked out of the wall. It was like a sleepwalker, wandering aimlessly in the room without making a sound. It approached the oil lamp, and the shadow turned from light to dark. It retreated into the shadows, and the color gradually decreased. It was very strange. The brighter the flame, the clearer the shadow became. Gulp. Danny swallowed. She turned around and saw that the others were even weaker than her. Their faces were filled with fear, and they were dumbfounded. She instantly looked better. She seemed to have gained courage from the others' cowardice. So powerful. "Sir, can you control it to kill people?" she asked. The shadow binder looked at her in surprise. He was surprised that she was not affected by his blood magic. Fear appeared on the faces of the others. It was mostly due to the fact that they were being suppressed on the level of their souls when faced with superior spells. This priestess of the 7 goddesses was not simple. "I can't control him," the shadow binder said. "Him." The Asha woman explained seriously, "I used the noble's blood to summon the noble's shadow. The noble's soul is projected on his shadow, but he has his own will, even if his will is chaotic and ignorant. Is it because you're not strong enough, or is there some other reason?" I've heard that someone can control the shadow to kill people from a distance, like a servant. The shadow binder looked at her strangely for a while. He did not expect that this weak and fake mysterious person would dare to say such things to him. I'm the most notorious shadow binder, and I'm playing with the soul of a noble. Is it because the ignorant are fearless? Impossible. The woman with the wooden mask shook her head and said with certainty, I said that the shadow is attached to the noble's soul. The soul is the combination of the will and the spirit. I can only control it, but it's not that I can't make him kill people. I'm not strong enough, but even if I'm strong enough to control him to kill people, I have to meet a condition. He wants the victim to die. Do you understand? Shadow binders can only control and tempt the shadow to act, but they can't distort its will. It's just like how no one can make a normal person on the street commit suicide with a few words. Chapter 196. After chatting with the shadow binding sorcerer, Danny's fear gradually disappeared. She ran to the shadow and examined it carefully. She couldn't see the features clearly, but there were arms and legs. The head and neck were blurry. Just like Lisbon's blood dragon dance, the details were lacking. Danny asked, Will the noble die without a soul? After the witchcraft ends, the soul will automatically return to the body. It's like the noble had a dream. Can I touch him? Danny pointed at the shadow and asked. The shadow binding sorcerer, the black fire sorcerer, looked at the seven goddess priestess in shock and said, You're so brave. Danny and the shadow binding sorcerer talked for a while. The others slowly recovered from the shock and fear. You can try, the shadow binding sorcerer said quietly. It was cold and soft to the touch, like a jelly that had been frozen overnight. It's a bit cold. It seems to be absorbing the heat from my hand. As Danny spoke, she flicked the shadow's head a few times. It's very sturdy. Then she grabbed the shadow's wrist and squeezed it slightly. It turned into powder like a piece of wood that had been rotten for tens of thousands of years. The shadow wriggled a few times and started running around the room. It looked a bit panicked. It's still a bit fragile. Danny held up the broken arm that was struggling and twisted. She looked at the shadow binding sorcerer and asked, What should we do now? Can we throw it on the ground? You. The shadow binding sorcerer, who had been acting like a master since the beginning of the courtyard, couldn't stay calm anymore. He pointed at Danny and shouted with a distorted voice, Why are you fine? What's wrong? Danny tried to throw the wriggling shadow away, but it was as light as a feather. She opened her palm, and the wriggling arm was still stuck to her palm. The fire sorcerer, the wizard, and the moon singer all looked at her blankly. Finally, the black fire sorcerer took a few steps forward and asked, How do you feel? I don't feel anything. It's lighter than cotton candy. It's just a bit cold and sticky. Try it. She put the broken arm in front of the old fire sorcerer. What kind of candy is cotton candy? The old fire mage asked casually. He subconsciously reached out his right hand and grabbed his broken wrist. The shadow that was stuck to Danny's palm immediately fell off. This is strange. She looked at her palm from left to right. It was white and clean, and there was nothing there. Cluck, 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 cluck. The sound of teeth chattering rang in everyone's ears like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Danny took a closer look and found that the old fire sorcerer's face was dark. His white eyebrows, beard, and short hair were all covered in white frost. His eyes were white, and he looked like a dead catfish. It was visible to the naked eye that the white gas coming out of his mouth was getting lesser and lesser. I can only exhale but not inhale. Danny took a few steps back and pointed at the old man. What's wrong with him? You, the shadow binding knight, glared at her and quickly bent down to take out a pot lid from his cloth bag, covering the brazier with it. Hiss, hiss. The 3 feet tall flame retreated back into the brazier. Not long after, the flame was extinguished. The shadow that had been running wildly in the room quickly dimmed and disappeared. Plop! The old fire mage sat on the ground, panting heavily. You people from the Midsummer Islands are really children of summer. You've never seen snow or experienced winter. You can't even stand this little bit of cold. Danny shook her head and sighed. The shadow-binding knight walked over to help the old man up and asked, "Master Condi, how do you feel?" "I'm okay. Master Tam's magic power is strong. This old man—" The fire mage glanced at the unscathed Danny, shook his head and sighed. "I'm ashamed. Alas, I can't even compare to a fake priest." "I'm really a priest of the 7 gods," Danny argued. "A priest without a god has no power. It's all fake." The young Lisbon stepped forward and helped the old fire mage to the wall. He looked at Danny strangely and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you attacked by Master Tam's magic power?" "I'm not afraid of the cold," she said. "It's not a matter of whether it's cold or not." The fire mage seemed to have thought of something and was stunned for a moment. He pointed at Danny and said in surprise, "You have the talent to become a mystery person, and a very high talent. You don't need to cultivate, but you have magic power in your body." The shadow-binding knight and the others suddenly understood. The 7 gods were fake, and the priests of the 7 gods were also fake mysteries. However, this didn't mean that the fake priests didn't have the talent for witchcraft. "What's your name?" Moon Singer asked. Well, with the talent to become a mystery person, these people began to see Danny as a human. "Layla of the Arathorn family in Bravos," she said. "Arathorn?" Moon Singer thought for a moment and said in realization, "The Arathorn family in Moon Pond Street. Your ancestors used to live inside the Black Wall, right?" Danny shrugged and said casually, "It's been hundreds of years." The Arathorn family in Bravos was a small, noble family with Valeglia blood. When Danny and Liz were very young, William Derry even received the Arathorn family head when he came to visit. Later, Sir William died of illness, and Danny and Liz were chased out of the mahogany door by the servants. Viserys even brought his sister to the Arathorn family for help. It was obvious that the people who chased the siblings out were not the servants of the family. Arathorn didn't even let the 2 young Targaryens enter the house. "Layla, you can try to convert to Lalo. The priests of the 7 gods really don't have a future," Moon Singer advised. The old fire mage stood up and said slowly, "Let's talk about private matters in private. It's late. Let's continue." Moon Singer nodded and walked forward. "I'll do it." The zebra man didn't use any tools. He sat cross-legged on the gray stone floor and muttered something. His black eyes rolled around. Danny felt a little dizzy just watching from the side. There were no other sound and light special effects, but Danny noticed that the new moon in the man's mind was expanding rapidly. It expanded to a full moon, and then quickly thinned into a crescent moon. Although she didn't know what he was doing, he was definitely doing it. Phew! The zebra man exhaled deeply. He stood up and said solemnly, "Tomorrow morning there will be heavy fog in Volantis. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the fog will disperse and the sun will shine. In the afternoon, the temperature will be a little high. Remember to drink more water and don't catch a fever. In the evening, the sky will be full of light and the breeze will be gentle. If you have time, I suggest that you go to Boar Cliff to watch the sunset." Danny was stunned for a moment. She asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" "Prophecy. Moon Singer is prophesying tomorrow's weather," the old black mage said. Actually, Danny looked conflicted. She could guess that tomorrow would be a sunny day. But when she saw how tired the zebra man was and how sweaty he was, she couldn't bring herself to say those words. Next was Wizard Queers. He gave Danny a little surprise. He took out a blue turtle shell the size of a lunchbox and chanted a spell. A turtle made of blue light crawled out of the shell. It had 4 limbs, a head, and a pair of illusory wings. It floated in the air. "A phantom turtle?" she called out. The wizard nodded. He tapped the turtle's head with his finger. The phantom turtle quickly expanded from the size of a lunchbox to the size of a rice cooker. "Go," the wizard growled. The phantom turtle spun in a circle, flapping its wings and moving its limbs in the air. It came to Danny as fast as a galloping horse. "Moo," the turtle called out. Then a message appeared in her mind. "Is it powerful?" "Ah." She nodded blankly. "Powerful, powerful, very powerful." Boom! The phantom turtle turned into a ball of blue light and disappeared. "How far can your phantom turtle run?" Danny looked at the exhausted wizard and asked. "It can go anywhere within 500 meters," Wizard Haihong said proudly. "But the blue mist in your mind is 3/4 gone. Brother, very powerful. Is there anything special about this turtle shell?" Danny looked at him with admiration. The wizard didn't hesitate and said, "You know the Loinese god, right? They treat the entire Lone River as a god, the mother of the Lone River. Although she was crippled by the Valeglia, the mother of the Lone River is far more real than the 7 gods. There are a group of gods under the mother of the Lone River. One of them is a giant turtle, the Old Man of the River. Maybe it's because of the Old Man of the River's divine bloodline, but some of the turtles in the Lone River have very high spirituality." He shook the turtle shell in his hand. "Like this one. I spent 40 silver coins to buy this turtle shell from a Loinese fisherman." Loinese? Danny could tell that this wasn't a normal term. Only the Loinese believe in the Old Man of the River. It's rare for others to see this kind of auspicious sign. Danny was shocked and said in disbelief, "Believers kill their own god." "Haha, as long as the price is high enough, they can even sell their parents and children. Aren't they human?" The wizard cracked his blue lips and sneered. "It's said that every fisherman only has one chance in their life. If they take the 40 silver coins, they'll never see the Old Man of the River again for the rest of their lives." Without further delay, the wizard put away the turtle shell and retreated to the wall. The next person to appear was the inconspicuous, skinny middle-aged fire wizard. He was about 4 feet taller than Tyrion, who was less than 6 feet tall. His cheeks were so thin that one could see the outline of his skull. He took off his gray robe and sandals in the middle of the stone hall, leaving only a white cloth wrapped around his waist. His ribs were clearly visible. He was so skinny that he was out of shape. The skinny man took out a ball of cotton wool the size of a pillow and sprinkled it with pungent fire oil. He moistened it and spread it out into a 4-meter-long strip. The length of the cotton wool was uneven. It was thick in the middle and had 2 ends. Ignite. Boom! A 4-meter-long red wall of fire rose in the room. The flame in the middle was more than 2 meters high, and the 2 sides were shorter, only half a meter high. From where Danny and the others were standing, it looked like a mountain of fire. The skinny man stretched his neck and twisted his waist. After warming up, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "Everyone, I'm going to show you the fire escape technique." Fire escape technique? Danny's interest was piqued. "Haha." The skinny man retreated to the wall and shouted. He quickly ran toward the wall of fire. "Ah ha ha ha." Like a motorcycle sprinting down a muddy hill, the skinny man climbed and ran on the fire with his bare feet as if he was stepping on solid objects. He ran until he reached the other side, then sped down. Clap! The skinny man's bare feet landed on the ground. He actually ran on the fire for 4 meters. Clap, clap, clap. Danny clapped with all her might and shouted excitedly, "Good, that's great!" The magicians nearby were originally calm, but when they saw Danny clapping so excitedly, they hid the disdain in their eyes and clapped as well out of politeness. Seeing everyone's unprecedented enthusiasm, the skinny man, who had originally planned to run and leave the stage, was also excited. Even the shadow binder and the number 1 genius of the younger generation are clapping for me. I must perform well. Chapter 197. It was nothing much for the 7 priestesses to applaud. However, the binding warrior Tam, the number 1 rookie Lisbon, and even the moon chanter were all top figures in their respective domains. It was like being praised by Brother Guan Yu for his swordsmanship, being praised by Lu Ban for his axe skills, being envied by Father Ma for his wealth, and being envied by Einstein for his intelligence. The skinny man's face turned red. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He took a few deep breaths and retreated to the bottom of the wall. He rushed forward and jumped onto the volcano before doing a somersault. Bang! It was as if Wang Qi's Lao's Han wall passing technique had lost its power. Or rather, it had reached its limit. A part of the volcano was dented. With a bang, sparks flew everywhere. The skinny man who did a somersault cried out in pain and fell to the ground from a height of 2 meters. His body was pressed against the burning kerosene. Ouch, he cried out. His voice was mournful and sorrowful. It gave Danny a fright, seeing that the cloth bag at his crotch was burning. A few people who had recovered from their shock immediately walked forward and prepared to help extinguish the fire. "Roll! Roll on the stone floor," shouted Danny. However, the fire was extremely fierce. The skinny man rolled back and forth on the ground, but he couldn't extinguish the fire. "Help! Help me! Water! Quickly use water!" howled the skinny man. "There's no water here." The old man shouted and ran to the small wooden door in the corner. Bang, bang, bang. He kicked the door and shouted, Men, bring water." "There's no time." Danny clenched her teeth and shouted to the skinny man, "There's no other way. Lie on the ground and spread your legs. We'll help you extinguish the fire." Ouch, ouch, ouch. He was a fire mage after all. Half of his body was burning, but he could still grit his teeth and assume the posture that Danny requested. "Follow my example." Danny called out to the few of them and rushed forward, stomping on the ground. Ouch! Danny only needed to kick him once. The skinny man's eyes rolled back and he fainted in happiness. However, his happiness did not last for long, because pain could also awaken an unconscious person. Seeing that Danny's feet were as swift as the wind and the flame in his abdomen was really extinguished, the others, including the shadow-bind warriors, no longer hesitated. They also rushed over and surrounded the skinny man. Bam, 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 bam. Then the skinny fire mage woke up and let out a howl. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Bang, bang, bang. He woke up. How? After about 4 or 5 minutes of stomping, the skinny man's body was a mess. The flames were all extinguished, and only wisps of white smoke mixed with the aroma of barbecued meat drifted out from his body. "Sir Wizard, is your secret meeting over?" A deformed head popped out from behind the wooden door. It was the blue-haired old man from before. Pogba, the fire magician, made a mistake while casting a spell. He was burned by the flames. "Hurry up and take him away for treatment," the old man said, pointing at the man with black and red skin on the ground. The blue-haired old man's legs trembled when he saw the fire magician's pitiful state. He said with a trembling voice, "The consequences of making a mistake in casting a spell are so tragic. Sir Wizard, the merchant's house is not responsible." Whoosh! Danny took out a handful of silver coins and scattered them on the skinny man's body. This is a tip. The brown eyes on the old man's forehead bulged. After a while, he moved his gaze away from the shiny silver coins. He nodded and bowed to Danny, saying, "Don't worry, Sir Wizard. We will definitely treat Sir Pogba." After a while, 2 gray-clothed servants carried a stretcher over and carried the half-cooked fire magician away. "What do we do now?" Lisbon frowned. The old man glanced at the shadow-bind warriors vaguely. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a rare opportunity. Let's continue. I'm the only one left anyway." For a fire magician like Pogba, being burned is a common occurrence. It shouldn't be a big problem. Lisbon nodded in agreement. A common occurrence? How miserable would that be? Danny's mouth twitched. She asked in confusion, "I once saw a fire magician climbing a fire ladder that was 7 or 8 meters high, like an ape on the street. It seemed to be very easy." Why is it so difficult for Pogba to climb a firewall? Pogba can also easily complete the performance you saw, but this gathering is only for learning skills. Real spells, the old man said calmly. What do you mean? Is that performance fake? It's half real and half fake. On a specific stage, with the help of steel wires, slow ropes, and other props, the old fire magician explained. The shadow-bind warrior Tam also nodded in agreement. In the whole of Volantis, Pogba is one of the top 5 fire magicians. His strength is not to be underestimated. Danny did not know what to say. The old man stood in the middle of the stone hall. He felt the scorching heat from the burning ground. He immediately thought of the scene where everyone helped Pogba put out the fire. He did not need to feel a chill on his thighs. He hesitated. After a while, he said hesitantly, "Everyone, I was slightly injured earlier. Everyone has seen the strength of great Wizard Tam. In order to eliminate the corrosion of the residual power of the blood witchcraft, I used too much magic power. I'm afraid I can't perform my basic spell as planned. I can only use a little trick used by guardians to amuse everyone." "Okay, I already know your strength." The shadow-bind warrior nodded. The old man lit up the charcoal basin, put on a stand, and put in a small pot. He poured a pot of dark purple oil into it. The oil boiled, and the smell of oil filled the stone room. "This is oil that has been refined with magic. It's very easy to ignite," the old fire magician explained. A few seconds after he finished speaking, the oil in the pot began to boil, and a raging fire suddenly rose up. The pillar of fire rose all the way to the ceiling, and the heat wave unscrupulously spread in all directions. The fire died, everyone's faces red. The old fire magician took off his robe, revealing his ugly chest with loose skin. He took out a wooden box the size of a can bottle from his pocket. Fire repellent ointment. Then he dug out a big lump of gray ointment and spread it evenly on his arms, palms, shoulders, and chest. He raised his hands so that everyone could see clearly. No one could tell that he had put something on his hands. Then he put his hands into the oil pot bit by bit. With a sizzling sound, he kept scooping up the burning oil. He even put his hands in the fire to roast them. 7 gods above, this ointment is so effective against fire, Danny said in disbelief. "Look at his chest," Moonchant reminded her in a low voice. Danny didn't need her reminder. She had already seen the old fire magician's magic power flowing under the ointment. His arms, shoulders, and chest were like crabs in a steamer, red and steaming. Under the ointment's effect, the heat from his palms spread to other parts of his body and spread into the air. In short, the ointment was helping the skin on his hands to dissipate the heat. She was even more surprised because she saw through this. The old black magician was much more mature than the skinny man. Hearing Danny's surprise, he didn't insist. Soon he dried his hands, removed the charcoal basin, and covered the oil pot with a lid. Tam coughed softly and glanced at Danny. He then said in a clear voice, "There are 3 purposes for this gathering. Demonstrate your spells, expand your knowledge, exchange spells with other classes of sorcerers, and discuss spell secrets with each other. The first purpose has been achieved. Who wants to exchange spells? How much is Mr. Wood's fire repellent ointment?" Lisbon asked first. "It's a level 3 protection spell," the shadow magician said casually. The old fire magician nodded without hesitation. "Sure." Lisbon frowned and took out a milky white porcelain bowl, a matching porcelain plate, and 2 dice from his backpack. "Magic dice. You can roll the number you want." Then he demonstrated several times, each time between 8 and 12 o'clock. Danny didn't see any magic waves. She couldn't help but wonder, are your dice filled with ahem? The shadow magician interrupted Danny's unfinished words. When other people are trading, they can't talk about other people's magic secrets. Magic secrets, my ass. Isn't it just a dice filled with mercury? The young fire magician glared at Danny and looked at the shadow magician. "What do you think?" It's also a level 3 protection spell, Tam said. Okay, I'll trade, the old fire magician said. Then the two walked to the other side of the stone room and started to talk about the deal in a low voice. At this time, Danny asked in confusion, "What's a level 3 protection spell?" The shadow magician was silent. Moon Singer whispered, "Basic meditation techniques are the foundation of spells. They're also called fundamental laws. Usually, to complement the fundamental laws, you'll learn a special skill, such as Lisbon's fire control and Pogba's fire escape. A person's energy is limited. It's rare to be able to study the fundamental laws and 1 or 2 special skills in a lifetime. But occult professionals also need money, so you'll often meet fire magicians who perform on the streets. The magic they use to make money is called protection spell. You can't have too many protection spells because the audience will get tired of them. Because of this, you need more protection spells, not more. Of course, now that magic has recovered, as long as you're a real occult professional, your fundamental laws can also be used as a protection spell. For example, Pogba's fire escape can evolve into a fire ladder." Danny's face twisted. The mysterious veil of extraordinary was lifted, revealing 3 words. "Miserable, I'm so miserable. I believe you can see that Lisbon's magic dice doesn't need magic at all, but you can't deny that it can indeed cheat ahem." Moon Singer touched her nose and said awkwardly, "It can make money, especially in the age of magic when the magic tide falls. A skill that can make money is a good skill. The more money it can make, the higher the level of the skill. Level 2 protection spells, level 1 protection spells." Danny's face stiffened. She didn't know what to say. How was this a gathering of extraordinary? It was completely an exchange of swindlers. However, on second thought, Moonchant's words did make sense. Transcendents were humans, after all. They needed to eat and feed their families. They didn't steal or rob. They relied on their skills to earn money. What's wrong with cheating? Do wizards have protection spells too? Danny looked at Blue Lips. "Of course," the wizard said matter-of-factly. "What about Great Wizard Tam?" "I'm from the Land of Shadows," the shadow-binding knight said calmly. His face was covered by a wooden mask, so his expression couldn't be seen, but there was a hint of arrogance in his voice. Danny didn't understand. She was about to ask again when Moon Singer explained first. "Lord Tam has real power. Do you know about the dragon hatching in Volantis?" Chapter 198. The Volantis. People want to hatch dragons too? Could it be? Danny pointed at the shadow-binding knight and said in surprise, "Could it be that the consul invited Great Wizard Tam to hatch dragons in Volantis?" "Yes." Moonsinger looked at the shadow-binding knight in awe and said, "Only Great Wizard Tam is qualified to participate in such a grand event." Danny could not help but think of the witch who had cheated hundreds of thousands of gold coins from the virtuous master. A dragon witch. She could not even tell the difference between real and fake dragon eggs. What else could she be if she was not a scammer? Yes, a small wizard who cheated the people and made the big boss a VIP. She would not open for business for 10 years and would eat for 10 years. "But does Volantis have dragon eggs?" she asked curiously. "What do you think? If there are no dragon eggs, why would we invite the shadow-binding knight?" Moon Singer shrugged. "There are too many dragon eggs in this world. The mother of dragons incubated 4 eggs, and a dragon granny in New Guise is incubating eggs. I heard that the royal family of Keelas had 2 eggs, and now even Volantis has eggs. I feel that a great era is coming," the shadow-binding knight said with a complicated tone. Was the long night that happened once in 10,000 years considered a great era? While they were talking, Lisbon and the old mage returned with satisfied expressions. Even Moonsinger and the wizard joined in, exchanging spells, magic materials, and magic books. The shadow-binding knight even used a ruby to exchange for half a pound of ghost grass seeds from the wizard. According to Tam, the ruby could store a poison-resistant spell. "I once got a poison-resistance necklace with a sapphire, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Danny was confused. Do you know the principle of poison resistance? The shadow-binding knight asked. Wearing it will automatically dispel poison? The shadow-binding knight shook his head and explained, you have to predict that you will be poisoned the night before and what kind of poison you are poisoned with. Then you can concoct an antidote or prepare a poison resistance spell and store it in the ruby. The next day, you will be immune to poison. Danny nodded. What Tam said was almost exactly the same as what Faceless said last time. This is completely useless. Can't I just carry the antidote with me? She said with a headache. Most of the time, you don't even have the chance to drink the antidote. The shadow binder shook his head. Also, think about it. One of the situations is when you lie on the ground in front of the enemy with a miserable look on your face, struggling to take out the medicine bottle from your pocket like a stray dog struggling for its life. The other situation is when you have a mysterious smile on your face as you watch your enemy calmly eat the food that has been poisoned. That kind of situation is more frightening to the enemy, more in line with the noble, elegant, mysterious, and powerful aura of an adept. Danny was speechless. Then let's begin the third. Wait. Danny interrupted the shadow-binding knight. She stepped forward and said, I want to trade too. You have talent, but your talent lies in the future, not the present. The shadow-binding knight frowned. I have a guardian skill, Danny said confidently as she rubbed her nose. Doubt protection technique? Sure, but you have to demonstrate it first. I'll give you a fair rating. The shadow-binding knight nodded. It was a scam after all. She didn't have to know magic. The 5 insiders all understood and accepted it. Danny rolled up her sleeves and said boldly, Give me 2 bowls and 3 dice. Although Lisbon was puzzled, he still took the initiative to hand over his bowl and dice. Danny squatted on the ground and placed the 3 dice in front of her. The 2 bowls were placed on the side. She thought for a moment and looked up. She glanced at the 5 people who were staring at her curiously and asked, Who can give me a magic wand? Magic wand. What's that? Just any stick will do. No stick. How about a spoon? The old man took out a wooden spoon with a long handle that was used to dig out the fire-repelling ointment from his pocket. Okay. Danny took the spoon and pointed at the 3 dice. Are you all done? She asked. Yes. The 5 nodded. Let's begin. My magic skill is called 3 Gods Return to Cave. Why not the 7 gods? Don't you believe in the 7 gods? Moon Singer asked curiously. Let's understand the 3 gods first. Danny smiled slyly and said loudly, Look carefully. Use the bowl to cover it. The first time she was very fast. The others didn't think much of it. After all, it was a simple action. What could be fancy? The second bowl, cover the dice on the left. Now you all see it, right? There's a die under each bowl, and there's 1 left in the middle. Is it like this? Yes. The old mage nodded. It's that simple. We all saw it. Continue, Lisbon said impatiently. Danny nodded. She picked up the dice in the middle with 2 fingers and held it in her left hand. She knocked the wooden spoon in her right hand on the porcelain bowl on the left and chanted a spell in Chinese that no one could understand. Mommy, 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 please bless me, Ghost Hand King. Your disciple will make a living in this world and help you develop the skills of 3 immortals returned to cave. Whoosh go. This was advanced Valeglia language. Everyone could understand it. The 5 transcendent mages looked at her as if she was an idiot. Finally, Moon Singer couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Danny waved her hand at him and pointed at the left bowl. She said loudly, Now guess how many dice are in it. Lisbon crossed his arms and sneered, Do you think we're blind? Of course, there's only 1. What about you? 1. The other 4 said together. Sigh, look carefully. Danny shook her head and sighed. She gently opened the left bowl. Ugh, 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 the 5 people's eyes bulged. Their mouths were so wide open that they could fit their fists. What sorcery is this? Aren't you a priest of the 7 gods? Don't tell me the priests of the 7 gods also have mystical powers? The young fire mage stuttered. Danny shrugged and covered the left bowl. She knocked the wooden spoon on the bottom of the right bowl and asked, "How many dice are in there?" 1, 2. The 5 people gave 2 different answers. Look carefully. Danny removed the bowl on the right, revealing the empty floor. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The 5 transcendents were stunned. Danny smiled faintly. She covered the right bowl and knocked the left bowl with the wooden spoon. She pointed at the left bowl and asked, "How many dice are in there?" This. The 5 of them looked at each other. Their eyes filled with bewilderment. It's just a demonstration. I'm not lying. Ahem, I'm not asking you to bet. What are you afraid of? If you think of anything, just say it. Danny encouraged them. 3, it must be 3. Moon, Singer gritted his teeth. Yes, 3. The fire mage and wizard nodded in agreement. The shadow bind hesitated for a moment and nodded. The dice in the right bowl teleported to the left bowl, so there are 3. Hee, you even thought of teleportation. As expected of a big shot in the transcendent world. Danny calmly opened the left bowl. What? Looking at the empty floor, the 5 transcendents were dumbfounded. She closed the left bowl and knocked the right bowl with the wooden spoon. How many? 3. She opened it. There was only 1. She closed the right bowl and knocked the left bowl with the wooden spoon. How many? 2. She opened it. There were 3. How many? How many? Danny's actions became faster and faster, and her questions also became faster and faster. The 5 great mages' eyes became more and more confused, and their minds became more and more confused. Gradually, they seemed to hallucinate. There was only 1 wooden spoon and 2 bowls left in the world. There was only 1 voice in their ears. How many? How many? How many? Seeing that they were about to break down, Danny threw away the wooden spoon and stood up. She looked at the shadow bind and asked, "What level?" 2. Grand Wizard Tam said blankly, "I'm asking what level my guardian skill is." Danny's mouth twitched. Is it over?" The shadow bind woke up with a start. He blinked, and his eyes gradually regained clarity. "What did you say?" Danny repeated her question with a wooden face. It must be level 1. The highest level, the shadow bind said with certainty. A skill that could even trick transcendents would definitely be able to kill ordinary people. Or was this not a trick? Are you sure this is not a sorcery skill? The shadow bind asked. Think what you want. I'll only trade for a guardian skill. I'll trade with you. The young fire mage stared at Danny. I'll trade my basic skill with you. Blood Dragon Dance. This. Danny frowned. Blood Dragon Dance sounded awesome, but it was useless. If possible, she would rather have Pogba's fire escape. She could imagine a shocking scene, a ball of fire suddenly exploding in the palace's fire pool. The Dragon Queen leaped up like a fairy and stepped on the flames to the side of the pool. Eri and Jichi looked at her in awe, seeing her hesitation. Lisbon hurriedly added, "You were in the hall earlier. You saw me summoning flames to burn the ugly dwarf. My fire manipulation skill can not only control burning flames, but also the fire elements in nature. When the fire elements gather together, it can ignite everything. But you barely managed to ignite the dwarf's beard?" Danny suspected that he was bragging. The young fire mage's face turned red. He hurriedly said, "My level is not high enough. It's said that the Blood Dragon Dance came from ancient Valeglia. It's an inherited skill of the Grand Wizard." "Lisbon, you can't talk nonsense." The shadow bind could not listen to him anymore. Even if the fire mage was a junior she thought highly of, as a witness, Tam would not allow him to lie to a transcendent. Other than himself, who else can use the skills of the Grand Wizard of Valeglia? She said seriously, The young man's expression changed rapidly. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "My inheritance comes from an old noble in the Black Wall. I can't say his name, but I can swear to the Grand Wizard that he belongs to one of the 14 Fire Peaks." The old man was deep in thought. He looked at the young man with envy and hidden jealousy. "No wonder you want priest Layla's 3 gods returned to cave so much. That prodigal must have many more secret skills waiting to be sold, right?" Without a doubt, Layla's 3 gods returned to cave was a godly skill that could cheat money. It was also because the rules were very simple and clear at a glance. There would definitely be a lot of people who would fall for it. In short, with the 3 gods returned to cave, Lisbon could accumulate a lot of wealth in a short period of time and exchange it for a large number of secret skills from some prodigal in the Black Wall. Valeglia's secret skills. Many people risked their lives to explore the ruins of Valeglia. Wasn't it just to discover the secret skills of Valeglia that ruled the world? Chapter 199. What about you guys? Danny looked at the Shadowbinder and the others. She wanted to compare the items and see who had more valuable items. "I don't need a guardian skill," Tam said calmly. "Seems like the Volantis people really put in a lot of effort to invite you." "I don't have a level 1 guardian skill to exchange with you," the old man said regretfully. The blue-lipped milk man stepped forward and said excitedly, "I'm willing to use 10 buckets of night shadow water and the wizard root method to exchange with you." "I don't want it even if you give it to me for free." However, Danny was still tempted. She nodded hesitantly. "Let me think about it." She then looked at the moon singer. "The current guardian skill is enough for me," the big boss declined. "Broadcast the weather forecast? Can I talk to Mage Lisbon alone first?" Danny asked the Shadow Binding Knight. When the Shadow Binding Knight nodded, she walked to a corner with the Fire Mage. With their backs facing the others, they began to talk softly. "Without the great wizard Valeglia's root method, I'm afraid I can't learn your blood dragon dance." Danny purposely probed. Lisbon sighed in relief. So that was what she was worried about. "You don't have to worry at all. The blood dragon dance itself can also be learned as a high-level meditation technique. After all, it came from the great wizard Valeglia. Is your witchcraft incantation dictated, or is it something else? I'm afraid I can't remember or understand it. I can write it on parchment and teach you the standard pronunciation of the 64 syllables in Valeglia." Danny's heart skipped a beat, but her face revealed a puzzled expression. 64 syllables? Valeglia's witchcraft has a special incantation system. In fact, every extraordinary profession has a special incantation system. Only 64 syllables? What do you mean, only 64 syllables? Lisbon stomped his foot and said unhappily, "Even if you don't understand incantations, you should know that the Valeglia language itself only has 30 letters, and the common language of the sunset, only has 23 letters. Don't try to trick me. Incantation syllables are different from language letters," Danny said unhappily. "Alphabets were arranged in order to form words, and words were arranged in order to form sentences. It was a one-dimensional language. On the other hand, the monosyllabic incantation was a two-dimensional arrangement. The combination and recitation methods were more complex and varied. It was a two-dimensional language. To put it simply, a large number of individual spell syllables formed a QR code. This QR code was considered a complete spell rune. The 9-colored spiral vortex in Danny's mind was also a super large QR code. Of course, the QR code was more complicated. An ordinary QR code was composed of blank and black dots. It was actually a binary combination of 0 and 1. On the other hand, witchcraft incantations, such as Valeglia's incantation, had 108 standard syllables. Even if it wasn't considered blank, it was still in the 108-digit system. From this, one could see how much information it could hide. As everyone knew, even if it was a QR code, the coding system was different, resulting in many systems. At present, the QR code standard used in the market was the most common, the one with the highest number of users. Different extraordinary professions, different basic incantation syllables, and different coding systems. Using one coding system's fundamental law to scan another coding system's incantation. If the code scanner couldn't read the information, it couldn't provide the support of witchcraft. In other words, it couldn't use this witchcraft incantation. If the Valeglia Wizard Council wanted to become a god, they also had the ability to become a god. Then they really became a god. The perfect fundamental law in the Great Wizard's Inheritance could scan all coding systems with the QR code, except for the god's priest system. You also know? After being exposed by Danny, the young fire wizard was a little embarrassed. However, he quickly calmed down and said seriously, "Let me tell you this. Among the extraordinary professions, the red god priest has the second most incantation syllables. Even he only has 54. The black wall aristocrat is just a branch family. He didn't receive the complete inheritance. I only got 36 basic incantation syllables from him. The remaining 28 syllables were painstakingly researched by me for 5 years. Fortunately, the fire wizard originally belonged to the Valeglia wizard's branch family. The two magic incantations have many similarities. Now it's all yours." He gave Danny a superior look that said, "You've taken such a big advantage of me. Hurry up and thank me." However, Danny only wanted to complain. "Damn it, who would dare to use the things you researched except for yourself? Can it work? Facts speak louder than words. You've seen my fire control skills," the young Lisbon said proudly. "It's because I saw it that I'm sure you're a ninth-rate sorcerer." "I want the original incantation," Danny said. "What do you mean?" "I think that with my talent, I can deduce 108 incantation syllables." The young fire wizard squinted at her and said lightly, "It's not that I'm arrogant, and it's not that I want to discourage you, but a person should face reality calmly. In the transcendent world of the western continent of Ursus, I'm the undisputed number one of the young generation, the number one genius, the number one talent. Even my luck is the best in the world. I've received the unique inheritance of the great wizard of Valeglia. You haven't received all of it yet," Danny reminded him. Then she added, "And you've already learned all of the secret spells. You won't lose anything if you give me the original." "You don't understand." After hesitating for a moment, Lisbon carefully took out a palm-sized canvas bag from under his silk pants. The bag was sealed with a silver thread, and the belt was threaded through the thread. A strange smell of sweat spread in the small corner. Danny covered her mouth in disgust. Then the young fire warlock untied his belt and took off a small bag made of white canvas that was a bit yellow in color. With 2 fingers, he carefully took out a palm-sized black card from the bag. Danny's eyes narrowed. "Valeglia's steel identity card. You've seen it before?" Lisbon was stunned at first. Then he said, "Oh, right. I forgot that you're from the Arathorn family." Then he shook his head and explained, "But this is not an identity card, but a witchcraft inheritance card. The witchcraft, dance of the blood dragon, is stored in it." Danny suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked curiously, "How do I use it? Are there any restrictions?" Hee. Other than the need for extraordinary talent, there are no other restrictions." Lisbon had a mocking expression and sneered. That noble's ancestor must have been very stupid and not even a pure blood. The greater the restriction, the lower the possibility of that noble getting the inheritance. But it's also possible that this dance of the blood dragon was not valued by the Valeglia wizards, just like how no one would lock worthless copper coins in a safe. Danny said. Lisbon nodded and sighed with some frustration. "It's very possible. At that time, the Valeglia people had the whole world. This little witchcraft was nothing at all." Soon, he thought about how he could learn the 3 gods to cave and quickly make a lot of money. He could buy countless secret techniques from that wastrel. His spirits were lifted, and he stared at Danny with shining eyes. You see, this is Valeglia steel. It's close to an ounce, 28 grams per ounce. To buy it, I spent an extra 5,000 gold radiance coins. Danny frowned and pondered. The other party's asking price was not high, and 5,000 gold radiance coins was nothing to her. But she did not have that much money on her at the moment. I didn't bring that much money on a trip. Can I owe you first? The Arathorn family doesn't lack this bit of money, Danny said. Sigh, it's your first time attending an extraordinary gathering. I don't blame you for saying such things. Lisbon shook his head. Danny thought for a moment and pulled out the 15-centimeter long, single-edged knife from her waist. Look at this. Looking at the dagger that was as dark as black smoke and as thin as a cicada's wing, the young wizard exclaimed, Valeglia steel! Yes, change it immediately. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Danny's dagger. Wait a minute. Danny stepped aside and put the dagger back into her waist. Excluding witchcraft, the value of your metal plate is far less than my dagger. This. The young wizard's expression was conflicted. She was telling the truth. That dagger could be sold for 30 to 50,000 gold radiance coins. What do you think we should do? He asked. Mortgage it. I'll give you the dagger for safekeeping, temporarily. In the future, I'll give you 5,000 gold radiance coins, and you can return the dagger to me. After a pause, she added, I don't need you to sign a contract. Just give me the second, most precious thing you have. You're not afraid that I'll go back on my word? The young fire wizard looked at the girl in front of him with a strange expression and said, Let me explain. Extraordinary gatherings are rarely held. The character of people like us, you understand? You're just a bunch of thieves. At least you have some self-awareness. Danny nodded and asked, So? There must be a wizard who is strong enough, has a high enough status, and has a good enough reputation as a guarantor to guarantee a fair trade and that we won't kill and steal the treasure. But after the gathering, Wizard Tam won't care about our lives anymore. I believe you, Danny said seriously. Why? Lisbon was flattered. Because you're the number one person in the younger generation. You. The young fire wizard's eyes were watery. Looking at his lover and confidant in front of him, he was very touched. Unexpectedly, Danny continued, You're the number one person, so you definitely can't hide. As long as I can find you, I'm not afraid of you going back on your word. Fuck confidant. It was all an illusion. Lisbon pulled off the pendant on his neck and handed it over with a wooden face. Here, you want the mortgage. It's my most precious magic amulet. Looking at the shriveled sausage dangling under the silver chain, Danny's face turned pale. Forget it, don't mortgage it. I believe no one dares to go back on their word. Up to you. Lisbon gave her a look that said, You don't know what's good for you. Smiling, he put the dwarf amulet back on. In the end, he looked at Danny expectantly and urged, Hurry up and teach me the three gods' return to cave witchcraft. Danny put away the metal amulet before squatting down and starting to explain. It's that simple. Lisbon was in disbelief. Learn it first. Then the shadow-binding knight and the others saw Priestess Layla angrily hitting the fire wizard's head and back while cursing. What an idiot. You can't even learn something so simple. Don't tell me you have legs instead of hands on your wrists. My legs are more agile than yours. You're too slow. Even a blind person can see it. Are you really the number one person in the younger generation? Your body is as stiff as a grayscale disease patient. The shadow-binding knight said faintly. As expected, even the most outstanding person in the younger generation can't master it. Three gods returned to cave might be beyond the category of a level 1 Tau defense technique. It might be a god-level secret technique passed down from ancient Valeglia. Chapter 200. After an hour, Lisbon finally understood all the mysteries of the three gods returned to cave. He was barely able to perform at once. Danny stood up impatiently. All right, go home and practice. You should be able to reach half of my power after 8 to 10 years. Sai, the truth is simple. The easier it seems, the harder it is to actually do it. The young mage wiped the sweat off his forehead and sighed. That's because you're too stupid. Your brain isn't developed enough, your body coordination is too bad, and your eyes aren't good. However, Danny wasn't bragging. She was very skilled and was probably close to the Ghost Hand King. After all, this was a transcendent world with low martial arts and low magic. She was a knight, a grand knight who was half a step into the second realm, lifting heavy as light. Her eyesight, hand, speed, and mentality were all much better than ordinary people. In fact, as long as she reached the realm of like arm, she would be qualified to perform the 3 gods' return to cave on CCTV. When the old fire mage saw the two coming back, he asked sourly, "How was it? Did you learn it?" Lee Spen straightened his back and said proudly, as expected of the 3 gods' return to cave, "It seems simple, but it involves thinking, mentality, hand speed, eyesight, language, and more than a dozen other factors. It's very difficult to master it all. Luckily, I'm very talented and have already learned all the techniques. I'm almost at the beginner level." Wow! As expected of the #1 person in the younger generation of the Western continent, Moon Singer said in shock. "I didn't misjudge you," the Shadow Binder said happily. The male wizard and the old mage also looked at him with envy, jealousy, and despair. "Sigh, I didn't expect that guy to be so lucky and talented. God is so unfair. All right, the deal is done. The gathering is also coming to an end. Everyone can speak freely and exchange the secrets of witchcraft," the Shadow Binder said as he clapped his hands. They didn't stand on ceremony and asked the Shadow Binder about the troubles they encountered during their cultivation. Well, on the surface it was a discussion, but in fact it was a discussion between the big shots and the little brothers. This was the responsibility of the Shadow Binder, Tam, who was the guarantor of the gathering. Danny was a novice in the cultivation world and had never encountered a bottleneck in cultivation. She didn't know how to ask questions, nor could she answer other people's doubts. So she just listened silently. The more he listened, the more shocked he became. Although he didn't understand what they were talking about most of the time, the Shadow Binder answered every question. Many times he blurted out the answer without thinking. Herbology, poison concoction, magic reagents, curse potions, pain in certain parts of the body during meditation, how to reduce magical errors, the names and taboos of some demon gods. There were even people asking questions like how to swindle money from nobles. The old fire mage asked, "I plan to go to Slaver's Bay to burn the mother of dragons' cold stove," the old man said honestly. Almost everyone is optimistic about the Alliance, and many mages are fighting to participate in the Alliance's dragon hatching ceremony. However, I know my limits. I can't compare to Great Wizard Tam at all. On the other hand, the Mother of Dragons' future was bleak, but for the time being, she was flourishing and flourishing. Most importantly, she did not have any mysterious people around her, and she had even seized a large amount of gold radiance coins from the slave owners. I want to try and see if I can become her guardian archmage. Fuck this guy. How stupid am I to be in your heart? Guardian archmage? Only you can think of that. Hee hee. The mother of dragons who has 4 dragons needs a fire mage? Great wizard. Do you think that you can breathe fire better than dragons? Danny couldn't help but mock him. What do you know? The old black man glanced at her with disdain. He raised his chin at the Shadow Binder and said respectfully, "Of course, I'm not qualified to become the Mother of Dragons' guardian archmage, but I'm asking Great Wizard Tam for advice." "What are you hinting at, you rotten old man? Great Wizard Tam is the same as you. He gained the trust of the nobles of Volantis with his guardian skills. He doesn't have any real ability at all. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. It might even be difficult to see her in person," the Shadow Binder said hesitantly. "Why? I have an advancement step. She won't refuse to see me." "What kind of step?" Danny asked curiously. Although the governor of Volantis has sealed off the news from Slave Bay, Everyone in the supernatural world knows that the Dragon Queen posted a notice in Meereen, looking for fire mages who know how to create wildfires. Are you crazy? The young fire mage looked at the old man in disbelief and shouted, Everyone knows what she needs the wildfire for, not to mention whether the Alliance will send assassins to assassinate her or not. She needs more than 1 or 2 liters of wildfire. She can make hundreds or even thousands of liters of wildfire. It's enough to kill anyone. Why? Dany was puzzled. Ever since she took down Astapor, her notice had been up for almost a year, but no real fire mage had come to apply. Well, there were many charlatans, except for a few fire mages who could refine white phosphorus and were valued by Dany. The rest were all liars. Not only did they not get the money, but they were also whipped 10 times by the Devil's Tail Haftar. The Shadow Binder said slowly, Not many people in the south of Ursos dare to create wildfires. The temperature is too high. When the temperature is higher than the body's temperature, the wildfires will become unstable. You may not know this, but wildfires will explode when exposed to direct sunlight and heat from friction. The process of creating wildfires is even more dangerous. It's not a problem to focus on creating a small amount of wildfires for experiments, but if there are too many... At this point, she asked the young fire mage, What's your error rate? In the cold basement, 2 ounces each time. The success rate is 95%, Lisbon said confidently. The Shadow Binder looked at Dany. So you understand? Even the genius mage, Lisbon, makes mistakes. If he created 1,000 ounces of wildfire for the Mother of Dragons, he would make about 25 mistakes. After so many times, I might be more familiar with it, the young fire mage protested. Or you might be more tired, more numb, and make more mistakes. The Shadow Binder glanced at him, then turned to Dany and continued, 25 mistakes. Lisbon can't be lucky enough to avoid it every time. But 1,000 ounces is less than 1% of what the Mother of Dragons wants. The old mage chuckled. I can slack off, or I can teach the apprentices and let them do the work. If the allies attack, I can also become their spy. Yes, you can try. I think that with your talent and wisdom, you'll definitely be able to shine under the Mother of Dragons. Dany encouraged him with a sincere expression. Thank you. The old black man was experienced and could tell that the priestess was sincerely blessing him. He couldn't help but feel warm inside. Dany continued to give him advice. It's best to find a few more colleagues to help you share the risk. The journey will be difficult, and it's too dangerous and eye-catching to go alone. It's best to find a few dozen fire mages to form a group. The Kingdom Protector needs subordinates too. If there's an accident, you can find someone to take the blame. Thank you. The old mage's eyes were wet. He was very touched. Take this bottle of fire-repelling ointment. He took out the wooden box from his bag and handed it to her. Layla, your skin is a bit tanned from traveling in the Sea of Summer. Apply this ointment and roast it. It can remove the dead skin and help you become fair and attractive again. Thank you. Dany smiled awkwardly and took the ointment. While the two of them were being intimate, the Shadow Binder said faintly, The Mother of Dragons is the source of miracles. How can there not be any mages paying attention to her? Who? The old man asked in surprise. The top group of extraordinaries. As far as I know, the great wizard Haya and Asha Kue, she brought her out of the Red Wasteland. Great wizard Haya and Asha Kue she. The old black man's face was pale. They're both giants. I heard that Haya and the Mother of Dragons had a falling out in Kue's, and Kue she never stayed by her side for long, Dany said with a frown. You've heard of Kue she too? The Shadow Binder asked in surprise. Of course. There were a total of 3 people who went to the Red Wasteland to search for dragons. But I don't know about Kue she. Is she famous in Asha? Kue she's status in Asha is like Lisbon's in Volantis. The Shadow Binder's tone was complicated. It was a bit like the old black man's jealousy and disappointment when he talked about the young fire mage. Lisbon raised his chin and said in a bleak tone, I see. The shadow binder Kuei, she is in the east, and the fire mage Lisbon is in the west. It's a pity that we're thousands of miles away from each other. In an instant, Kuei-shi's status in Danny's heart plummeted. She fell into the abyss. Tam, you must hate Kuei-shi a lot. That's why you used such a metaphor to smear her reputation. You're both shadow binders. Why are you in such a hurry to ruin her reputation? However, she could only bury these complaints in her heart. After hearing Tam's words, she couldn't help but have a few questions. Great Wizard Tam, does Kuei-shi also know shadow sorcery? All qualified shadow binders know how to do it. Oh my God, she can't be trying to control the Dragon Queen's soul, right? Danny purposely exclaimed. No, the Mother of Dragons has a dragon, and the shadow blood sorcery is mostly used on men, the shadow binder said. Why? Tam was a good guarantor. He answered all of her questions. He didn't even hide some of the secrets of the shadow binders. Because to cast that spell, the most important step is to have intercourse with the person involved. Have intercourse? Danny stammered, her face full of shock. So the legends are true. Shadow binders have intercourse with men at night and then take away their souls. The shadow binder didn't get angry. He said calmly, intercourse is just a process to complete a certain ritual. The blood of low-level men without any power is not attractive to us. Shadow binders don't need human souls. When we really need to sacrifice a living person, we don't need to have intercourse with them. We can just burn them and offer their souls to Lalo. So you understand? The blood sorcery that requires intercourse and the sacrifice that takes away a person's soul are two different types of sorcery. The former is far more technical than the latter. This is also the difference between the new Dragon Granny and me. Those who rely on their own strength to master shadow magic are called shadow binders. Those who don't have enough talent and only know how to please Shadow Demon Lalo are called witches. I see. After Tam's explanation, Danny immediately understood the difference between witches and shadow binders. It was just like how fire mages could still control fire even if they didn't believe in the Light King. Although Shadow Demon Lalo was the Lord of Shadows, shadow magic wasn't unique to him. Sorcerers could also master this ability with their own strength. They were called shadow binders. I heard that there was a king in the Westeros, Stannis Baratheon. He also had a shadow binder under him. At the same time, he was also a red priest. Do you know him? Chapter 201. Melisandre. The red mask covered her face, but Tam's eyes and tone were filled with unconcealable fear. I've also heard of that woman's deeds. The sea merchants from Old Town and King's Landing all mentioned her. The statues of the 7 gods on Dragonstone Island were destroyed, and the divine forest in Phoenix's Breath Castle was burned down by her. Even the crest of Theon Barra's family was changed to a blazing red heart. Very arrogant and very powerful. I'm not sure if it's true, but people say that Melisandre helped Stannis obtain the legendary Red Sword of Heroes, the Lightbringer, the old man said seriously. The Lightbringer? So, Stannis is the child of prophecy, the reincarnation of the legendary Yesor Ahai? Lisbon was shocked. Perhaps, the old man said uncertainly. The young fire mage said strangely, but the supreme priest Benello has always preached that Dany Rise is the child of prophecy, the savior born from smoke and fire. Is there no consensus within the Red God priests? Did the Light King give 2 different revelations to his followers? Melisandre is not just a Red God priest, the shadow binding said with a frown. Did you moon singers predict who Yesor Ahai is? The male wizard asked the zebra leader with a frown. What about the male wizard? The moon singer asked instead of answering. The immortal hall was burned to the ground by that woman. How could she predict? The male wizard shook his head with a bitter smile. I wonder what she saw in there. The transcendent realm is really turbulent these 2 years. The moon singer sighed and said slowly, regarding the prophecy of Yesor Ahai, We have secretly tried no less than 100 times, but the results are not clear. The image of Danny Rise riding a dragon appeared 15 times. The blurry cold fog appeared 47 times. The back of an unfamiliar black-haired man appeared 33 times. The blazing red heart flag appeared 4 times, and 7 or 8 people appeared once or twice. While everyone was deep in thought, Danny asked, "So the possibility of Danny Rise being the child of prophecy is not high. Who is that black-haired man?" "You can't say that. The future is uncertain, but it will definitely come. A certain outcome will definitely occur. Talking about possibilities in the future is meaningless. Simply put, before the truth is revealed, we must treat everyone with caution. As for the black-haired man, I can only see his back. In most cases, I can't even see his back clearly. Those 100 or so prophecies of yours were all for naught. They were all meaningless." After complaining in her heart, Danny looked at the shadow-binding night and asked, "Who is that Madame Melisandre?" "Someone who cannot be provoked." It said that Tam spat out a sentence with difficulty. "She has hundreds of years of cultivation." What? Danny wasn't the only one who exclaimed. Everyone present exclaimed. "She's different from the traditional shadow-binding knights. Most of us first grasp the power of shadows, then study the teachings of the shadow demon Lalo. In the end, we might develop faith in the Light King Lalo. However, she was originally a slave bought by the Red God Temple and was raised as a priest. She came to the Shadow Lands at some point in time and gradually became a low-profile but terrifying shadow-binding knight. I don't know what her relationship with the Red God Temple is, but there's no doubt that she's a powerful wizard and also a believer who is doted on by Lalo. There's also a terrifying rumor. Her voice was trembling. It was obvious that she was extremely terrified. "What rumor?" Danny asked with a hoarse voice. "She's not human. If she's not human, then what is she? A devil? A god or a devil who walks in the human world. She reached the realm that us extraordinaires dream of and broke away from the body of a mortal. What's there to be afraid of?" Danny's mouth twitched. "Isn't she just a demigod? I thought you were going to say something. You made the atmosphere so gloomy and terrifying that I didn't even dare to speak loudly. You, the ignorant, are fearless." The shadow-binding knight glanced at her with disdain. "All right, that's all for today. Let's adjourn," she said, and prepared to leave. "Wait, one last question." Danny hurriedly stopped the shadow-binding knight and quickly asked, "What's the deal with the syllables of the spell? The more syllables there are, the stronger the spell?" "The more syllables there are, the more truths of the universe can be recorded. The spell is also more complicated. In theory, the extraordinaire profession has greater potential, but potential doesn't equate to power. Lisbon told me that the Red God Priest spell system only has 54 syllables. It's a lot less than Wizard Valeglia's spell system." The shadow-binding knight glanced at the young fire mage coldly. His gaze was so cold that it made the young fire mage's face turn pale. "Sir Tam, I am not lying. The Red God Priest only has, but you deliberately hid some information and misled her." The shadow-binding knight coldly interrupted him. He turned to Danny and said, "Lalo, the god of shadow and fire, has 2 forms. The Light King has 54 syllables, and the Shadow Demon has 54 syllables. The followers of Lalo have 108 syllables to learn. 108. Danny fell into deep thought. She seemed to be in a daze. In the end, under the shadow-binding knight's request, the fire mage Lisbon swore that he would teach the new Valeglia spell syllables to Layla Bravos for free as compensation for lying to her. Danny's face stiffened. She expressed her gratitude to both of them at the same time. "Damn it, don't come and harm me, okay? Out of the 28 syllables you deduced, 42 were wrong. Not only were the 28 syllables mispronounced, but the writing was also wrong. Out of the 36 original Valeglia letters, 14 of them were mispronounced. Using English as an example, Lisbon only learned the 7 letters ABCDFG from the Black Wall Prodigal. Suddenly, he encountered English in the spell. He realized that other than E and G, he had never seen the other letters before. Thus, the smart and far-sighted Lisbon separated NLISH from English and gave them a powerful pronunciation that resonated with the mysterious power. The problem was that the spell QR code was far more complicated than a one-dimensional character string. Lisbon should have separated N, but he saw it as M. As a result, not only was the pronunciation wrong, even the form was wrong. On the way back to the surface, Danny and the others met pirates, merchants, and prostitutes who came from the other side roads. They were either selling their stolen goods, holding hands, or negotiating a secret agreement. When they met each other, they did not greet each other and were silent all the way. After they came out of the artificial mountain cave, everyone separated in the courtyard. It was late at night, and there were fewer people in the public rest area of the merchant's house. However, the candles were still shining brightly. In the hall, hundreds of guests were chatting loudly, bragging, discussing business, or shouting drunkenly, passing through the crowd. Danny found the passage back to the guest room on the second floor in the corner. After taking a few steps up the stairs, a black shadow approached from the side. It was the hooded White Knight. "I thought something happened to you. Why did it take you so long?" He was obviously relieved, but there was a hint of complaint in his tone. It was obvious that the waiting period was not easy. It was really a gathering of extraordinary people. It was very formal. There were performances of witchcraft, transactions of items, and secret techniques between the wizards. And finally, there were great wizards answering difficult questions for the little wizards. After explaining, Danny could not help but sigh. Those wizards were not powerful, but it gave me a deeper understanding of the truth of this world. She went up to the second floor and found her room. Barristan followed her in. After closing the door, the two sat down in the living room. Danny then told him the details of what happened. "I never thought that a gathering of the mysterious people would be like this." The old knight had a look of yearning and sighed. "If this was before, I would have scoffed at those mysterious people and things." "What's the situation with Tyrion?" Danny asked. His companion, the one who looks like an ascetic with a square face, is called Haldon. He seems to be a scholar, but I have never heard of his name. Is there anyone else? Yes, by eavesdropping on their conversation, I found out that Tyrion and Haldon are serving Lord Griffin, but that Griffin is not in Volantis. The two of them are part of the vanguard, in charge of looking for ships heading to Slaver's Bay. Tyrion is also tasked with finding out about you in the merchant's house. They are going to Slaver's Bay to look for you. Barristan said. Griffin? Who is he? It was definitely not Varys. The eight-clawed spider did not have to hide his identity. Danny was a little confused. Why is this so different from the plot of Game of Thrones? Forget it. Let them go to Slaver's Bay. We will go to the Black Wall tomorrow and find out where the Gith ambassadors are stationed. We will have a good rest in the afternoon and leave Volantis at night for Dorne. It was close to 3 a.m. when they fell asleep. Danny did not have the energy to stay up to study witchcraft, so she went straight to bed. The two slept until 9 a.m. When they were washing up in the bathroom, Danny was surprised to find that there was really a white fog outside the window. I changed my clothes and had breakfast in the small living room of the hotel. At about 10 o'clock, the fog dissipated, as if a veil had been lifted. The Fishmonger Square was suddenly exposed under the golden sunlight, and the sky was clear and blue. It was almost the same weather as the moon Singer predicted last night. After telling White Knight about this, he exclaimed, "It's great to have such a moon Singer on the way to war." Because she did not want to meet Tyrion again, Danny did not put on any ugly makeup. Her underwear was washed by the inn's maid. She wore a white shirt, a brown leather jacket, a silver chain vest, silk pants, open-toed sandals, a long sword at her waist, and a clean light blue canvas cloak with the hood pulled up. In the tropical climate of Volantis, this outfit was a little stuffy, but it was not unusual. There were also long-haired Ibans who wore fur coats. Walking down the creaking wooden stairs, they heard Tyrion howling from afar. Impossible! How is this possible? I have been watching carefully. How can there be 3 dice? I don't believe there is some teleportation spell. Let's do it again. As long as you have the money, you can do it 10 more times. Lisbon laughed. At a round table under the window facing the street, there were 3 groups of people inside and 3 groups outside. On the stairs, they could see the proud young fire mage and Tyrion, who was red-eyed from losing. The fire mage was leaning against the wall behind the round table. In front of him were 2 porcelain bowls, 3 dice, a small pile of silver coins, and a black metal stick as thick as a chopstick in his hand. Chapter 202. That's enough, Hugo. You've already lost 70 silver coins. We're almost out of money, the ascetic-looking middle-aged man scolded in a low voice. Out of money? You've already lost 70 silver radiance coins. Tyrion stood on the stool, as if he was dumbfounded. Dwarf, your manhood is very valuable. I'm willing to pay 10 gold radiance coins for it. Lisbon put the small pile of silver coins on the table into the leather bag at his waist as he teased Tyrion proudly. Dany noticed that there were 3 leather bags on the left and right sides of the young fire mage's belt. Other than the one that was holding the money, the other one was already full. The last one was half full, but it seemed to be filled with gold radiance coins. Since you like my manhood so much, how about I give it to you? 1 silver coin each time. It's a little more expensive than the prostitutes in the colorful garden next door, but it's rare to see an ugly dwarf like me, Tyrion said viciously. Ha ha ha. The vulgar sailors around all laughed loudly. Even the people on the street, who were separated by a window, looked out curiously. The young fire mage glanced at the little devil coldly and scanned the rich merchants and mercenaries. He said loudly, "Anyone else want to try? The odds are 1 to 10. The lowest bet is 1 silver radiance coin. There's no upper limit. If you get it right, you'll get 10 times more." "I'll do it." A midsummer islander wearing a peacock feather cloak stepped forward and threw out a gold radiance coin with a skull crown printed on it. Fire mages are all liars. Everyone knows that. I don't believe you can teleport. Dany did not stop to watch. She walked past the crowd and found the waiter at the front desk. She rejected the waiter's suggestion to hire an elephant carriage and asked him to bring out the tamed horse from the stables. When she walked down the stone steps at the front door, she heard the midsummer islander lose his composure and arrogance. He almost shouted hysterically, "3? That's impossible. I've been watching. 1 gold radiance coin. Again, 1 more time." It was almost noon. The fishmonger square was crowded. The smell of fish mixed with the smell of roasted cumin mixed together. Riding on a tall horse, one could clearly feel the prosperity of Volantis. Volantis had the largest population, the largest port, the largest city, and the richest and most fertile colony on the Lorne River. Once upon a time, this eldest daughter of Valeglia was the leader of the 9 free trade city-states. Even now, her economic and military strength was second only to Bravo's. The sun shone brightly, and the view was wide. Dany observed the city more clearly than last night. Heading east, they arrived at the riverside street, which was even more bustling. None of the buildings facing the street were lower than 2 stories. Below them were clothing stores, chess halls, taverns, barbecue stalls, brothels, warehouses, and so on. The streets were filled with sailors, merchants, and slaves who were as busy as cockroaches. Dany suddenly realized that she had been tricked by Aunt Kelly in the suburbs of the eastern city. Although there were many people who took elephant carriages, riding horses was not an exception and would not be looked at differently. The yellow oranges on the cart by the street attracted her attention. She used 5 copper coins to buy 15 oranges the size of an adult man's fist and gave 5 to White Knight. Dany ate the sweet and sour oranges as she leisurely rode along the street. On the streets, There were many male and female slaves with shovels or flies on their faces. They were like inconspicuous shadows, curled up and shoveled the warm and fresh elephant, horse, and cow dung on the ground into dustpans. Therefore, the riverside market did not smell bad. Instead, the sweet fragrance of flowers and fruits floated over from time to time. Choose Elios Chihita. Suddenly, a woman's shrill voice came from the front. The men also joined in the commotion. I want to see your lower body. Stick it out and let me see it clearly. Which brothel are you from? I'll go find you tonight. Please vote for Elios. A 3-meter-tall giant elephant rumbled past. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. It was carrying a huge castle on its back, estimated to be more than 10 square meters. 9 seductive girls in tulle grabbed onto the thin railings of the castle and flirted with the passers-by. The mercenaries and sailors passing by were mesmerized and could not move. Yes, the girls had teardrop tattoos on their eyebrows. They were all slaves. A girl took out her white hair and flirted with a sailor who was whistling. A girl obediently lifted the only layer of pink tulle on her body, spread her legs, and stuck out her buttocks towards the street. A girl slid her right hand underneath and entered. The men on the street could not take their eyes off her, their faces and ears red. Finally, someone could not hold it in anymore. A fat man in his 50s with white hair rushed out of a rice shop beside them. He waved at the giant elephant and shouted, I'm Belwin Kandahar. I have the right to vote. I swear to vote for Elios Chihita. Give me a whore. Yes, sir. The giant elephant stopped. A silver-haired young man in luxurious clothes rode over on a white jade dwarf elephant and said, Thank you, Mr. Kandahar, for supporting my father. I wonder which one or how many do you want? The rice shop owner pointed at the girls on the castle, pervertedly. That silver-haired one. It's a pity she doesn't have purple eyes. Otherwise, she would look more like that woman. And that blonde-haired one who looks like the Queen Regent of Westeros, and that chestnut-haired one, a little vixen. They're all out. It's so scary. Belwin, don't die of exhaustion on the day of the vote. Someone mocked him loudly. Not to mention 3. I can handle 30 of them. Not everyone is as useless as you. Ha ha ha. The street was filled with laughter. 3 girls climbed down the rope ladder on the elephant's back. At the same time, 3 more girls came down from the carriage behind. They took off their yellow cloaks and climbed up the castle wearing only transparent silk clothes. The fat rice merchant pulled the 3 pretty girls and ran into the inner room of the shop impatiently. The giant elephant continued forward. Choose Elios. Choose Elios. After all, there were only a few people in the West District who had the right to vote. On the way to the Long Bridge, they didn't meet any candidates who were soliciting votes. It was too dark last night. I didn't see it clearly. Now I realize that the Long Bridge is so strange. Under the big black stone arch of the Long Bridge, Danny turned her head and said to the old knight, The Long Bridge didn't have a sidewalk or a lane. Carriages, elephant carts, and passers-by squeezed together. The road was only 5 meters wide. However, this didn't mean that the bridge was only 5 meters thick. In fact, it was more than 12 meters wide. There were no fences on both sides of the road. Instead, there were all kinds of buildings. Shops, temples, gold shops, incense shops, hotels, dog meat restaurants, inns, Shiva's chess halls, brothels. The slave shop had weavers, lace workers, glass workers, candle makers, and fisherwomen who sold eels and oysters gathered together and loudly sold their catch to passers-by. Danny used 1 silver coin to buy 30 fresh oysters from a silver-haired, middle-aged woman. She stood beside the wooden cart, dipped in the vinegar and fresh lemons provided by the woman, and ate 20 oysters in a row. They were very fresh, tender, and delicious. The buildings on both sides of the road were 3 or 4 stories high. Each story extended a little deeper than the one below. The top stories on both sides were almost connected. When crossing the bridge, it was like passing through a cave tunnel. Only the line of sky at the top penetrated the golden sunlight. Last night, all she could see was the brilliant lights. She couldn't see the complete structure of the buildings. At this time, walking on the bridge, Danny had a strange thought. If Dahe breathed fire from the beginning of the bridge all the way to the end, wouldn't the people inside have nowhere to escape? They came to the center of the long bridge. There were no buildings on either side of the 4 or 5 meter long road, but there were many iron pillars. A few broken hands of varying degrees of decay were hanging on the pillars. There were also 3 heads covered with white maggots. It inexplicably reminded Danny of the skewers of chicken feet and pig faces that were dried under the sun during the New Year. When passing by last night, she also smelled the stench, but she didn't see the scene on both sides. After seeing it, Danny almost spat out the oyster she had just eaten. There were also 4 signs hanging under the iron pillars. The origin of the broken hands was scribbled on them. The broken hands belonged to thieves and bag thieves. 3 heads. The slave girl reached out to resist her mistress. The old bard was accused of being a spy of the Dragon Queen because he played the piano and sang. The story of Sheer at the dock. The young man killed his father. A pair of tiger paw soldiers stood on one side, waving their spears from time to time to drive away the tea-falcons, seagulls, and scavenger crows that pecked at the carrion. The old man died unjustly. Danny could guarantee that he was innocent. She had spies in new guise and queers. Volantis was far away and was not her target for the time being. Out of the long bridge tunnel, Danny found that many people were rushing north along the riverside road. They were in a hurry, and most of them had slave tattoos on their faces. What are they going to do? She stopped a small tomato vendor and asked. Taking advantage of the free time at noon, the slaves are going to the Red Temple for afternoon prayers. Is the Red Temple far from here? She asked again. The Black Wall was also in the north. If the Red Temple was not far away, they could go there first. It's very close, just under the Black Wall. After walking less than 200 meters along the riverbank, the field of vision suddenly widened. The square was less than a hectare, but the temple opposite the square was too magnificent. The temple was located in the east and facing the west, with its back against the Black Wall. It was a cluster of buildings, consisting of dozens of halls and hundreds of towers. Different buildings were connected by stairs, buttresses, and stone arches. Everything was integrated as if they were chiseled out of the same huge rock. There were hundreds of red, yellow, gold, and orange lines on the wall. They overlapped each other like a huge flag under the sun. 7 gods above, I thought that the great Cathedral of St. Bell was the most magnificent temple in the world. I didn't expect the Red Temple of Atlantis to be almost 3 times bigger than the cathedral. Barristan was dazzled. Obviously, this was not built in one go. Who knows how many times it has been expanded over the centuries. In order to not be too conspicuous among the group of devout Red God believers, Danny turned around and jumped down from the horse's back. Ah, the Supreme Priest! How lucky! Today's afternoon prayers are led by the Supreme Priest himself. There was a sudden commotion from the crowd in front of them. Soon, the entire square of 4,000 to 5,000 people cheered loudly. Supreme Priest, Supreme Priest! In the middle of the square of the Red Temple, there was a thick stone pillar about 20 meters tall. A narrow stone bridge about the width of one's foot connected the stone pillar to a platform in front of the temple. Under the noon sun, a group of monks slowly climbed up the platform. A milky white monk in a red robe walked in front. Behind him were a dozen male and female priests who were also wearing red robes. Behind them were acolytes of lower status, wearing light yellow or bright orange robes. On the stairs stood a row of soldiers in gorgeous armor and orange capes. They were guarding the entrance of the temple with spears in their hands. The tips of the spears were made into the shape of burning flames. They are the hand of holy fire the holy warriors of the King of Light, the guardians of the Red Temple, Barristan explained softly. I know. I heard that Volantis has 1,000 hand of holy fire. Dany nodded. Her gaze never left Bonello. She hoped to see his eyes, clearly to determine the level of his power. However, the distance was too far. She could see the color of his eyes, but she could not sense the basic charm in his sea of consciousness. Not only was the square below the stone pillar filled with people, there were also hundreds and thousands of guards on the 60-meter-tall black wall behind the temple, looking down. Not long later, the other monks stood on the platform according to their ranks. Bonello's steps were steady as he looked at the golden sun in front of him. He walked on the narrow stone bridge as though it was flat ground and finally stood at the top of the stone pillar. The slaves below all extended their arms and shouted titles such as Fire of Truth, Light of Wisdom, Head Servant of my Lord, Supreme Priest, and so on. No one called him by his name. This scene and atmosphere was almost comparable to the fanaticism the slaves had for Dany after the Emancipation Proclamation. Chapter 203. King of Light, protect us, for the night is long and full of danger. Bonello's voice was a typical tenor. It was so loud that it pierced through the sky, piercing through the layers of space, and entered the ears of everyone in the square. 7 gods above, what a peerless voice of a famous general! Barristan murmured. Dany's mouth twitched. The status of the supreme priest was much higher than that of a famous general. Bonello should be a slave of the Kyles clan. He was tall and thin, with prominent facial features and white skin. He looked like a typical milkman. His cheeks, chin, lips, and bald head were full of red flame tattoos, as if his face was covered with a layer of bright red mask. Only a pair of blue eyes could be seen. It looked a little scary. We mortals live and die alone, at a loss, hesitating in the valley. Fortunately, we have comrades, gathering together. Fortunately, we have God who overshadows us. Bonello continued to recite the prayer, and the slaves below followed him. They looked focused and pious. Dany was surprised to find that the black wall behind the square was also densely packed with people. 90% of them with a tiger cloak army holding tiger helmets. It seems that the rumors are not exaggerated. Half of the tiger cloak army believes in the red god Lalo. The noon prayer was not long, about 200 to 300 words. But after reciting the prayer, Bonello did not leave. Instead, he raised his right arm and pointed at the sun and the sky with his index finger. The night is long and full of danger, he suddenly shouted. At the same time, he clenched his fist and opened his arms. His movement was a little big, and Dany was worried that he would fall down from the narrow stone pillar. When the supreme priest's voice reached the highest pitch, there was a hissing sound, and a tongue of flame shot out from his fingers. Ah! Not only were the people below shocked, but even Dany exclaimed. There was a strong wave of magic, which meant that Bonello was using fire magic and not a prop. Under the clear sky, the tongue of flame that shot out from his fingers was dark red like blood. It was so bright that it almost turned into a solid substance and dripped to the ground. Then Bonello moved his right hand, and the flame left a line of Veleglia words in the sky. Only a single letter was as big as a bed. Darkness is coming. The foolish actions of the ignorant will bring about blood, fire, and destruction. Only the Savior can save the world. Oh! The crowd let out a deafening roar. The women covered their faces and cried, while the men waved their fists in the air. Their faces were full of indignation, and they let out cries of unknown meaning. Dany suddenly had an epiphany and said with a strange expression, "Are you talking about me?" Sure enough, the next moment Bonello shouted, "After the long summer, the stars weep blood, and Yesor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt." He is the Savior, Dany Liz Targaryen. Her rise had fulfilled the ancient prophecies. She was born in the land of smoke and salt, and she was and would reshape this world. She is the reincarnation of Yasur Ahai. She will defeat the darkness and bring about a never-ending summer to the world. Even the god of death will submit to her. Those who shed blood for her cause will be reborn. Brother, thank you very much for your support, but you're wrong. The reincarnation of Yesor Yahai is Jon Snow, my nephew. Dany did not know what to say. All this time, she had been wary of Lalo, not the King of Light. Although the teachings of the Red God were overbearing and tyrannical, they generally urged people to be good. They were not evil cults or cults. However, Lalo the Shadow was different. He accepted blood sacrifices without any bottom line and devoured people's souls and blood. Many blood, witchcraft originated from the demon god Lalo himself. There was no doubt that Lalo controlled the domain of death. Dany had also always thought that he was the god of death. After all, several Westeros had been resurrected by him, including the main character, Jon Snow. The problem was that Benello claimed that the god of death would also submit to the mother of dragons. Obviously, the god of death he spoke of was not his master Lalo. It was most likely the god of darkness, coldness, and death, the Night King. Actually, the Night King was only a subordinate of the god of death. Dany had misunderstood. There is only one domain of death. So who was the real god of death? Why did Lalo care so much about Long Night? Since more than 5,000 years ago, he had been spreading the prophecy in the ancient book of Asha through the mouth of the red-robed priests. Yasur Ahai would be reborn to fight against the other ghosts that had reappeared in the world. Dany's heart was in a mess. Benello, the water supply, was still waving flags and shouting for her. Dany, Rise is in danger. The Eye of Darkness has targeted her, and the servants of Long Night are plotting to overthrow her. Speaking of this, he pointed to the black wall behind the temple and the fully armed tiger robe army guards on the black wall who were looking down. He said loudly, "The King of Light created the sun and the stars and engaged in an eternal battle with the darkness. But Nessus and Malakir betrayed the light, and their minds were corrupted by the yellow harpies of the east. They planned the most despicable alliance with the foreigners who did not believe in gods. I hereby call on everyone to unite and participate in this battle of justice, to fight for the light. The child of prophecy will ride the demonic dragon, hold the fire sword that will cleanse the world, and lead us on the path of glory. Brother, you are so righteous. Aren't you afraid of being censored?" Dany was touched and worried. Although the water supply was good, he had to live until the moment when he transformed into a guide. "I haven't even called, and you are already promoting for me. Aren't you a little too eager?" At the same time, she was puzzled. What were the Volantis people doing? How could they allow a monk to confuse them in public? Ahem, I meant to explain the truth. It could be guessed that Benello had been explaining the truth for a long time, but he was not eliminated by for 04. "My lady, this is not a good sign." Barristan was worried. "The Red God monks can publicly oppose the nobles of the Black Wall for you today. Tomorrow they will shake the rule of your descendants for others or their Red God. Old Knight, you are thinking too far ahead. You are even worried about my descendants." But his words were not without reason. "Sigh, this is so difficult." Dany frowned and sighed. "Let's take one step at a time. The power of the Red God Temple is there. It is not something that can be decided by our attitude. It is better to be my ally than to be my enemy." The entire noon prayer process was less than half an hour. Benello seemed to be helping the Dragon Queen to shout the slogan as a routine. He did not really lead the slaves to revolt. As he walked down the stone pillar, the flame words in the sky quickly disappeared. Dany climbed back on the horse and left the square with the slaves. The slaves returned to their posts and continued to work numbly. Dany and Barristan walked around the Black Wall and continued to tour the foreign scenery. Well, she did not forget the purpose of this trip: to observe and locate the Gith diplomatic group's base. The closer they were to the Black Wall, the more spacious and clean the streets were. It was similar to the black stone road of Valeglia Avenue. There were palm trees and cedars planted on the side of the road. There were tall glass domes, white marble squares, fountains with beautiful statues. Without a doubt, this was a rich district. There were far more people canvassing here than in the West District. It was not only Maracho of the Tiger Party, Narcissus of the Elephant Party, Dophis, who was not favored for re-election because he did not publicly express his hostility to the Mother of Dragons. Candidates such as Elios, Palaciro, Beligio, and so on were either going to the field themselves or were led by their children. Danny saw a tall, silver-haired, middle-aged man with a bandage on his right arm hanging under his neck. He was still speaking loudly on the platform in the square. There was a banner above the middle-aged man's head. If you oppose the evil Mother of Dragons, if you support the Alliance Army, please support the Alliance Army, Standing Committee Maracho. In addition to public speeches, some people organized mime shows. Some people sent poets to sing and recite poems along the streets. Some people led song and dance troupes to hold parties in the noble's courtyard. Some people found acrobats to perform in the public area. There were also exciting duels. Assassins in yellow silk clothes, holding the water dancer's sword, fought endlessly in the square for their respective supporters. Danny could accept the above normal election methods. However, those candidates were like Maracho. At the same time, they arranged bed slaves on the street to canvass for votes. Some people sent prostitutes and even promised that they must be virgins. Some people carried delicate boys with delicate skin on their elephant carts, claiming that they all mastered the 7 cries of spring, which could be enjoyed by both men and women. Some people provided tall and strong gladiators for the voters. There were also people who took a small notebook and went to each house to ask, "Do you need customization?" Black people, white people, zebra people, centaurs, long-haired ibans and Darenites, red-haired, northern barbarians, giants. If no one can satisfy you, wild animals and livestock will do too. Other than the megalosaurus, we can send you anything. They were not whispering. Many of the blankets on the elephants were written clearly on them. This is crazy. Is this the fair, democratic, and free election that the people of Volantis are so proud of? Danny and Barristan were shocked by this scene that broke the bottom line of their knowledge. They already knew that Volantis was holding an annual consul election. They even asked around in the merchant's house last night. At that time, 2 merchants were discussing this matter. One was a middle-aged wine merchant from Volantis, and the other was an old sea merchant who sold golden wine from Chinting Island. The people of Volantis proudly said to the Westeros, "We of Volantis have an excellent political system inherited from ancient Valeglia. It is fair, just, free, equal, and democratic. Of course, slaves are not people. The poor free people can't pay much tax and don't contribute much to the city. They are not complete people. Without a doubt, we are more civilized and more intelligent than you Westeros. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. The 3 consul checks and balances each other. Even if a lunatic wins the election, he will be restrained by his colleagues. When the 1-year term is up, the people will immediately ask him to leave. Well, unless the quality of the female slaves he prepared for the election is extraordinary. Think about it. If that woman's father, Mad King Aerys, had 2 kings who shared power with him, the series of bloodshed that followed would not have happened. That woman can also be a good little princess, and we won't have to suffer with her." The old sea merchant blushed and could not say anything to refute. In the trading city of Ursos, the Westeros in the land of the setting sun were known as barbarians. The inferior races that could not survive in Ursos, such as the Ancients, the Undals, and the Loinars, could only flee to Westeros on the other side of the narrow sea. Some of them even transformed from refugees to noble conquerors. Chapter 204. In addition to the Volantis politicians seeking votes, Danny also easily found the Gith delegation. They actually followed the way of the consul candidates, using giant elephants to carry hot girls and delicate boys, and sent them for free along the street. A long team of at least 50 giant elephants, 200 to 300 slave boys and girls. Danny could not ignore it, even if she wanted to. In addition to the slaves in the towers on the elephant's back, Many giant elephants also had huge nama boxes and wrought tin baskets hanging on their sides. Long live the Alliance! Long live the United Nations! God slays the mother of dragons! The Toka robe riding a camel in front of the elephant team shouted loudly, "Support the Alliance's resolution of the Eastern Expedition. Support the United Nations resolution to block the trade in Slavers Bay. Boycott the illegal sea merchants who steal into Slavers Bay. Don't buy white sand sugar. Don't buy snow salt. Don't buy fruit juice sweet wine. Don't." On both sides of the giant elephants, there were yellow silk capes riding horses and camels. They held banners and wooden signs. A huge red cross on white sand sugar. A huge red cross on snow salt. Every time a Volantis man in the neighborhood stood up, showed his seaboat certificate, and swore that he would never sail into Slavers Bay. The Gith people let him choose 2 slave bed partners and grabbed a lot of gold coins from the basket and threw it to him. There were at least 70 to 80 gold coins, mixed with rubies, emeralds, tiger's eyes, jade stones, and other colorful jewelry. It was a mess. 7 levels of hell. Dani's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when she saw the Githa's actions. In order to deal with her, the evil mother of dragons, the slave traders really went all out. But also because this group of people was too ostentatious, she and Barristan easily found the base of the delegation, the mansion of the Elephant Party consul, Nessisur Vizama. Located in the east of the Black Wall, across the street, there was a super mansion that covered an area of 2 hectares. Learning from the Gith people, Dani drew a huge red cross on the mansion in her heart, and Blackie in the sky also locked on to this place at the same time. After finding the residence of the Gith envoy, Dani saw that it was still early, so she did not go back immediately. With a pure tourist mentality, the 2 began to tour the 1,000-year-old ancient city. How should I put it? The city was so big that it was a little barren. In other words, Volantis was not even half of what it was at its peak. Walking around the Black Wall, Dani and Gujun had been to the north of the Black Wall. After passing through a bustling area, they continued to look towards the north. Between the northern city wall and the Black Wall of Volantis, there was a large piece of city ruins. Well, Volantis is different from Valeglia and Orlos. It has walls. The Black Wall was an inner city, like the Forbidden City in Old Beijing. Outside of it, there was a vast urban area. The west side was facing the river, the south side was facing the sea, and the north and east side were 10 meters high walls. When Dani and Barristan left the Black Wall and walked half a mile north, they realized that the street in front of them was barren. Some places had even turned back into swamps filled with aquatic plants. A large number of houses had been abandoned, and all the plazas were empty. Most of the fountains had run out of water, and the remaining ponds had either dried up or become stagnant pools. Brown devil's grass grew on the roads, purple morning glories grew out from the cracks in the brick walls, and peach trees and jujube trees grew roots in the shops with collapsed roofs. Dani saw more than Barristan through the dragon spirit's perspective. Within the huge walls of Valeglia, there were more abandoned areas than the one in front of them. There were many low-lying swamps. Volantis was bordered by the river and the sea. Other than the Black Wall on the high hills, the rest of the city was originally swamps and puddles. During the peak of Valeglia, as the city developed, the city overflowed the Black Wall and expanded outward step by step. The puddles, rivers, and mudflats were transformed into streets and residential areas. But after the peak, hundreds of years of wind and rain, the sparse population and unmaintained streets degenerated into riverbanks. In the 400 years after the great cataclysm of Valeglia, the population of this city decreased by at least 60%. It's terrifying. She muttered, "The century of blood." Barristan spat out a word with a complicated expression. In the past, Volantis was far more prosperous and powerful than it was now. The title of the Queen of the Lone River and the Mistress of the Summer Sea was not just for show. Its population, wealth, and land area were more than the other 8 trading cities combined. Unfortunately, the War of the Century of Blood had drained the blood and life of Valeglia's eldest daughter. There was nothing to see in the desolate city ruins. The two quickly turned their horses around and headed towards the south of the city. There was a pier and a harbor in the south of the city. The prosperity and life of the past were maintained. Upon closer inspection, the buildings in the city were mostly in the style of the ancient Valeglia. Most of them were circular towers. The bottom floor was the residence of the servants. There were few windows, but the upper floors had spacious balconies and small gardens that extended out 3 to 4 meters. There was also the iconic black, roofless tower. The tower was so tall that it could be seen even through the black wall. Unfortunately, the descendants of the Dragon King had lost their dragons. Many Volantis nobles added a layer of glass dome on top of their towers. Under the noon sun, the different colored striped glass reflected blue, purple, green, red, and other colors. It looked like a twisted rainbow. However, the more common ones were the Archon statues on the streets and beside the fountains in the square. Most of the statues had their heads chopped off. For example, in the southeast street outside the Black Wall, there was a garden square that covered half a hectare. In the middle of it was a 30-meter tall jacaranda tree. The pinkish-purple petals looked like snow from heaven. They fell on the hair, shoulders, and the broken neck of the huge white jade statue. Dani brushed away the petals that were hanging by her ear. She looked down at the inscription beside the statue. The hero of Volantis in the century of blood, Archon Hirono. He had once led the Volantis army to occupy Mir and the vast plains in the southwest corner of the Ursos continent. The land of strife became the Volantis colony. He had been an Archon for 40 years. In the end, he got tired of the elections and proclaimed himself as the ruler for life. However, the Volantis did not buy it. They tied him to 2 elephants and tore him in half. How tragic! Dani grimaced. Then she thought, looks like the election system of Volantis is not completely useless. At least the people have a very high awareness of the democratic system. Sir, what do you think? She asked the knight beside her. The people of Volantis are barbaric and ungrateful. This Hirono had made great contributions and served Volantis for 40 years. In the end, he ended up in such a miserable state, the old man said with a complicated expression. He seemed to see himself in the broken stone statue. He had been a white knight for almost 40 years. In the end, he was stripped of his lifelong honor by a little brat. You are right, but you can look at the problem from another angle. Dani's mouth twitched. What angle? The democratic consciousness of the Volantis, the determination to protect their rights and uphold the justice of the law. Maybe. Sir, you are not planning to learn from Volantis and hold an election for the Archon, are you? Whitebeard looked panicked. I shudder when I think of the 7 dukes with a group of bed slaves canvassing for votes in the streets of King's Landing. Dani nodded and smiled. I can try. After all, I am young and can withstand the torment. I also have a dragon. Even if I fail, no one can chop my head off. But the 7 dukes cannot withstand the torment. Are you going to ride your dragon back to Slaver's Bay and hide after the Westeros are done? White Knight thought anxiously for a while and said, My lord, as you can see, many of the Archon statues on the streets are headless, and the decline of Volantis is all because of the conflict between the parties. The election system is not as good as you think. That was the truth. Before Valeglia was destroyed, it ruled the entire world. When the apocalypse destroyed the center of power of the empire, the land of long summer, and the capital of Valeglia, its colonies and conquered territories gained independence. What happened after the cities gained independence? They began to fight for territory. After that, the western continent of Ursos fell into a century of chaos until the Targaryen family intervened as the eldest daughter of Valeglia, Queen of the Lorne and mistress of the Summer Sea. The pure-blooded Valeglia of Volantis had the largest population. They ruled the vast Lorne River basin, were the strongest, dominated the trade of the Summer Sea, and had the most powerful fleet in the world. Of course, at the beginning of the Bloody Age, all Volantis came to a consensus. They were the heirs of the free citadel and the rightful rulers of the world. Not to mention ruling the world. At least the other 8 free trade cities in the western continent should submit to the Volantis. But on how to conquer the western continent of Ursos, the Volantis had a huge disagreement. The Tigers, formed by the old nobles, favored the use of force. The Elephants, formed by the bankers and the big sea merchants, supported trade conquest or economic control. But in the Bloody Age, everyone pulled out their swords to kill, and the Tigers' position undoubtedly prevailed. In a short time, the Volantis fleet conquered Lys, and the army conquered Myr. 3/4 of the western continent was controlled by the Volantis. They were almost ruling the world. During this time, the Volantis even went to Aegon Targaryen, who was idling on Dragonstone Island. The conqueror had his own plans. Not only did he refuse the invitation of his fellow countrymen, he formed an anti-Volantis alliance with Tyrosh, Pentos, and Bravos, just like the alliance against the Dragon Queen today. Hundreds of thousands of troops, hundreds of thousands of warships, and a dragon. The plains southwest of Ursos, which used to be like a water town in the south of Jiangnan, was destroyed by the flames of war. It was now the land of strife. From the map, the vast western continent of Ursos seemed to have only 9 cities, and the rest was empty land? Not so. There used to be bustling towns scattered all over the land, but now only ruins were left. Without the deterrence of the Megalosaurus in Valeglia, the Dothraki could roam freely in the western continent. The towns rebuilt this year were just another bell for the Horse King to attack next year. Also, because the old ancestor had stabbed the Volantis, Dany did not think of using the banner of all of us are Orthodox Valeglia to recruit the Blackwell nobles. Well, that was a digression. Aegon was only a dragon, his 2 sisters did not participate, and could not fundamentally change the situation. If the Volantis had united and worked together, the anti-Volantis alliance would not have been difficult to overcome. After all, Volantis was so large, and in terms of raw power, it was the strongest in the world, and the process of unifying the western continent was very stable. After the surprise attack on Myr, Lys, and the Land of Strife, they took half a century to digest the results, and after they were ready, they sent their army north. But the governor of Volantis was elected once a year, and there were 2 parties with completely different political views. When the war suffered a setback, the policies would often change. After going back and forth for half a century, the Volantis people had exhausted themselves and lost their country and land. Not only were the former colonies independent, but even the original territories on the upper reaches of the Lorne River were invaded by Kohler and Bravos. Later, the centaurs came from the eastern plains, and the Lorne River plains were harassed every year. And the Queen of the Lorne River did not even have a chance to regroup. The Tigers completely lost their power, and in the 300 years after the Bloody Century, the Elephants had been in control of the government of Volantis, occupying at least 2 governor positions. In order to completely negate the policy of the old nobles of conquering the world by force, and to completely defeat the Tigers, the Elephants, after taking power, put all the blame for the loss of the war on the Tigers, and led the public to cut off the heads of all the statues of the Tigers. Well, Volantis will erect statues of every elected consul. Because of this history, Whitebeard thought that the Tigers and Elephants had cheated Volantis badly. The worst thing was that the Elephants won the election and implemented the policy of conquering the world by trade for 300 years, but the real boss of the western continent was Bravos. The Bravos almost imitated the financial control tactics of the Elephants, and through the Iron Treasury, they indirectly controlled most of the western continent and even Westeros. Chapter 205. At about 2:30 in the afternoon, Dany and Barristan crossed the Long Bridge and returned to the West City Fish Market Square. At this time, the crowd in the square had decreased by 60%. The fish farm owner also stopped shouting and sat lazily in the shade of the shed, dozing off. However, the square was not without shouting. There were 7 or 8 round oak tables in the shade outside the merchant's house. Beside each table, there was a flag fluttering in the wind. There were 3 to 5 fierce-looking mercenaries behind the tables. Some sat lazily at the table drinking, while others shouted at every man or boy passing by. "Oh, that old man, the red cloak mercenary playing the guitar. Isn't he the deputy leader of the wind-blowing group, Danzo?" Danny pulled down the top of her hood and whispered to Barristan. The old man quietly dismounted and glanced at the second table in the east from the corner of his eyes. He saw the familiar blue and white striped swallowtail flag and whispered, "It's the wind-blowing group. They seem to be recruiting." The other 7 tables are also recruitment points for mercenary groups. 7 gods above, they are all large mercenary groups ranked in the top 20. Bloodbeard's Cat Regiment consisted of 3,000 elite infantrymen. Shoemaker Gilo Regis Pike Regiment consisted of 800 pike cavalrymen. Magic Blade Kendi's Windbreaker Regiment was similar to the previous Rose Regiment, with Westerosi as the backbone. They were formed by the nobles who were exiled during the dance of the Blood Dragon, the 2-headed demon, Jig's Bright Flag Group. In the story of the 3,000 Immaculate Ones protecting Kohor, they and the Second Sons group played a dishonorable role. But you have seen the Second Sons group strength. The current Bright Flag Group is not to be underestimated. The old man did not have time to introduce each mercenary group. The waiter at the entrance of the inn quickly greeted them, helped them with their horses, and asked what service they needed. In the end, the pockmarked youth with 2 doors tattooed on his face told Danny, "Lady Layla, the widow by the waterside, hopes that you can meet her when you return." "You call her that too?" Danny asked curiously. The widow said that her former name came from the slave owner, but her husband had always called her that. She could not change her name, so she could only let it be forgotten by the living, the pockmarked youth said. Danny nodded and asked, "Why is the lady looking for me? Is it urgent?" "I'm not sure." When they walked around a round table, a pig-faced, brown-skinned mercenary glanced at Barristan and grabbed his cloak. He grinned and said, "Hey, old man, I see that you're tall and strong, and you even have a sword on your waist. Are you an old knight? Do you want to join our Iron Shield Regiment and fight Dragon Queen at Slave Bay?" "I'm not a wild knight." White Knight's cold gaze almost froze the mercenary's heart. She loosened her grip and let him go. When Danny and the old knight crossed the threshold and entered the merchant's house, he cursed a few times to vent his emotions. When did the mercenary group come? Danny asked the pockmarked youth. For the past 2 months, they've been coming to the Fishmonger Square to recruit people every day after lunch. The Blowers were crippled by the Mother of Dragons, so it's not surprising that they would come to Volantis to recruit new members. But are the other mercenary groups also lacking people? Barristan asked with a frown. "Sigh. They're recruiting for the Eastern expedition to Slave Bay." The youth sighed with a worried look. "The Allied army is recruiting, the more the better. Almost all the mercenary groups have doubled or doubled their strength. Anyway, the United Nations is responsible for all the logistics. That woman is not to be trifled with. After the battle, whether they win or lose, most of the mercenary groups will be crippled. Look at the fates of the Blowers, the Second Sons, and the Ravens. You'll understand. Since they know the fates of the Ravens and the Second Sons, those mercenary groups still dare to provoke the Dragon Queen. Aren't they afraid of being wiped out?" Danny sneered. "For mercenaries, there's only one thing in the world that scares them." The pockmarked youth shrugged. No money in their pockets. In the afternoon, the hall was much emptier. Most of the round tables were empty, and the merchants who were yelling to buy and sell goods were gone. Passing through the front hall, the pockmarked youth led the 2 to an empty table under the grapevines in the courtyard. After settling them down, he waved to a blonde slave girl standing in the northwest of the corridor. The 2 got together and said a few words. The pockmarked youth turned around and bowed to Danny before leaving. Then the blonde girl came to Danny with a stack of fried locusts in her hand. Putting the plate on the table, she said in Valeglia with a Reese accent, "Priestess, can you please sit here for a moment? The widow is receiving a guest from Westeros. You're the next one." "What? Aren't we the next one?" At the wine table on the other side of the grapevine, a handsome blonde youth stood up and slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Dany looked sideways and found that it was an acquaintance. They were the two youths who entered the city from the eastern dock yesterday evening. They got separated when the carriage crossed the long bridge, but they didn't expect to live in the merchant's house. In addition to the blonde man and the black-haired honest youth, there was also a brawny man, Beavis, who was almost the same size as Beavis. His shoulders were broad, his stomach was round, his legs were as thick as tree trunks, his hands were as thick as ham, and his bald head was like a smooth pink pebble. "It's you." Seeing Dany's appearance, the tall blonde young man was stunned at first. Then he immediately woke up and recognized her. He bowed elegantly and said with a smile, "Hello, miss. We've met before, do you remember? Yesterday evening, we entered the city from the dock area together. On the way, we talked about the mother of dragons with a noble riding an elephant. God, I have to say, you're as bright as the star of Nymeria in the sky. If that woman is 1/10 as beautiful as you, we—" Cough, cough, cough. The black-haired, honest youth quietly pulled his trousers a few times and coughed a few times. "Oh, I'm sorry I was rude." The handsome youth smiled gently and turned to look at the slave girl, Reese, and asked, "We can accept letting a beautiful lady cut the queue, but can you at least give us a reason? You brought gifts to visit the widow, and the widow wants to see Priest Layla. Is this reason enough?" The blonde youth was stunned and understood the meaning of the slave girl's words. Soon he smiled again and looked at Dany. "So your name is Layla and you're a priest." Dany glanced at Barristan, whose face was hidden under the hood, and guessed that he must have known that the three people opposite him were from Westeros. "You're Dornishman?" She took a bite of the fried locust wrapped in fine flour and asked vaguely, "In this other world, other than the moon at night, there was a bright white star in the northwest direction that was the most eye-catching. When Dany had nothing to do at night, she could only look at the stars and the moon. She even suspected that it was a distant star in the three-body system, just like the ginseng of the 7 mansions of the western white tiger mentioned by the ancient astronomers in China. The Greeks classified it as Orion. It was the same in this world. The races were different, the cultures were different, and the names for the white star were different. Jichi called it Maid Star. Well, the sun was Horse God, the moon was Horse God's wife, and the white star was the maid who served Calixi, just like Jichi herself. The Undals chose the 7 brightest stars in the sky other than the moon and named them according to the names of the 7 gods. The white star was called Crone's Star, and it guided the lost in the night. Dornishmen were the most influenced by Loiner culture. The white star was called Nymeria's Star, and the milky white ribbon at its tail was the 10,000 ships led by Nymeria. I'm the son of a Dornishman wine merchant. The black-haired youth glanced at the slave girl before explaining to Dany, Jaskari wine is recognized as a bad wine in the world. Our family's good Dornishman may be able to sell it for a good price in Astapor. You have an idea. Dany nodded, picked up a fat locust, and stuffed it into her mouth. She whispered to the white knight next to her, "Try it. It tastes like chicken, but it's more fragrant and crispy." The slave girl held back for a while and finally said, "Things are different now. Dragon, that woman brewed a kind of best wine, and even the Volantis wine merchant secretly went to buy it." "Oh, then we should go and have a look." The blonde youth smiled. "Up to you." The slave girl turned her head and glanced at the northwest corner. "It's your turn next. Remember, prepare the gifts." Dany and Barristan stood up and saw a maid waving to Rhys's slave in the corridor. They knew it was time to meet the widow. "Do we need to prepare gifts too?" Dany took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the grease from her mouth as she asked. The slave girl thought for a moment and said, "Most people have something to ask of the widow, but the widow is not greedy for the guests' money. Many people bring gifts that are not worth 10 copper coins. I understand. Danny was deep in thought. The gifts showed more respect to the widow by the water. The widow, who was a bed slave, inherited her husband's family property. She had more money than she could spend, and what she lacked was respect. Thinking of this, she could not help but quietly untie the cat's stone bracelet on her left wrist. After a few steps in the corridor, a girl's scream suddenly came from the west corner of the hall, followed by the laughter of a group of drinkers. Short Wintermelon beat her up. Wow, dwarfs fighting. A sailor whistled and clapped, entering the hall. Through the gap between the sparse crowd, Danny was shocked to see the mess on the bluestone floor. Tyrion was covered in grease and rolling in a ball with another dwarf. A female dwarf dressed as a man. Her gray clothes were wet with wine, and the shadow of a small steamed bun was printed on her chest. The other small steamed bun was exposed in public because Tyrion pulled her clothes. Enough! A tall, middle-aged man rushed out from behind the counter. He should be the owner or the lobby manager. He held a stick and knocked on the heads of the 2 dwarfs a few times. He then lifted the little devil who was holding the female dwarf in the air. The dwarf's neck was strangled by the collar. His face was red, and he struggled to kick his legs. Tyrion's companion, Haldon, who looked like a scholar, hurried over and shouted, "Put him down! Do you want to kill him?" But just as the Volantis man put down the little devil, the female dwarf on the ground got up. Like a crazy heifer, she headbutted Tyrion's chest, knocking him over a table. The bowls and plates fell to the ground. The poor little devil's blonde hair was wet with soup. The female dwarf did not intend to let him go. She got up with both hands and rushed over while screaming. She rode on the little devil's chest and punched his cheeks, eyebrows, and forehead like raindrops. His lips were broken and his eyes were swollen. His ugly face without a nose became more deformed and ugly. Chapter 206. The owner walked over to the 2 of them and grabbed the female dwarf's neck like a chick. He lifted her up in the air and cursed. "Who can tell me what happened? Damn it, let Bonello burn these 2 freaks to death. My porcelain bowl and wine jug are all over the floor." The noseless, ugly bastard probably did the female dwarf, but he didn't want to take responsibility. Then the female dwarf came over with a dagger to kill the heartless bastard. A purple-bearded Tyroshi sailor said seriously, "Yes, I didn't take responsibility for your father's wife. I've let you down." The little devil struggled to get up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Let me down for what?" The large sailor was at a loss. "Huh." The people around him laughed out loud. The atmosphere was extremely joyous. "Save it, Hugo Caesar. Do you really want to die here?" Haldon slapped Tyrion and walked to the opposite side of the owner. He looked at the writhing female dwarf and frowned. "Why did you assassinate my companion?" "They killed him. My brother. Sob, sob, sob." The dwarf girl seemed to have lost all her courage and strength. She hung on the owner's hand like a doll as she wailed. "Who killed your brother?" "Me." Tyrion limped over and asked with a frown. "Sailor, a sailor from the 7 kingdoms. My brother and I were sparring in the square. They followed us, and when they realized that I was a girl, they let me go. But Ope was caught and beheaded. You killed your own brother. You deserve to die. But my poor brother died in your place." The girl sobbed. The others, including Danny, were confused. Tyrion suddenly had a look of realization and shock. He clearly understood the whole story. "That's the one who rode the pig?" he said with a complicated expression. "I rode the dog, Ope rode the pig." The female dwarf said with tears in her eyes, "Innkeeper, please put her down." Tyrion sighed. "Who will compensate for my loss?" The tall, middle-aged man asked, "That's enough. How much is a few porcelain bowls worth?" An old woman a few steps away scolded. It was the waterside widow. She sat in a small alcove in the stone wall. Although it was less than 5 meters away, The vines and potted plants with large green leaves covered the wall next to her. The small alcove in the shadows was easy to overlook. However, for the widow sitting on the tall stone chair in the alcove, she could see most of the public resting area on the first floor at a glance. Danny looked over and found that there was also a stack of fried grasshoppers on the stone table in front of the widow. Noticing her gaze, the old widow grinned at her. "What is your name, poor child?" the widow asked the weeping gnome. "Fun and I. My name is Fun and I." "Big Eva, bring the dwarf girl back to her room. Give her some wine and a change of clean clothes," the widow ordered the maid beside her. There were two red-haired, round-faced maids on his left and right. They were twin sisters with wine cups on their faces. The slave on the left the alcove and silently took Finn and I away. Except for Danny and Barristan, the rest of the crowd consciously dispersed. The widow looked at Tyrion from head to toe and smiled. "Shorty, it seems that I have to help you this time. Volantis is not a place for gnomes to settle down. You go back and wait. I'll send someone to inform you as soon as I have news. You are a kind person." The gnome bowed and thanked the widow. "Thank you." Halden also bowed excitedly. "All right, my guest is here. You can leave now." The old widow waved her hand. Tyrion also noticed Danny at this time, but he only looked at her in confusion and left. As for the white-bearded Barristan, he directly ignored him. Well, there were too many silver-haired, purple-eyed girls in Volantis. This thing is better than delicacies after it's cleaned. The old woman picked up a fried grasshopper and pushed the plate towards Danny. Danny gently put the golden blue cat's eye bracelet on the table and said, "This is a gift for Madam." In addition to the pile of fried grasshoppers, there were 7 or 8 other gifts piled on the stone table. There was a pure wine flask, a luxuriously decorated, thin and transparent emerald flower fan, an ancient bronze dagger engraved with runes, and even a shiny bronze music box the size of a wash basin. It was from Astapor. As the music played, the bronze ship above would move in a circle. When the old widow picked up the bracelet and looked at it carefully, she took a grasshopper and chewed. "Well, it's mixed with the unique black pepper of Volantis. It's crispy and refreshing. A glass of wine would be even better." Without the widow's order, the remaining twin girls immediately took out a pot of wine and 2 glasses from the alcove. The wine was as bright as the sun. "This is the most precious gift I've received today." The old widow put the bracelet on her right hand and looked at it. She sighed and said, 30 years ago I had a pair of jade hands worthy of it. Now, sigh, I'm old." Danny took a sip of the wine and asked, "Madam, do you have any orders for me? I wasn't the one looking for you, but now I'm happy to talk to the priest." The widow smiled. "Who's looking for me?" "The shadow-binding warrior Tam." "Her?" Danny was puzzled. "What's the matter?" "The shadow-binding warrior is from Asia. She's a great wizard that Malakar found. Her purpose—" The old widow's black eyes flashed. "To hatch a dragon. I know that too. The shadow-binding warrior thinks highly of you. After the death of the fire wizard Lisbon, she wants you to take his place. Lisbon is dead?" "The fire wizard Lisbon, who attended the gathering last night?" Danny was so shocked that she interrupted the widow. "Say it's him. He's too greedy." The old lady nodded and sighed. Through that magical witchcraft technique, 3 gods returned to cave. The wizard won 3,000 gold coins from the merchants and tourists in just one morning. He cashed all of them in gold coins and carried them out of the house just like that. I heard that because the dragon queen miraculously hatched a dragon, magic has begun to recover in recent years. I'm an ordinary person and don't even know the simplest witchcraft. However, I have many wizard friends, and am very clear about the limits of a wizard's power. Under normal circumstances, it's not even as useful as a rusty dagger. The fire wizard proved this once again. He was in an alley near Sweetwater Street. His throat was slit His lower abdomen was pierced, and even his clothes were stripped. So unlucky! Danny didn't know what to say. The number one genius of the Western continent, the number one person of the younger generation, died in a stinky ditch just like that. Why did he carry a big bag of gold coins to such a remote place? Danny asked curiously. Priestess Layla isn't a local and might have misunderstood. Sweetwater Street isn't remote at all. There are many banks there, including a branch of the Iron Treasury. The fire wizard won so much money in public. He must have felt uneasy and wanted to save the money. Did you catch the culprit? Danny asked. Not yet, but the old widow pouted at a few mercenaries who were drinking not far away. Did you see the mercenary recruitment table outside the door? Recently, Volantis has recruited almost all the wild mercenaries in the Western continent. They're most likely the culprit. Sigh, what a loss. Lisbon still owes me a Valeglia steel dagger. Danny lamented. Oh, there's such a thing. After Danny roughly explained the transaction between the two, the old widow said thoughtfully, No wonder great Wizard Tam gave that place to you. What place? Lisbon was the most outstanding extraordinaire in Volantis. He was one of the members of the Dragon Hatcher Wizard Legion that Mirajo formed. Now that he's dead, Tam, who's in charge of this matter, intends to let you replace the Fire Wizard, the old widow explained. But I'm just a Seven Gods priestess, Danny said awkwardly. Perhaps the Shadowbinder just wants to make it up to you. When she returns in the evening, you can ask her yourself. After explaining Tam's request, the old widow didn't let Danny leave. Instead, she started to talk about other topics. I heard that Priestess Layla just came from New Guise. You're quite familiar with the Dragon Queen's policies? The old widow stared at Danny with the shrewd eyes of a fox. She didn't want to miss the slightest expression on her face. Look at me. I have the purple eyes of the Milky Way, and I look pretty good too. I almost look exactly like the legendary Dragon Queen. Of course, I don't look like the one in Guise's opera. How can I not be curious and admire that legendary character? Danny spread out her hands and said generously, That's true. If it wasn't for your temperament. You're a pretty girl from a humble family. You don't have that kind of decisiveness and valiance. I almost thought that I'm looking at the Dragon Queen. The old widow nodded. Hee, even if you're knowledgeable and sly, you don't know the saying. A dragon can be big or small. It can rise or hide. If it's big, it can rise and spit out fog. If it's small, it can hide. If it rises, it can soar in the universe. If it hides, it can hide in the waves. I thought that everyone was misled by the opera. They thought that the Dragon Queen has a big head. She's 10 feet tall and her waist is also 10 feet wide, Danny said with a smile. After joking around, she asked again, I do have a deep understanding of the Dragon Queen. Madam, what do you want to know? I heard that the Dragon Queen is very strict with the merchants who use slaves. If she takes over Volantis, how will she deal with people like me? To tell you the truth, although I was born a slave, I have a large number of slave workers under me. I accumulated a lot of wealth through the slaves. The old widow blinked her eyes and asked nervously, Madam, you will lose a lot of money. First of all, the slaves will definitely be released. They will also receive a salary from you. They have the right to decide their own future. They can take the money and start their own business. They can also sign a labor contract with you and continue to serve you. Secondly, the Dragon Queen will give you a fine based on your evaluation among the slaves. Those with a bad reputation may lose their heads. Finally, the Dragon Queen will count the number of citizens in the city and forcibly buy a batch of land and houses from you. At least, she has to ensure that every new free citizen will be allocated 15 acres of land and their own house. As Danny spoke, the old widow nodded. Although she did not look unhappy, her eyebrows were furrowed so tightly that they could squeeze a mosquito to death. Hee, very strict, right? Danny said with a smile. The Dragon Queen is not acting out of sympathy. She really wants to abolish slavery. The old widow sighed. Danny nodded and said, "No one can shake her determination." "Then will the Black Wall nobles who oppose her and the merchants who support her be treated differently?" "Of course," Danny said with certainty. The Dragon Queen abolished slavery, but she did not abolish the system of officials and nobles. Everyone who owns slaves will lose part of their wealth, but those who oppose her will lose their privileges at the same time. Those who support her will be rewarded and become new nobles. It's that practical and utilitarian. Very smart. The old widow's eyebrows relaxed, and she smiled. Chapter 207. After that, the old widow asked Danny some detailed questions, such as the Dragon Queen's character, the intentions of some of her policies, the current situation in Slaves Bay, and the strategy to deal with the Allied forces. As long as it was about the public information in Slaves Bay, Danny answered in detail. She also made it clear that she didn't know about some private matters that normal people wouldn't know. The widow got a lot of useful information from her, and she also understood the widow's character from their conversation. The waterside widow was very realistic. She did have a strong inclination to abolish slavery, and she didn't even hide her hope for the Dragon Queen to liberate Volantis. But her goal was completely different from Danny's. Danny simply wanted to liberate the suffering slaves. The whore of Wagaro and the slaves were already two different classes. She only cared about whether she could go one step further and obtain an increase in status from the slave liberation movement. Danny didn't feel indignant about this. She didn't even think that there was a problem with the other party's way of thinking. The two chatted for more than an hour, and they only ended their conversation when the maid came to tell them that the shadow binder had returned from the east side of the city. The waterside widow arranged a small alcove for Danny and the shadow binder to talk. Before she left, she even asked the maid to wrap a paper bag of fried grasshoppers and gave it to Danny. "Lisbon is dead. He was murdered by the new second sons." The shadow binder's voice was cold. It was obvious that she was very angry. New second sons? The illegitimate son of Bravos' illegitimate son Zidane? Danny was surprised. The new second sons was much luckier than the wind-blowing group. At the end of the Battle of Yuan-Kai, they rushed into the city with the Gith cavalry. After discovering that they were ambushed, they didn't resist like the wind-blowing group did. Danny also didn't target the new second sons because the illegitimate son of Titan had insulted her. She was too busy at that time and didn't have the energy to care about those small fries. Of course, the new second sons was newly formed and had a weak foundation. They didn't have the money to pay the ransom, so Danny threw them into the labor camp to farm. But when Danzo of the wind-blowing group came to redeem his own members, he also paid the ransom of the new second sons and the small mercenary groups. The Zingi's people paid for it. It has nothing to do with Zidane. The shadow-binding knight shook his head and sighed. "Did you see the recruitment point outside the door? All the mercenary groups were expanding. The new second son mercenary group now had 1,500 members, which was 3 times the previous number. Although mercenaries were not trustworthy, at least the leader could manage his subordinates well. Now he had completely lost control. Lisbon died on Sweetwater Street, where people came and went, so he was discovered immediately the body was still warm. The Tiger Cloak Army asked the passers-by a few questions, and they roughly knew who the murderer was. After I went to look for them, Zidane immediately gathered his subordinates and found that nearly 100 people were missing. Excluding those who were fooling around and hiding, at least 20 mercenaries had escaped. What's up with the Dragon Incubator mages? There are 3 Archons in Volantis, and they also think that the cooperation of multiple mages is the best choice. There is no limit to the number of mages, but there are only 3 commanders. Apart from me, there is also a necromancer and a black goat blood priest. You're looking for me. Danny hesitated. I'm afraid I can't help you. She somewhat understood the current situation. There were 3 big shots in the mages group, and they each occupied a mountain. The fire mage Lisbon was originally a subordinate of the shadow-binding knight. The extraordinaries gathering last night was most likely the shadow-binding knight selecting a new batch of subordinates to test the quality of this group of rogue cultivators. Just like the mercenary group, the 3 big shots in the Dragon Incubator mages were also crazily recruiting people. As the recognized number 1 genius of the younger generation in the Western continent, and having received the inheritance of Alleglia's witchcraft, Lisbon was undoubtedly a great help to Tam. However, he died in a cowardly manner. The shadow-binding knight was a little weak, so he prepared to recruit Priest Layla into his group. You are talented, more talented than Lisbon, and you also received the inheritance token of the Leglia from him. Your future will not be worse than his. Was this a compliment? No matter who it was, their future would not be worse than that bastard's. By the way, I heard that the Red Priest can revive people. Danny's eyes lit up, and she suggested, we can ask the Red Priest to revive Lisbon. The shadow-binding knight shook his head. Impossible. Lisbon is not someone that Lalo needs. You don't want to participate in this gathering? The eyes behind the red mask were filled with doubt. Let's not talk about the reward first. At least you can learn a lot of mystical knowledge. I thought you were very interested in the world of extraordinary. Of course I want to learn witchcraft, but... Danny was expectant and hesitant. She asked, are there many extraordinary people in the mages group? I'm not a native of Atlantis, and I won't stay here for long. The shadow-binding knight did not force her. He thought for a while and said, how about this? Tonight, Malakar will receive the mages group at the Cloud Tower. You can come with me and have a look. There's also a chance to see the dragon egg. After that, you can decide whether to stay or not. Okay. This time, Danny did not hesitate and agreed. Then, the 2 of them talked for a while about the future career plans of Priest Layla. It was not long, only about 10 minutes. After they agreed on a time and place, Tam got up and left. I'll have to postpone my departure from Volantis for a night. Danny did not leave the small alcove in the stone wall of the West Hall. Instead, she pulled White Knight in and talked about the banquet at the Cloud Tower. Well, Danny had just noticed that there were many similar alcoves in the 4 walls of the public rest area. Potted vines covered half of the doors, which were similar to the private rooms in modern hotels. However, from the alcoves, one could see the situation in the hall clearly. It was very suitable for sea merchants to talk about business in private. Well, killing and robbing would have to be discussed in the basement under the rockery. White Knight was worried. Won't it be too dangerous for you to enter the Black Wall alone? Too many people have seen you. Those Volantis merchants who went to Astapor to buy goods, the mercenaries who were captured and ransomed, the slave owners of Gith. Haha, don't worry. Danny waved her hand and asked with a smile, do you know what Koe she looks like and what Tam looks like? The old knight was stunned. When he came back to his senses, his mouth twitched. Are you going to become a shadow-binding knight? Danny laughed and said, why not? Everyone knows that the 7 gods priestess has no future, and Priestess Layla yearns for mysterious power. Shadow-binding knight is the most powerful and mysterious extraordinary class. What's wrong with me wanting to become a shadow-binding knight? Tam even praised me for having good taste. She promised that whether I join the mage group or not, she will introduce me to a few devils. Introduce you to a few devils? White Knight's eyes widened. Yes, the devils' real names and portraits. They are considered evil gods. Danny nodded and said with a complicated expression, the east is further away than the Shadow Land. It is shrouded in darkness all year round. It is said that that place is connected to hell. Regardless of whether the rumors are true or false, many devils have been born there. They have real power. Mortals can get their response through blood sacrifice and prayer. Do you really intend to? She raised her hand to interrupt him and laughed coldly. I intend to bring the dragons to visit them one by one when I am tired of living. I will kill them all and feed them to the dragons. The old knight's face twisted. He did not know what to say. He was worried that the queen would be tempted by power and worship evil gods. He did not expect the queen to be so fierce. He could not stop her. She had said clearly that she would wait until she was tired of living. Sigh, I would have been dead for many years by then. Let the other white knights worry about it. The old man sighed in his heart. Right, there is something that requires you to leave the city. Danny suddenly smiled slyly and whispered to the old knight, I am not that kind of person. I am not used to it. All right, I am a little used to it. The old man's expression changed a few times as if he had accepted his fate. He sighed and got up to leave. Then Danny called the waiter over to settle the bill and entered the hall. Just as she was about to go upstairs to rest, someone called her. Priestess Layla. Hey, wait, Priestess Layla. When she turned around and saw who it was, Danny was amused. She greeted him with a smile, Wizard Pogba. Are your injuries better? I am used to it. The skinny fire wizard supported himself with a walking stick. His legs were wide apart as he walked in strange steps. With every step he took, his monkey face would twitch, as if he was enduring an unbearable pain in his life. Danny pulled him to an empty table and sat him down. Then she opened the paper bag and said, Fried grasshopper, high protein. Sigh, it is good for your body. It tastes good too. Try it. The skinny man looked over and frowned. It is too oily. Also, I can't eat meat. Why? Did the doctor tell you to? Danny asked, puzzled. I am on a diet. On what? Danny widened her eyes and looked him up and down. The monkey's skeleton was covered in a layer of human skin. What fat do you have to lose? She said with a grin. Sigh, Priestess Layla, you don't understand. Wizards like us who practice fire escape have to reduce our body weight as much as possible. Did you see it last night? If I were 7 or 8 kilograms lighter, I would not have fallen. If you were 7 or 8 kilograms lighter, you would be blown up by a gust of wind even without fire escape. Must it be like this? Can't I increase my magic power? Danny asked. Fat is easy to lose, but magic power is hard to find. The skinny man looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and lamented. Oh, right. This box of ice skin jade cream is for you. Thank you for paying to treat my injuries last night. The skinny man leaned his walking stick against the table. His right hand struggled to take out an ebony box the size of a spectacle box from the cloth belt hanging on his waist. He put it in front of Danny and explained, I often get burned, but I am never afraid because I have this miracle medicine for burns. I heard that Priestess Layla and Lisbon. Sigh, poor guy. There are too many wild mercenaries in Volantis. If Priestess Layla practices fire witchcraft, she will often encounter situations similar to mine. Although you are reminding me out of kindness, it is more like a curse to me. The mother of dragons will not be as miserable as you. Danny complained in her heart, but she still took the box. She looked at him carefully. There were indeed many layers of bright wrinkles on the skinny man's skin. The treatment didn't leave no traces, but considering the severity of the skinny man's injury, this kind of effect could be considered magical. What are your plans for the future? She asked. That's it. I heard that the Blackwell nobles formed a dragon hatching wizard legion. The skinny man suddenly understood and shook his head with a bitter smile. I am not qualified. Danny rolled her eyes and said, Are you familiar with Wizard Wood? Chapter 208. Wizard Wood was the old black man from the last Transcendent Gathering. We often go to the docks to perform together. We're old acquaintances. The skinny man, Pogba, nodded. He's preparing for a big project recently. Do you know that? Danny asked again. How big? The skinny man's tone was casual. Obviously, he did not think that his old friend could suddenly become successful. A mega project of 1,000,000 gold radiance coins, Danny whispered mysteriously. The skinny man ignored the pain in his balls. He jumped and exclaimed, "What? What's he going to do? Which idiot has 1,000,000 gold coins for him to cheat?" Danny's face darkened. "Just because of this sentence, I'll punish you with 200 pounds of wildfire." She put her hand to her lips and whispered, "Mother of Dragons! He's going to Slaver's Bay to seek refuge with the Mother of Dragons. That woman has at least 1,000,000,000 gold coins from the slave owner's house. 1,000,000 is just a drop in the ocean." 1,000,000,000? How many? The skinny man asked blankly. "If there are 1,000,000 people, each person can get 10,000 gold coins." The skinny man's eyes bulged, but he quickly recovered and said doubtfully, "That's impossible, right? Even the iron vault doesn't have that much gold." Of course, Danny was bragging. Not to mention 1,000,000,000. Even without silver coins and jewelry, there was not even 100,000,000 gold royals. A 50% discount is not a small amount. Danny waved her hand. "That's true." The skinny man nodded and asked curiously, "Is Wood not afraid of death? The allies won't let him go." "Don't you know that wealth comes from danger? It's 1,000,000 gold coins. How much can you earn in a day by performing at the docks? 700 to 800 copper coins. Not bad. If you live frugally, you can save 2 gold radiance coins in half a month. If you work hard for 20,000 years, it's almost the same as Wizard Wood's big project. 10,000 years. The skinny man seemed to be in a daze. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said firmly, "I'm going to Slaver's Bay too. I'm not worse than Wood." "Well, you can go with Wizard Wood. It's best to find a group of wild wizards. Do you know the situation with the Dragon Incubator mages? I think you have the potential to become one of the top 3. "Yes, the top 3 of the Mother of Dragons mage squad," Danny encouraged. "Hee, I think so too. After all, I'm considered an extraordinary. I'm much stronger than those fake fire mages on the streets." The skinny man laughed foolishly. Pogba left excitedly. Before they left, they tried their best to invite the fire mage intern, Layla, to work on that big project with them. Well, with Wood, the 3 acquaintances just formed the big 3. The skinny man was too enthusiastic, so Danny could only tell him the team had recruited her. Before going upstairs, Danny suddenly remembered something. She went to the front desk and asked the clerk behind the desk, "Do you remember me? I'm staying in VIP suite number 8 on the 2nd floor. Yesterday evening, you were the one who brought me." Without waiting for her to finish, the registrar with a book tattoo on his face bowed and said, "Priest Layla, of course I remember. What can I do for you? Has anyone come to look for me?" "Well, the widow by the waterside came to look for you. I've already seen her. Is there anyone else or a slave?" "No." Danny frowned and thought for a moment. Then she said, "If someone comes to look for me when I'm not here, you have to remember it and find a chance to remind me." Of course. She was waiting for the Cadillac, the elephant coachman who had sent them into the city yesterday evening. But she didn't have to wait for him. This was a test, a choice. Yesterday, Danny grabbed 2 fistfuls of yellow copper coins and stuffed them into the Cadillac's pocket. At that time, no one noticed that there were 5 gold radiance coins mixed in. The clever young man had been looking forward to the Mother of Dragons, hoping that the Mother of Dragons would bring him freedom. In this way, the Mother of Dragons gave him a great opportunity. Slaves had the opportunity to become free people and could be redeemed. 5 gold radiance coins could buy 10 Cadillac, even if he had very good elephant training skills. But slaves were not allowed to own property, and it was impossible for them to save money to redeem themselves. Danny wanted to know how smart the young man was. As dusk approached, the red sun in the west looked like the background curtain behind the stage. It was rounder and bigger, and the dim gray square seemed to be draped with a layer of red and gold. It was like a noisy giant beast waking up from a deep sleep. The fishmongers shouted loudly, and the women and girls with baskets haggled with sharp voices. The white steam above the barbecue stall was dyed red by the sunset. The fishy smell of the fish, the rancid smell of the mercenaries, the fresh smell of the teppanyaki steak, the spiciness of the roasted pepper, and the sweetness of the honey wine attacked Danny one after another. If it was in the past, she would take out a silk handkerchief to cover her nose. Now that there was a red, lacquered wooden mask on her face, Danny could only hold it in. Her face was pressed by the lacquered wood, and she felt a little uncomfortable. But she also found a good thing. The people coming and going were like river water that met a big rock, automatically avoiding her. Even the boldest and bravest mercenaries didn't dare to come close to her. For example, the wind-blowing group, Danzo lay lazily on a high-backed chair with his legs on the table. He played his guitar and sang leisurely to the people coming and going. He had the demeanor of a suave swordsman poet. Danny walked down the stone steps and stood beside the wind-blowing group. She was purely bored, and Danzo's skills were also very good. In the end, the old mercenary turned his head to look at the shadow-binding knight beside him a few times. He wanted to say something, but he held it in. In the end, he just sighed, put his guitar aside, and began to instruct his subordinates to move the table. Yes, the wind-blowing group stayed 7 or 8 meters away from Danny. The shadow-binding knight's evil-warding effect was that good. Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. Soon, a huge white elephant stopped in front of Danny. "Layla, come up!" Tam shouted from above. It was an exquisite castle. The golden railings glowed with a bright red halo under the setting sun. At the same time, 5 slaves wearing thick red blankets jogged over and silently knelt below the elephant in order. The first one was a sturdy dwarf who was more than 1 meter tall. The second one was 3 meters tall. The third one was 6 meters tall. The fourth one was 9 meters tall. The fifth one was 2 meters tall. They looked like a small giant. They knelt close to each other like a flight of stairs. Danny only needed to hold on to the reins that dangled beside the white elephant, and she could easily climb 1 step at a time to the metal ladder at the bottom of the castle. "Move away. I'll do it myself." Danny frowned and waved her hand to let the slaves leave. She held the rope ladder hanging beside the elephant. Her movements were as light as an elephant coachman. The castle was very spacious. It had a space of 5 square meters. Danny took off the long sword from her waist and sat cross-legged at the small round table in the center, like Tam did. When she sat down, there was a sound of metal colliding in her clothes. Tam frowned and said, "You're not only carrying a knight's sword, but you also have armor under your robe?" Danny lifted her sky-blue robe and revealed the silver chain armor outside the leather armor. She said, "It's just chain armor, not plate armor." "You're now a mage, a shadow-binding knight," Tam reminded her. "So, an elegant and wise person shouldn't wear a barbarian knight's costume." The shadow-binding knight's voice was sonorous and powerful, as if he was explaining a truth. Lisbon thought so too. Then he was stabbed to death. Danny shrugged and said coldly. The giant elephant began to move slowly. The castle shook slightly. Just when Danny thought that the topic of armor had ended, Tam sighed and said faintly, "Metal affects the wizard's witchcraft. Wearing armor can't cast witchcraft, even if it's Valeglia's steel." "Bullshit. When I was still a rookie, I wore a thick armor and used an immature soul strike to defeat Faceless One. The whole process was very smooth. There was no delay." "Really?" She doubted. The shadow-binding knight said, "If the armor doesn't affect the casting of spells, the wizards of Valeglia would have a Valeglia's steel armor. But the fact is they would rather use Valeglia's steel to make the Sphinx statue than to forge a steel sword and a set of armor. Why would they be stingy? Even if the wizards don't use it, the warriors can wear it." Danny was puzzled. "So they let the warriors wear the anti-magic Valeglia steel armor and wield the Valeglia steel sword to kill the wizards?" Tam sneered. Thinking back to the Valyrian steel sword's terrifying anti-magic effect, especially the last time they went to Orlos, where Barristan killed a large number of fire roundworms with a swing of his sword, Danny came to a realization. So that's how it is. Hey, Westeros Knight! A loud shout came from beside the giant elephant, waking Danny, who was deep in thought. She turned her head in confusion and found that the elephant was still wandering in front of the merchant's house. It had stopped in front of a mercenary recruitment counter. There was a flag of a bearing black cat next to it. It seemed to be Bloodbeard's cat group. Waiting for someone? Danny asked. The shadow-binding knight nodded. Moon, Singer Kaza lives in the upper house. The upper house of the merchant's house was prepared for rich merchants. It was a small, independent courtyard with beautiful scenery. It was clean and tidy. Danny naturally could afford to live there. There were more people in the middle house, so it was easier for her to ask for information. I'm from Dorne, the son of a wine merchant. I'm traveling along the summer sea. Of course, I'm also helping my family find out about the wine market in the cities. It was a familiar voice and a familiar face. It was a Dornishman whom she had met twice. Traveling along the summer sea? Idiot! The mercenary from the cat group muttered. He then shouted, You have a two-handed sword hanging at your waist. You should be a good swordsman, right? The black-haired young man nodded and said, I've learned swordsmanship for a few years. Then what are you waiting for? The next stop of the tour around the summer sea is Slave Bay. Hurry up and sign your name and become a brave little wild cat under Bloodbeard's command. The mercenary waved a stack of parchment contracts and said in a loud voice, Not only will you be able to see the scenery of Slave Bay for free, you will also have countless gold coins and beautiful girls and boys. You might even be able to defeat the Dragon Queen and become a dragon slayer. After saying that, the mercenary actually started singing. We are the cat group, fighting our way to Slave Bay. Slave Bay. First kill the Count of Shattered Shackles, then kill the real Dragon Queen. The two mercenaries beside him also sang. Their voices were loud and clear, and their expressions were heroic. Danny's mouth twitched. At the same time, she remembered Bloodbeard and the cat group in her heart. Kid, if you want to die without a complete corpse, sign it. Danzo, who was a few steps away, strummed his guitar a few times. The sharp sound disrupted the rhythm of the cat group's chorus. Damn, old man, you want to snatch our people again. The cat group's mercenary scolded angrily. I just don't want a kid who craves honor to die without honor, Danzo said calmly. The Dornishman could tell that there was a hidden meaning in his words. He immediately put down his ink brush and took a few steps back. He asked in confusion, Old man, what do you mean?